Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief.
World Trade Center 7 collapsed because of fires fueled by office furnishings. It did not collapse from explosives or from fuel oil fires.
Have you had any contact with the group Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth? Would your team be willing to sit down with them and, I guess, hash out some of these disagreements at some point, just to lay the whole thing to rest?
Well, I'm not sure that is necessarily a productive use of time.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 24th hour. This is Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth's 23rd 9/11 anniversary event. I am your host for the next 8 hours or so, Andy Steele, and boy, do we have a jam-packed lineup coming your way. Of course, if you've been subscribed to our emails, you know all about it. We're going to be joined by a slew of great guests. Among them, of course, later on in the evening is Green Party presidential candidate Jill Stein. We're also going to be joined by Jimmy Dore. He's a comedian and podcaster, and I don't even really have to tell this audience, most of them, who that guy is. They're big fans of his, a lot of them in our following, and he has had the courage to speak out about World Trade Center 7, 9/11 Truth on his show. Of course, we'll be talking to him about that. We're also going to be joined by Zach Vorhies, the Google whistleblower. Daniele Ganser is going to be giving a presentation, and so many other individuals who have had the spirit in them to question the official narrative of 9/11, of course, questioning other things going on in our society as well, terrible things that are the consequence of the post 9/11 world. And I talked about this when I did the preview show with Craig McKee of this event. You know, imagine that September 11th is on a clock right at midnight, and every year that passes is another hour that passes on that clock. And if you think about it, in that analogy, we're just starting the 24th hour before the new day starts. Now, when we get back to midnight, are we going to have another 9/11? Or is it going to be a brand new day, a hopeful day, a better day for our world? You know, what is that next hour going to look like? And what is the next day going to look like? That is the theme of our show tonight. So I don't want to spend a lot of time on this introduction. We have so much to cover with so many great people. Before we start the event, though, we want to be mindful of the fact that we're going to be talking about a lot of things this evening. Some of them are off the topic of AE 9/11 truth. Of course, we only focus on the controlled demolitions of the towers on September 11th, towers 1, 2, and 7 of the World Trade Center, and all of the evidence showing that explosives were used to bring them down. Also, we want to remember that there are people who lost their lives on this grim anniversary that comes up every year. Nearly 3,000 people in the towers, in the airplanes, at the other sites of September 11th. So before we get the ball rolling, we're going to do what we do every year at this time. We're going to take about 30 seconds of silence to remember the victims of September 11th, their families, and all of the people that love them. So we're going to do that starting now. So for 5 minutes or so, I just want to bring on our chairman here at AE 9/11 Truth. This is Roland Engel. He graduated from the University of California, Berkeley with a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering, served in the U.S. Army Special Forces, where he was trained in the use of explosives and became a licensed civil engineer in California. His 50 years of engineering experience has included designing and testing blast-hardened missile launch facilities, and designing U.S. naval explosive containers, harbor terminal facilities, earth foundation systems, and hydraulic systems. In addition, he's owned 3 construction companies and taught engineering subjects to high school students. So, Roland, thank you for helping me open our event this year, the 24th hour.
Thank you, Andy. It's my great honor to be here.
So let's just take 5 minutes or so, and if I'll give you the floor, talk about the important work that AE 9/11 Truth continues to do here, and about the role of our supporters in that work.
The main emphasis of what we're doing these days is aimed at trying to bring to the engineering community the information that the reports that were issued by the government on the collapse of the Twin Towers and Building 7 in New York City on 9/11 are fraudulent reports. And we have presented this information so far to more than 1,000 engineers. And we have never had any engineer dispute our contention that the reports are fraudulent and the investigation needs to be repeated by people and persons that have no conflict of interest in the subject. Unfortunately, the NIST reports and the FEMA report did have conflicts of interest since they were agencies of the federal government, and the federal government was responsible for our safety that day and failed to provide it. So we continue down that road. We sincerely believe that once the evidence is presented clearly to our profession and to the public at large, that we'll be able to mount enough pressure on the government to reopen the investigations and appoint a board of people that have no conflict of interest in this matter. So that's our whole approach that we've been pursuing for the past 16 years, really. But now it's come down to the point where we're really the only organization that is continuing to pursue this information with the notion that if we follow the evidence, we can actually unmask the perpetrators. We know that the evidence is going to lead us to the people that were involved in the cover-up, which were primarily big name people in the engineering profession, unfortunately. they were dragged or coerced or somehow incentivized into playing a part in this investigation, which was a sham and a cover-up. And we can examine that evidence. We have examined the evidence. We've pointed out the errors in their reports, and that can lead us to the people that made those decisions. And those people were involved in the cover-up. So that's our whole approach. And we're the only organization out here that is doing that. We're following the evidence in hopes of it leading us to the perpetrators. So one of the things that's come out of our work, which is being carried out by Project Due Diligence, is the fact that the government has refused to examine or re-examine the errors in their reports. And we had to take them into court. And the courts ruled that they didn't have to tell us the truth. So, and this applied not only to our evidence, but to any agency that issues a report on any matter from the federal government. So this is a matter of great concern, that our work has uncovered the fact that the federal government and the courts take the position that they do not have to tell us the truth about matters that are of public interest. So we are currently drafting a new piece of legislation, which is going to be called the Scientific Integrity Act. We plan to release that draft on 9/11 this year. I just got word from the people that are working on it. So on 9/11 this year, we'll be releasing a draft of the Scientific Integrity Act. And then once we've finalized that, we'll be looking for legislators to carry it in Congress. And we hope we can get people that will put their reputations behind it. We think it's going to be very difficult for any congressman to say that they are against the notion that government reports should have scientific integrity. So we'll be pursuing that line of attack as well as the evidence itself. I'm also writing a book called Engineering the 9/11 Cover-Up. And it's the truth about how the evidence regarding the collapse of those 3 buildings at the World Trade Center has been kept hidden from the world, and goes into the details of the reports and who conducted the investigations and their role, so that we might be able to determine who was involved in the cover-up. And that, of course, could lead us to the actual perpetrators themselves and up on into the higher echelons of the people that were responsible for this horrific crime. So that's what we're all about these days. And I want to end by saying that our effort is, none of this ever would have been possible without the support of thousands and thousands of people who have contributed their money, their time, and their effort. Some of them were researchers. They've brought to us many of the pieces of evidence that we now are in possession of. And without our supporters, we can't continue. So we're hoping that this year on the anniversary, we hope that we will inspire many more people to help us financially. If you go to our website, ae911truth.org, you'll find out how you can contribute there. Any amount is welcome. Small donations on a monthly basis are best, because that way we can plan our activities and budget our resources accordingly. So please consider supporting AE 9/11 Truth. It still matters. 9/11 opened the whole 21st century in a manner that has been detrimental to the American way of life. It's led to wars. It was a horrendous crime. It's never been solved. And as long as that crime goes unsolved, we will be suffering the same kind of problems that we're experiencing today as a society. Criminals that go unpunished are only encouraged to create bigger and better crimes. So please help us out. We can't go on without your support. And we very much appreciate the support we've had in the past. And we will remain true to our mission to follow the evidence and find the perpetrators of this attack and see that they are punished and brought to justice.
Amen to that, Roland. And, 9/11 has pretty much taken up my entire adult life in terms of just its impact on the world and how our entire future destiny was mutilated by this one event that we know we've been lied to about. And, folks, the efforts of AE 9/11 Truth would not exist if you hadn't wanted it, if we had not had people from all over the world, not just the United States, but people from all sorts of different backgrounds, beliefs, political ideologies, who believed in one thing in common, and that was truth. Truth should prevail over lies. And when you have the evidence so clear right in your face, World Trade Center 7, just watch it fall. Right? You don't even have to listen to Roland's presentation to intuitively know there's something wrong with the explanation you were given for why that building came down. But then you should listen to Roland's presentation to get all the details, get all the tools and weapons you need to go out and bring that information to the people who need to hear it the most. And we focus on the engineers. We also focus on the public at large. Anybody who was willing to take up the call and answer history's mission for them to basically right the course of the horrible direction that this country went on. I believe we're going to do that. I don't do things to lose. So I believe that we are going to have justice in the end, and we are making an impact. When the Scientific Integrity Act Roland was talking about, I mean, this is so bare bones, common sense. Scientific integrity. Government reports should be scientifically accurate. Citizens should have the ability to challenge those reports in court. And what politician is going to stand against that? They're going to be between a rock and a hard place. And following this event tonight, much of our efforts are going to be focused on getting this legislation passed, because once this is passed, we open the door, of course, to a new 9/11 investigation. Earlier this year, we released a commercial for the Scientific Integrity Act in very short amount of time. It tells you what it's all about. So let's go ahead and play that now.
A statutory mandate by Congress on an agency, in the court's mind, doesn't really mean that the agency has to do a good faith or even an honest job of completing the task that Congress mandates and issuing a report that a fraudulent report satisfies a mandate from Congress. And I find that shocking.
That's what the court is saying, that unless Congress says in the legislation that it has to be accurate, that they can get away with essentially saying anything in these reports. Am I accurate in that summation?
I'm afraid you are.
So there you go, folks. That's what it's all about. You want to have integrity and accountability from your government, please consider going to ae911truth.org and donate. You can also help us out by spreading the word about our efforts. Mainstream media don't help us. I've accepted that fact, so we rely on you to get the word out and help us in whatever way you can. So this is going to be the focus of this first panel tonight, talking about scientific integrity, the engineering profession, what we exist for. We're going to be joined by our usual cast of characters here. Got a lot to say on this subject. First one is Kamal Obeid. He's a board member and the general manager for AE 9/11 Truth. Holds a master's degree in civil engineering from the University of California, Berkeley. Been a practicing civil and structural engineer in the San Francisco Bay Area since 1980 and licensed structural engineer since 1985. Specializes in structural steel building analysis, as well as investigating structural failures of steel frame buildings. At one point, he served as a volunteer for FEMA, investigating earthquake failures, and a longtime member of the Structural Engineers Association of Northern California. He's going to be joined by John Schuler. John is a civil engineer with a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from Lehigh University, Master of Science in Civil Engineering from the University of Alaska Fairbanks. He is a volunteer with Project Due Diligence, doing a lot of work in that field, and we are happy to have him on board here to talk about this important issue today. Guys, I'm going to just open it up. Very basic question, very human question. Did you ever imagine that 24 years later, we would be at a point where our government would tell us that they don't have to produce accurate scientific reports, and essentially that it's not accountable to the people? I mean, I almost fell out of my chair when I got that report from Mick Harrison when they told us that ruling. I would like to hear from each of you, and I guess we'll begin with Roland. Share your thoughts on science and accountability here in America 2 days, or not 2 days, two decades after September 11th.
Well, I'm an optimist, and I tend to look at the finding that the court came out with, saying that government agencies don't have to submit truthful reports to the public. We actually forced them into saying that. So it took us years of effort and mountains of research and evidence to put in front of NIST and then in front of the court. And the court never looked at our evidence. They said that we didn't have standing. This is a common tactic that they've used in many other politically charged cases. They simply tell you that you don't have any business presenting this case to the court because you weren't harmed in any way. Well, to say that the engineering profession was not harmed by these false reports of a major engineering catastrophe that affected the entire world is, it's good that they came right out and said that, because now we have a basis to challenge it. Up until that time, we believe that the Administrative Procedures Act and the Information Quality Act that we were suing under gave us the hope that we could get a revision of the reports and a truthful examination of the evidence. The court said, no, you're not entitled to that at all. And furthermore, nobody's entitled to truthful evidence from any government agency. So the fact that they opened that up like that is revealing and telling for all of us in America to realize that our government doesn't have to tell us the truth about anything. And
it's
so
nice to have, go ahead.
In a way, it's clear now. Okay, so now we can address that issue. Before, we were operating under an illusion, apparently, according to the court. So now we can press forward with new legislation, see if there's anybody in Congress that has the temerity and has the integrity to carry this legislation into the legislative branches and ask for the votes. And we'll find out how many people that we've elected actually believe that scientific integrity matters in terms of the government's relationship to us, the people.
Yeah, and I was just going to say that. It's great to have it out there, finally, because you grow up in this country, you're told little Timmy can grow up to be president, as if that's somehow, being able to vote or run for president is somehow a great hallmark of how well our country runs. But in most cases, I won't say that with every single presidential candidate, because we've got a good one here on this program later tonight. But if you want to be an empty vassal who gets your marching orders from the deep state, I guess you could be president. You need a few $1 billion. You got to look good on TV. But just being able to vote doesn't mean anything, because, you cast that vote for option A, option B. It shouldn't matter what party is in power. The government still has to be accountable to you. It has to be accurate, or you have to be able to challenge it if they make a mistake. So you don't just show up at the polls every 4 years and participate in government. There's so much more that goes into running a society, and one of them is science and coming to the truth of major events that kill thousands of people. Can anybody guess what event I am talking about? Kamal, your thoughts on science, accountability, the state of American affairs here now, so many years after September 11th.
Well, isn't that something? So one of the consequences, or one of the problems with that came out of 9/11 clearly has become more of a collusion between the various branches of government. So the checks and balances is out of the window, it seems. And that's really, I mean, it's become so bad over the last 23 years that now it doesn't surprise people so much that we have this basically system where everybody's colluding, whether it's the media, the government, the corporation, military-industrial complex. It's just very, very sad situation, and we can say that that's really, I mean, this is what happens. The definition of fascism, okay, is when you have the alignment of these various institutions, with the government, corporations, media. So, I mean, that brought us to the situation that we're in right now. Just imagine, I'm just sidetracking a little bit. Things are getting worse. Things are, until we get this 9/11 exposed, until we bring the truth to the front, for everybody to see, we're going to be stuck in a spiraling catastrophe here. I mean, just a situation. We're going into World War III. It looks like we have free speech is a thing of the past now. I don't know if people have been paying attention, but over the last few weeks, I've known several people who speak the truth. Their houses have been raided by the FBI, and all their computers have been confiscated because they're speaking the truth against. I don't have to necessarily say names, but and then also I know another journalist who has recently in England, just the last couple of days, has been detained, coming back to his country by the Secret Service, whatever it is they have, or the organization that's equivalent to the FBI in England, where they detained him for hours. They actually put him in jail merely for speaking the truth. He has a very effective podcast, and people have been tuning in, and he's got a huge following. And because now he's gotten too threatening to the establishment, he's been actually, harassed and detained and intimidated. So this thing, he's being forced to basically tone down a little bit in order to be able to continue his podcast. So that's the situation that we're in right now, and this is why it's so important to basically arrive at another investigation of 9/11 to expose the truth.
That's right. We're fighting for the heart and soul of the country. And I think it goes even beyond just the stuff that you see at the political level and on the television. I think it goes on in what happens in people's minds. I remember when I was in the Peace Corps in Uzbekistan, it absolutely was a dictatorship. When the Andijan massacre happened, the soldiers, they'd be very friendly while carrying that hardware there, that big gun hanging around their neck. They'd be like, "Hey, Amerikansky, hello. No, you can't go here. No." And then people would joke about it. They would say, "Oh, give them a few dollars," and all this stuff. And it's when you start making a joke of the tyranny, of the oppression happening around you, when you start just surrendering to it and finding it funny, that's when they win. So, we joke around here and here on some of these panels and such tonight, and behind the scenes here. But it's what's going on in the greater country is the point that we've been warning about for years. So many people on the internet. It's just happened so slowly around everybody that they're just beginning to wake up to it. John, your thought, big picture, science, accountability here so many years after September 11th.
Yeah, sure, Andy. I wish I could say that this decision we're talking about did surprise me. Unfortunately, it doesn't. I believe that was a a DC court or something, Court of Appeals that eventually ruled against us, and the Supreme Court then refused to hear it. We tried to take it to the U.S. Supreme Court, and they didn't want to hear it. So, Roland and Kamal summed it up very well. But this is where we stand right now. I guess it's a better thing that it's out in the open. We'll try to get that fact publicized, so that the government has stated you have no right to the truth in any investigation they do. So this is stunning. It's one more nail in our coffin, I guess we could say. And here we are. I mean, it should be really, just embarrassing and horrid to us. America, land of the free, home of the brave, and yet people still say that. And here we are. Pawns and subjects, if ever there were any, treated worse than the King of England treated the colonists by far. And here we sit, and we have this horrific act that was the criminal act that was done on 9/11, 2001. It is easily provable. We concentrate on the engineering evidence, and that alone makes it easily provable, perhaps more than any other evidence, how bogus this official story is. And as was said, complete collusion between the government, the media, the top of our engineering profession, the top of other institutions. And that it's everybody remembers that day. If you saw it, the 21st century was welcomed in with this shocking event. And, I can certainly understand how people have a hard time wrapping their heads around it, that, wow, could that have actually been planned in advance? Well, when you look at the evidence, you just open your mind a smidge. Of course it was. It had to be. There's no other way this could happen. And I can understand people who don't want to think about it at all or never realize they should. It's the whole narrative that's going forever now for since the day. It's literally since that day, that morning, we've been told it was this group of terrorists and, how the buildings fell down and why. And of course, World Trade Center 7, we've seen the destruction of the Twin Towers played over and over and over again since 9/11. I'm not aware we've ever seen World Trade Center 7 come down anywhere in the news media since that day, on day one, because showing anybody that would obviously raise too many questions. So anyway, we're here, this group, AE 9/11 Truth, Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth. We have the evidence. As if it was even needed. But yes, we did do a super thorough study on World Trade Center 7. We've studied the Twin Towers. Our volunteers have done so much work. Like Roland is working on his book. And people looking at the theories that came out, why the Twin Towers fell. We've tried to challenge them. The engineering profession will not, ASCE will not allow rebuttal papers to the original theory, which is completely unheard of in the history of professional journals. But that's where we stand. So we're trying to get the word out. Like was said with our Project Due Diligence program, we keep giving these presentations. People are waking up, and we can see that when we give these presentations. A lot of young people are very interested in these, picking up on this. And people, when you show them this video evidence, they're usually just shocked by it. Most Americans haven't even seen World Trade Center 7 come down. So anyway, we're getting the word out. We think we're making a difference. As Roland said, certainly we force the government to admit we don't have a right to the truth in investigations. That's a big step. And we're taking the step to now go to the legislative branch and hopefully get a law change there. So that's my view on it, Andy.
Oh, we're absolutely making a difference. Like nothing happens in a day, folks, and nothing throughout history. Sometimes there's been decades and decades of work before you get to that final moment that gets into the history books. So I know, just like seeds spread all over a field. I mean, you know, you may go down the field and you don't see the first seeds begin to sprout, but you have faith in yourself that you're reaching those people out there. And the fact that they censor us so badly and do all of the slimy things that they do to try to prevent PDD volunteers from having their presentations, it shows that we are successful. It's a sign we're doing something right out there. And I can hear supporters now. I know a lot of people have been very frustrated over the years. A certain attitude starts to set in. Totally get it. Totally get it. But the attitude is, why, you know, the ASCE, they're never going to do anything. And, you know, to get to the top of any kind of major institution, you pretty much have to play ball. Congress, they're not going to do anything. I mean, you know, all the jokes about politicians out there, you know, why go knock on their doors again? What's the point? I want to hear from you guys. Why do we keep knocking on the doors even when they try to slam them in our faces? Why is it important to keep on coming to these places, these institutions, and this Congress and these official bodies to try to make them do what they should have done years ago?
Well, I can speak first of all, Andy. For one, it's enjoyable to go out and give these presentations. I always get great questions from the audience. You know, there's always a good dialogue. I learn something. People ask very good questions. I enjoy going to different venues, meeting these other engineers or engineering students, sometimes just members of the public. So it's wonderful to be able to go out and do this and present our good studies, our good reports, our, you know, University of Alaska Fairbanks study on World Trade Center 7, and our findings on the Twin Towers, and all the other engineering evidence that's been uncovered, and now where we stand with this Scientific Integrity Act. So that's always great. Now, the importance of it, of course, is to get that word out there. I mean, that's the way I see it. And to, you know, you don't change everybody's mind all the time, but, you know, there are some people in the audience at each event, and you can see that, you know, their minds are changing and they're being awakened by this evidence. It's just wonderful experience.
Yeah, and you know, there's so many. I mean, we are succeeding. We are succeeding. I remember when I started this whole odyssey so many years ago, less gray hair, the younger face, and people were hostile, outright hostile, or just the level of being dismissive was so much more arrogant. And now people say, yeah, you know, I believe that we never got the full story on 9/11. I don't see any hostility out there except for the government hired trolls on Facebook and such. And there's big names speaking out. You know, we got some here tonight for this anniversary event. So this is kind of how change happens. You just got to keep on swinging. It's like a Rocky movie, all right? It's a 15-round fight, except our fight goes on for, 24 years. But you just keep on getting up, keep on swinging, and you just remain steadfast. You know, it's like a rock in the middle of the forest. You know, there's storms come, snow, wind, rain, but it just continues to stay there. And what a sign of power and success and survival. And if you just stay on your feet, you know, all these institutions and all the pillars holding them up fall at your feet. And then you can just step over it and get that legislation passed and have the truth be solidified in history. That's the most important thing. Just stick with something long enough and its time will come. Gentlemen, I mean, we're going to get a little personal because most of the time when I have you on Free Fall, we're talking about the engineering profession. We're talking about, the nuts and bolts of the World Trade Center evidence and, kind of sticking to that. But I know that there's something in each of you that keeps you going, something that got you started on this. It can't just be concern over a false engineering report. Beyond all of the stuff that we have talked about, I'm going to hear it from each of you, and we're going to start with Roland. From a human standpoint, what keeps you in this fight, keeps you going, and involved so long in doing this?
I think I've told this story before. I'll try to make brief about my personal history, but my father was in the Navy and stationed aboard the USS Arizona when it was sunk at Pearl Harbor. And that propelled, of course, the U.S. into World War II. My father was fortunate enough to survive because he was on leave at the time of the attacks. But for me, I grew up in a household where my father was away fighting in the war, and I was a child worrying about whether my dad was going to come home. And so the lessons of Pearl Harbor, which became evident only many, many years later, were that the government had been actively pursuing Japan and provoking them to the point where they felt like they were their only way out of the situation that they were in was to attack the U.S. I'm not exonerating the Japanese government by any means, but what I'm saying is that the U.S. government had its own agenda, which was they wanted the U.S. to get into the war, and the Japanese attack provided that excuse. So that's what I grew up with as a child. And so when 9/11 happened, and here we had another attack on the U.S. that resulted in thousands of deaths, the similarities between it and Pearl Harbor were manifest. And in fact, we know from the project for a New American Century that they actually used the expression, we're going to need a new event similar to Pearl Harbor in order to provide the public momentum that we need to get into a war. So that was their design. It reflects right back into my personal history. And I haven't forgotten that. I haven't forgotten what it was like growing up with my father away at war. And when you find out that that war was caused by the perfidious behavior of your own political leaders, as the way it happened, that has an effect on you. It's had an effect upon me. And it gives me the determination to continue on this path. And I'm confident that the vast majority of the peoples of the world want us to continue what we're doing. I feel their solidarity, and I've had it expressed to me many times by people at the presentations that I've given. So I know that what we're doing is important. It really matters. It will make a difference, and we need to continue to perform our duty as engineers in this matter who have access to the evidence and who know what that evidence means, and we need to communicate that information to the world.
That's right. Kamal, beyond engineering, what keeps you going on 9/11 Truth so many decades after the event took place?
Well, I would just say an injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere. And that's what we're dealing with. Situation right now where an injustice has happened and it continues to happen as a result of the first injustice. So it's like a cascading series of events that came out of this that are all bad. And I appreciate Roland quoting the Project New American Century. I mean, what we have is the whole point of the PNAC document and the new Pearl Harbor that we got is to basically assert our military dominance throughout the world. What does that mean? Military dominance means additional wars, destruction of the planet. It means potentially catastrophic situation for all of us. How can we just sit on our hands and basically do nothing about this when we see this world deteriorating into this abyss? So it's our duty as engineers, no question, to basically, and really that's our purview. Our purview is limited to engineering, but we're looking at the big picture now, what the implications of this event, and that we must continue to speak out about this. We must keep pushing. We must basically tell the story the way essentially talk about the correct engineering relative to this event, and keep doing it until we make a change. There is, I mean, sitting on our hands is not an option, and it would be embarrassing if you're asked in the future by younger people saying, "What have you done?" We're looking right now at a situation where the world is deteriorating. What have you done to basically expose this? That's what we're doing.
It's what we're doing, and we're going to do more. John, what keeps you going beyond the engineering stuff?
Well, I think I just feel drawn to this because for me, this work is simultaneously, to me, both the most interesting and the most important type of work I can do. You know, how do you want to spend your spare time? Watching TV or watching sports? You know, to me, this is so much more interesting, so much more worthwhile. I like working with the people, you know, with you all on the call, with other engineers in our organization. You see the kind of contributions they've made. I mean, this is, to me, this is what I want to do with my spare time. So I certainly feel like it's something bigger and something important. And I guess it just suits me.
That's right. Time's call to all the people that live in them. The question is are they going to answer that call? And I'll just say for myself, you know, I got this issue with heights. Like, I can get on an airplane just fine, look out the window, but getting to an edge of a building, like, freaks me out if it's got any height to it. And then I just go to New York City and look up with awe at all the tall buildings. And I imagine those poor people that were in the World Trade Center having to make the choice of whether they're going to burn alive or jump to their deaths. And I can't imagine being faced with that choice. So I put myself in their shoes, and then to come across the evidence that you guys bring to the table of controlled demolition, it unravels the entire 9/11 narrative. And it's like, oh my God, like, those people had to go through that because they were basically treated as pawns in this greater geopolitical strategy. We're not pawns here. We're people. You know, we're made up of, what is it, like 330 million people in this country, and then like 8 billion across the world. I mean, every single one of those, even if to you out there in the audience, even if that person across the street is no different than a painted cow on the wall of a movie set, because, you know, you don't know them, they're just kind of background scenery to you, but to somebody out there, they're something special. That's somebody's kid, somebody's brother, sister, whatever it is. You know, it's like 8 billion individual experiences happening, and to have some of those experiences end in such a horrible way is just not right. And that is an understatement. So how can I not do this, you know, and join all of so many other people who have answered this call and doing so many great things out there. It's the right and it's the moral thing to do for every one of us, to whatever ability you can. Some of us have different abilities. Some of us are more artistic than engineering oriented, or, you know, or just have a way of providing an analysis of the situation that sinks in people's minds even more. But if you have that talent, contribute it, because this is the most important issue, not just of our century, but in our entire United States history. I really believe that. And if we can overcome this big lie, get it acknowledged, it'll be remembered as a horrible, dark thing that happened in the United States, but it'll also be remembered as one of America's greatest triumphs, because a new world will sprout from it. Gentlemen, thank you so much for helping me essentially open the 24th hour tonight, this event. We've got a great program ahead, but I want to leave everybody with a thought in their mind about what these guys here you see on the screen are doing. Of course, Roland is the guy who started Project Due Diligence. These are the engineers from 9/11 Truth going around the country, giving these presentations, sometimes traveling hundreds of miles to do so. You know, they don't get a lot of recognition for it. A couple of years, we made a commercial talking about Project Due Diligence. And I remember the day after September 11th, I don't want to say I get visions like there's some psychic thing going on. It's not psychic. It's just sometimes I get a picture in my head of things. I remember the day after September 11th, I had an image of the towers in a cornfield. And I said, I'm going to do something with that someday. And it was sort of one of the early seeds for this video you're about to see. And it occurred to me many years later when I was working with AE 9/11 Truth, but it really drives home what these guys are doing and all of the other stuff that we do, whether it's the films, all of the extra goodies, the comics, whatever. It's really to support their efforts because that is the most important. So we're going to close out and we're going to roll that video for about 3 minutes now.
All around the country, men and women have stepped forward and courageously taken the reins of leadership by standing with those who are speaking out about the most critical issue that our nation continues to face. While engineering organizations have retreated into the safety of defending the indefensible or simply turning a blind eye to the overwhelming evidence of controlled demolition at the World Trade Center on 9/11, these individuals have boldly chosen a different path, one that brings them no reward except the satisfaction of knowing that they're doing the right thing. By standing with them, you do the same. In just a short time, Project Due Diligence has succeeded in bringing the World Trade Center evidence to the grassroots of the engineering community, where science and hard facts trump the agendas of national politics, and where the truth still matters. Sadly, many engineers were not even aware of the controversy surrounding the World Trade Center on 9/11. With your help, you have changed that. Project Due Diligence has already given over 40 presentations to different branches of the American Society of Civil Engineers, the leading engineering organization in the United States, and other engineering associations, without a single engineer in attendance disagreeing with our findings. The fire that you started in the engineering community continues to grow. By supporting Project Due Diligence, you mobilize our volunteers to wake up others in the engineering profession, which stands at the very heart of the 9/11 issue. One presentation by our engineers wakes up at least 20 others. 100 could wake up an entire country, bringing the World Trade Center debate into the mainstream of the engineering world. Support Project Due Diligence and let the fire continue to rise.
All right, our next guest wrote a fascinating book that I recommend people check out. It is called Woke, an Anesthesiologist's View. We'll be talking about some of the themes from that book today, but his name is Dr. Madhava Setty. He earned a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from MIT and worked in the aerospace and defense industries for 6 years. He received his medical education at Baylor College of Medicine and training in anesthesiology at the University of Pennsylvania, and he became a diplomat of the American Board of Anesthesiology in 2003. He has been in clinical practice since 2002. So let's go ahead and bring him on in here. Dr. Setty, welcome to the 24th hour.
Thank you for having me, Andy. Pleasure to be here.
So I have not had you on my show yet, my regular podcast, and I think we might do something about changing that fact in the future here. But please tell us, this audience, more about your background and what interested you in studying how people think and react to difficult subjects like September 11th.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good place to start. I think you hit the highlights of my resume, if you will. I have training in engineering. I've worked in the defense industry for a half dozen years before deciding to go into medicine and learning about that entire field and that art. And I've been, interestingly, an anesthesiologist for about 20 years now. And it's fascinating because our challenge in the 9/11 Truth movement, sometimes we consider it, how do we wake people up? So the irony of being an anesthesiologist is not lost upon me. Sometimes people ask, do you appreciate the irony of being someone who's putting someone to sleep all the time, trying to wake people up? But the reality is the challenge of an anesthesiologist in the operating room is not putting someone to sleep. That's very easy. It's the challenge is actually waking them up. That's where we earn our living. But to answer your question, why am I interested in the way people think? And I have to say that I'm a relative newcomer to the 9/11 Truth movement. And I have a deep amount of compassion for those of you out there who have been doing this for 20 years or longer. I don't know how you've been able to maintain the hair on your heads without pulling it out after all of these years. So it wasn't until 2017 that I understood what had really happened that day. And for your audience, it didn't take very long, right? There are typical red pills in this. And for me, it was, of course, Building 7, having never seen that building come down before until 2017. And unlike many people, I would say that my approach to this was a little bit different because I did not go to the internet to find out what people were saying about this building. I went straight to NC Star 1A, the final report on the collapse of Building 7, offered by the National Institutes of Standards and Technology, to find out what they said. And, lo and behold, they basically proved their hypothesis wrong right out there. I mean, there is not a whole lot of evidence that they had. They just hypothesized. They built a finite element analysis model, and the model did not do what the building did. So they proved their hypothesis wrong. So what's left to be said? It was obvious. So the first thing I did before calling up NPR with the real story, assuming that they were going to call me back and do a show on me, I went to a couple of my friends, one a mechanical engineer and the other a PhD in the applied sciences, and just tried to have a discussion. And it was just shocking to me to understand that we have a much bigger problem that we're confronted with, which is, if this was a rational world, the truth about 9/11 would be out there in full view. But we don't have a rational world. And the people that we would expect to be the most rational, the ones that have letters after their names, are in fact the most irrational. And that's why I decided that I had to take a closer look at how we as human beings come to conclusions and how we process information. And that is essentially the basis of my book, which you kindly presented to begin with.
That's right. And I've experienced that so many times myself working here at 9/11 Truth. I once had an architect try to convince me that Building 7 came down because there just happened to be an earthquake at the same time, same day as September 11th. They were just grasping at straws, making stuff up because they didn't want to look at the evidence that we were presenting them at our booth. So you run into a lot of that, and I really don't believe that education has anything to do with the person's ability to look at certain concepts. We're going to get into that because this book, again, is a fascinating book, just looking at the way people sort of process information, but also go about it, sort of a basis in sociology, I would say, there. And it explores a number of subjects. Ours, of course, our only subject here is 9/11, but looks at things just sort of from not taking a side on it either. It's just sort of looks at some of the facts and looks at some of the arguments that people make for or against it, and kind of gets into some of the, I don't know if motivation is the right word, but you can describe it better. And I'm going to ask you to do that. Please summarize what the book seeks to explore and contributes to our national dialogue on these difficult subjects on 9/11 and how you go about it in this book.
That's a thoughtful question. I would say that if we can come to an agreement, and I'm guessing that our audience here understands what happened that day, or at least what didn't happen, which is a very interesting point, right? And this is part of my the thesis of the book, is science is a never-ending search for what is. We'll never get there because everything is connected. In order to know everything about one thing, you have to know everything about everything. So the scientific perspective on anything is to hold in one's mind the idea of uncertainty of your position. So in any case, so defining what isn't is much easier. In other words, what didn't happen. And if you want a good understanding of what didn't happen, just go read the official narrative, because that did not happen, right? Well, there's enough evidence to that. So why can't we see that that did not happen? And I'm talking about the official narrative behind the story. It has to do with biases, right? If we were looking at it objectively, we would be able to easily dismiss what the official story is, but we are biased. But it is not easy or even possible for a mind to identify its own biases. It would be akin to asking someone to see their blind spots. And even though we have a great deal of understanding of different kinds of biases in the human mind, it is not easy to identify your own. How do you know that you're biased? So what I've tried to do in this book is to approach it differently, which is to identify circumstances where bias could arise. And it is not easy to confront the topic of 9/11 cold with somebody in a conversation. So I try to do this in the book, which is to approach it obliquely. First creating a series of vignettes that are somewhat interesting, and just talk about it openly. This is what we know about it, and how quickly the reader will jump to a certain conclusion about, oh, well, this is what's happening, and then point out where the errors were in your understanding of why the solution isn't actually what you think it is. So the idea there was to soften the reader into accepting the fact that they could be wrong. And then the book does something very interesting. Quite frankly, the entire book is a setup of one of the chapters, which has to do with 9/11, because I realize that you cannot approach this topic cold, as I said, given how many biases are in people's minds. And the implications of challenging the story are often too great for someone to confront. So you have to approach it differently, in my opinion. This is, another strategy. I'm not saying this is the best way, but it's an alternative strategy. So that's the way the book goes. And I make I would say a strategic decision from the get-go, which is to put the 9/11 story into a much greater context. And it is a risk, because sometimes when people see that you're talking about much more than 9/11, it becomes even more difficult to swallow. On the other hand, sometimes that's what's necessary, because looking at 9/11 as a standalone issue is also very difficult, because it challenges many, many different things about how you think about the world, from the validity of institutionalized science, the validity of published scientific literature, the trustworthiness of legacy media, the fallibility of our government institutions. So it's impossible, honestly, in my opinion, to talk about 9/11 as a standalone issue. And I understand, like, for example, 9/11 Truth is an amazing organization and has done a fantastic job of compiling the evidence and making it available so that people can reference it. However, it's not always the best thing to remain, in this idea of, we're just going to talk about the science around 9/11. So, and I'm not saying that one way is better than the other way, but we need every single way. And we need spokespeople outside of, let's say, architecture or structural engineering to discuss 9/11. And, that's what I think this book offers as a new way of looking at things, to bring the reader to understand that there's far more at stake here than what happened on that day 23 years ago. So that is the approach. And, if I may expand upon this a little bit, is, the last few years, we have a phenomenally powerful attack on institutionalized science, and it's happening outside of 9/11 truth. It has to do, obviously, with the pandemic. And, I'm not trying to take sides. I'm not telling your audience what they should believe about all of this, all of these shenanigans, but there were shenanigans. And it once again demonstrates the corruption of institutionalized science, the fallacy of going with the orthodoxy, whether that be scientific in terms of architecture, structural engineering, or epidemiology. So in many ways, these two movements, 9/11 Truth and what I would consider the health freedom movement, are extremely, extremely linked and synergistic, because in the end, we have the same adversaries. We're confronted with the fact that we have to dismantle the scientific orthodoxy and challenge the validity of trusted media sources. And so we have in each other powerful allies. And in my opinion, we have to work together on this and put aside differences about how we feel about specifics and come together with facing a common adversary.
Right. And, that's what we're trying to address with, I don't know if you've seen this, but we've we're working on draft lead because we challenged NIST. We sent a request for correction to them on their Building 7 report. There was a lot of back and forth, ended up in court. Court said that federal reports don't have to be scientifically accurate. Supreme Court won't hear it. So now we want to make it law that the scientific reports have to be accurate and give citizens the standing to challenge them. And what politician is going to say, oh, no, I think that the science should be wrong. I think that the government has a right to lie. I can see what their motivation would be for that, but it's going to be a difficult thing to say when confronted on that. What's interesting, I noticed this early on when I first started waking up to 9/11, even before I really knew all of the facts about the fall of these buildings, just talking about this casually with the public. You bring this up, even if it's somebody who has nothing to do with what happened that day. They didn't lose family in the towers. They didn't know anybody who was involved in the event. And people would react as if you're criticizing their sibling or something. The defense of the official story, even people that didn't like the Bush administration, people who were on the hard left, who were criticizing everything that Bush did day in, day out. You bring up 9/11 Truth and they say, that's disrespectful to the families. I don't want to hear that. That's a little too far. And it was just like this visceral reaction, just asking simple questions that were being brought up back in 2008. And, it's toned down a little bit, but it still kind of continues. And, you talk in this book about biases that people have. What biases are in play there in relation specifically to the issue of September 11th that we champion?
Well, first of all, I want to say that, interestingly, I don't bring up biases. I bring up sources of bias. Like, what are the conditions that give rise to bias? I would say the most predominant one would be the idea that rejecting evidence based upon a foregone conclusion. This is something that is pivotal when it comes to challenging a very, very basic paradigm, which is to say that, well, we know that there was no evidence of controlled demolition to begin with. So any evidence that there was must be wrong. This is a very, very pivotal error, because if we're truly being scientific, we would look at the evidence first and then draw our conclusion. But what you see most people do is that they start off with, well, that's an absurd position to begin with. So any evidence that you show me must be wrong because I know that it wasn't this. Why are we doing that? And this is the fundamental challenge that we have when we're trying to overturn a fundamental paradigm of how we think about the world. We don't want to go there because we cannot believe it's something like 9/11. The idea that there could be a different story behind it is so egregious that we cannot look at it objectively. So that would be, I would say, the primary source of bias that keeps us from being objective about this. But in the end, all of these biases lead to the same thing. It is an inability to look at things openly. For example, like overconfidence in your position. How do you know you're being overconfident? Well, it's a thoughtful question. And I would say the answer is you're being overconfident if you can't listen to the other side. How did you jump to already knowing that they're wrong? Ask yourself, are you able to articulate their argument accurately? If you cannot do that, then you actually haven't listened to the other side. So these are the kinds of exercises that I invite the reader to do, to get them to question how certain they are about their position. And, Andy, you and I probably have the same shared experience. I have never, ever in my entire, 7 years of trying to speak clearly about this topic, I've never encountered somebody who believes the official narrative who has actually read the technical documents provided by NIST. Never, not once. And this is what's so fascinating is that usually, my conversations have to do with people with scientific backgrounds who proclaim that they're being objective and thorough, but yet they haven't actually read the source documents. And that should, if they were being objective, that should be disquieting for them, to get them to admit that, well, actually, I haven't really read, I'm just listening to what someone else has said about the source documents. You have to read them yourself. I mean, if you truly want to consider yourself to be an objective voice in the matter. So these are the kinds of things that I think are very important. Why haven't you read the source documents? How come you can't articulate what I've said about this? And, overconfidence in a particular position is very, very interesting. Another, idea that I explore here, and, again, these are fascinating topics. What is the difference between believing and knowing? Everybody says, oh, I know what happened on 9/11. Do you? Or are you believing somebody else? Because it's very easy for the mind to jump from believing to knowing. And, one example I bring up often in my public commentary is something like this, which is in 2012, the National Science Foundation asked the public a question. Do you believe the Earth goes around the sun, or do you believe the sun goes around the Earth, right? And embarrassingly, 1 out of 4 Americans, and they surveyed over 1,000 people, think that the sun goes around the Earth every day. Embarrassing, right? I mean, like, how can people in 2024 not know this? And so then my point here is, okay, you know what the answer is? Prove it. How are you going to prove it to me? How are you going to prove it to me without referring to a third party? Like, I don't want you to go to NASA. I don't want you to go to your teacher or some book on astronomy. Show me how you know this to be true independently. And I would suggest that the vast majority of people do not know how to prove it. And if you don't know how to prove it, then you're just believing. You don't actually know. I'm not saying that the Earth is in the center of the universe. I'm saying that you don't actually know. If you can't prove it, you don't know, you believe. So that is, another way to insert yourself into a smart person's mentation to say, hold on a second, you're just believing things. So, this is another way of approaching the problem. And, it may be superfluous, but I feel like if you cannot talk a intelligent mechanical engineer to challenge the official story, then we're dealing with something beyond the cognitive mind and experience. We're dealing with something subconscious, and we have to pull on these threads if we want to make an impact.
All right. What I found works is asking questions more so than just stating a fact. Now, I've done my own share of showmanship and talking about how, because I believe it was a controlled demolition from the facts that I have looked at, but all AE calls for is a new investigation. Of course, we all are people and we have our own ideas on where the evidence leads to, and we've looked at it, objectively from the beginning. But after all these years, and with the cover-up, that's where the evidence leads us. But as an organization, we just call for that new investigation, and then we present our case in the venue where that investigation takes place, hopefully in Congress. But what I do
Right.
is I ask questions. If something doesn't make sense to me, or I see some kind of conflict
Mhm.
in a person's reasoning, they said one particular thing about one matter, and then on a similar matter, they said the other thing. I asked them to, explain that diverse, viewpoints on both of them. And typically you could get an idea of truth from the way the person answers, or, how they address that.
Yep.
So there are ways to get at truth without, when you can't necessarily prove definitively something, you can find the flaws in the argument that's been given to you, and at least let the world know that the final solution or the final answer is still not settled. Now,
Exactly.
in this, you got an area in here where you talk about the power of majorities, and this got me to thinking about how conformity is a survival mechanism, because human beings are social creatures. We have to rely on each other for so many things. Like, for instance, I don't know how to do anesthesiology. I have to, if I need that for a surgery or something, I have to go to you, and I can't learn everything in the world. So we all rely on each other for various things in this world. If you're ostracized from the group, it is actually a threat to your own survival. And I think there's something primal inside people's minds, going back to caveman days, that if you got ostracized from your pack, you're going to be worse off for your own survival. And so in a way, I think that it is a survival mechanism to shirk away from things that are too controversial. And that is how these official narratives are able to be cemented in the public's mind, even if people deep down don't believe them. I know lots of people who say that I'm probably right about 9/11, but I can't do anything about it, and it doesn't help me to think about it. And so, they're just going to choose not to. Give me your thoughts about what I just said about this being a survival mechanism to go along with the majority.
Well, I believe it is. I think, there's survival being part of the herd. What's missing here, I think, is that people have the wrong idea of what majority consensus really means. For example, if every person who votes A, let's say 75% of people vote A is the right answer, B is the wrong answer, there's a lot of power in that. If every single person in that 75% actually did the research and came to that conclusion. But most majorities are not made up of a group of people that all research it independently. Most of those people are just going along with a minority of people who they believe is looking at it correctly. So the majority opinion will be constructed or founded on actually a minority number of the population that we believe has done the research appropriately. So there is inherently a fallacy in thinking that most of the people will get it right most of the time. And that is exactly what's been happening right now, is that, like you said, or like I mentioned, most people haven't actually read the technical documents provided by NIST. So very few people are actually informed about what happened. That's the first thing. The second thing is, in order to come to a majority consensus, there has to be open discussion. Otherwise, you don't really have a consensus. And this has come about quite frequently during the pandemic, where qualified voices were excised from the discussion. I mean, people who, like, I consider my teachers, say in critical care medicine, who have been talking about this for a very long time. These are people who have written books that have published hundreds of peer-reviewed papers. They're not part of the discussion. You cannot include their opinion. That's not a minority of people. And that doesn't mean that they're right or they're wrong, but you have to understand that your confidence in going along with majority is ill-founded, is what I'm saying. Does that make sense?
That's right. And you cut out for a split second there, but I do hear what you were saying. And I mean, we've seen a lot of conformity, of course, on this issue over the years. I mean, this is another interesting phenomenon. So I've kind of come to this conclusion. When I first woke up to 9/11, I thought, oh my God, all I'd have to do is just show some people some YouTube videos and we're going to have this massive uprising. I was very naive when I started.
Yeah.
And I think we all were. I think all of us, like, who have been around that long, just thought, oh my God, you just watch this YouTube video and everyone's going to suddenly have like a little light go on over their head and join the group. But there's so many things that play into human decision making. I mean, even irrational things. Edward Bernays, I actually read his book. But there are certain people, like, it takes like a certain kind of person to wake up to this and openly acknowledge it, and a certain type of person to dismiss it. But within the people who acknowledge it, and I just want to get you, this isn't mentioned, I don't believe, in your book, but it's just your thoughts on this phenomenon. All right, so we're all united on 9/11 truth and justice, and we're all trying to get a new investigation into this. And we come from so many different backgrounds, some people from the right wing, some people from the left wing, and people who believe in various different other issues. Some people may not believe in that. But what happens is, if you have some prominent voice out there that speaks out in favor of our cause, comes out and says, you know what, I think there is something to the Building 7 evidence that Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth talks about. If the person happens to be on the right or the left, or if they believe in something that the supporter or people in the 9/11 Truth movement don't believe in, they want to reject that voice, even though it's coming in support of something that we all agree on. So, like, to me, that's helpful. Even if I don't agree with somebody's politics on, healthcare or the environment or whatever, if they come out and if they're a prominent person, they got a big voice and they say, oh, I agree about the need for a new investigation, I say that's a good thing. But the majority of people now, it feels like, want to just reject a helpful voice because of some outside issue. And I just want to get your thoughts on that phenomenon and what we do about that.
That's a huge problem. 100%, Andy. And I would say you really hit the nail on the head with that. It's very sad to me to see people in our community bicker over the details. That's the first thing. The second thing is we have to look, there's a lot of us out there, more than we realize. And we often hear from a select group of people over and over again, which is great. I mean, we have great authorities at AE 9/11 Truth and other 9/11 Truth organizations that are spot on factual. We need to get more voices involved because it's easy to take down one or two voices or even a handful of voices for the reasons that you mentioned there, because, so-and-so is, from the wrong political party, so we can't listen to anything they're saying. We need to have people across the board, multi-specialty people in science talking about the same thing and sticking to the facts. Because they're I'm saying the orthodoxy that dismisses us out of hand looks to divide us and accentuate the differences. And we have to be very aware that that's what's going on as we engage with other people. I believe one thing we can do better is to educate each other on how to have the proper conversation. Where do we get tripped up? And, a couple of things that for the audience here, in my experience, these are suggestions. Where do we engage? It's usually not so much at the Thanksgiving meal. It's usually on social media, right? The object there, if you are contesting the official narrative that someone is offering, the objective is not to convince them that they're wrong. Like we're missing that. We're not going to do that. No one on social media is going to admit, oh, well, Dr. Setty, you're right. Forgive me. The objective is to convince the audience that you have a better argument. The thousands of people that may be witnessing this exchange, some of them are going to say, wow, this guy, I don't know who he is. He's not even an architect. He's an anesthesiologist, but his arguments are pretty solid, and he does not get triggered into using polemic language. I'm going to listen to this guy because that's how they make up their mind. And we often forget that because we get pushed and instigated into adopting the same tone that we're being attacked with. And we have to rise above that. This is an important part because this is going to take a group effort. Like all the things that we're doing, the need to bring about a reinvestigation, to exploit this in the courts. Honestly, let's be very real here. This is a very, very difficult challenge unless you have the majority of public opinion behind you. Because, look, I don't know for sure. I think all of these pursuits, in terms of assembling grand juries, presenting evidence, getting a reinvestigation, they're controlling the media. They're controlling scientific organizations. They're controlling the publication of the responses, the request for corrections. All of that is being controlled. I think it's slightly naive to think that they don't control the courts as well. And I'm not saying that they're absolutely controlling all of it, but we have to be aware of the fact that that's going to happen unless we have the majority of the public behind us first. That's when we can exact true reformation of the problem. In order to get public opinion, we have to comport ourselves better than the other side. And we have to teach each other how to engage with others who disagree with us. And we have to understand that it is extremely, extremely unfortunate when someone on our side doesn't explain correctly or cites information that's wrong, because that is going to be used to exploit us over and over again. And it just is so frustrating to see people who have the right intention, who understand what happened, but bring up the wrong evidence at the wrong time, or attribute too much certainty to what they're saying. These are all weaknesses that get exploited by the other side to dismiss our argument out of hand. So I think that our community right now, 23 years later, is ready to learn how we can each be advocates for this in a more effective way. That's been my hope, and one of my goals in this is let's figure out how to have a better conversation.
That's right. And we also have people that act bombastic, and I understand the passion, but you got to have the patience for the long game and just understand that change doesn't happen in 2 hours like it's a movie or something. It takes a long time. I mean, abolishing slavery in this country, we hear about Lincoln and the Civil War and everything, but it actually took a long time and the efforts of many people to make that issue go to the forefront. So you got to have patience out there. Dr. Setty, I want to thank you so much for coming on to our event tonight. Again, the book is, I want to make sure I get the full title right here. It is Woke, an Anesthesiologist's View. So check that out on Amazon.com. But we're going to have you back at some point, and good luck to you in your own endeavors.
Thanks, Andy. It's great to be with you, and let's get it done.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a very important segment here of the 24th hour anniversary event. We're going to be joined by Daniele Ganser. He's an author, best known for his book, NATO's Secret Armies. He has a number of other books as well. They're in the titles are in another language, and I probably won't pronounce them very well. So you can just type his name into an Amazon search, and his body of work will come up. But his newest book is USA, the Ruthless Empire. And I imagine that some of the stuff that he'll be talking about today will be covered in this presentation. It gives a really good background into the inner workings and machinations of the U.S. government, and gives you a background into some of the reasons that possibly 9/11 actually happened. So he's going to be giving a presentation during this. Let me go ahead and bring in Daniele. Thank you for joining us here on the 24th hour.
Hey, Andy. Thanks for having me.
So I'm going to disappear for the next hour or so. The show is going to be all yours, so please take it away.
Yeah, thanks very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to your audience. And first of all, thanks a lot for the whole 9/11 Truth movement. I'm really grateful that you do the work that you do. I consider you to be the peace movement in the United States. I am here in Switzerland. I'm 52 years old. I try to promote the peace movement here in Switzerland and in Germany and in Austria in the German-speaking world. So usually I speak German, but I'm very happy to speak English today. I will present some facts from my book, USA, the Ruthless Empire. It is really about the wars of US presidents. And I explain in my book that there's a huge difference between the US population, who doesn't really want all these wars, and the presidents who, with lies, can convince the public to go into yet another war time and time again. My book has been published in German originally. That's the German version, has sold 100,000 copies. The English version has sold 1,000 copies. So that's 100,000, that's 1,000. It's probably difficult to speak about a ruthless empire in the US. But let's go through this different points. I first want to talk about Pearl Harbor, 1941. I want to make the argument that US President Roosevelt was aware of the attack that the Japanese were attacking, and that it therefore was a let it happen on purpose operation, a LEHOP operation. So this is United States. This is the attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941. 2,400 US soldiers were killed. So that is undisputed. Everybody knows that. But the question whether it was a surprise really depends on whom you're talking about. I mean, if you talk about the US population, they were certainly surprised. If you talk about the soldiers on Hawaii who were killed or wounded, they were certainly surprised. So here, the Dallas Morning News on December 8, 1941 speaks, Japanese open surprise war on the US, hundreds killed in attacks on Isle. US and Japs at war, that's another headline at the time. If you look at people who grabbed these newspapers, please keep in mind there was no YouTube at that time. There was no internet at that time, where in 1941, there was not even television at the time. There was only cinemas, there was newspapers, and there was radio. So people grabbed the newspapers. It was all they could get their hands on. And the newspaper said it was a surprise attack. Now, Franklin Delano Roosevelt was US president from 1933 to 1945. And the question really is, for historians like me, did he know that Japan was going to attack? And my answer is yes, Roosevelt knew. Was it LEHOP, let it happen on purpose? Yes, it was. And I know that still today, many people in the US find this hard to believe. Many people in Switzerland find this hard to believe. And I just ask everybody to make up their own minds. The US Office of Naval Intelligence, that's ONI, had succeeded in intercepting and decrypting both the diplomatic and the military communications of the Japanese. And that's important, without the Japanese taking notice of it. And that was basically U.S. journalist Robert Stinnett, who proves this in his very detailed study on Pearl Harbor. So I'm taking research that was carried out in the United States. I read it here in Switzerland, and I, send it back to the United States. That's how information moves around the globe. The intercepted data was extremely valuable and was referred to as magic within naval intelligence. Only President Roosevelt and his closest advisors had access to the magic information. So it is an established historical fact that this data was intercepted and that it was called magic. We know what they know, but they don't know that we know it. That's what Chief of Staff General George Marshall accurately described the situation at the time. So the highest military officer, the Chief of Staff, is the highest military officer in the United States. He's not the commander-in-chief. The president is the commander-in-chief. Then there's vice president. Then there's the secretary of defense. And then there's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And then all the generals. And then the officers. And then the soldiers. So if you look at it like a pyramid, the top of the pyramid really knew. So that's Roosevelt. And that's Marshall. They knew. But lower ranking officers in the military or even soldiers didn't have a clue, and people on the streets had no clue at all. And the transcripts of the radio interceptions were placed in a leather briefcase at the Naval Office in Washington, which ONI officer delivered to President Roosevelt at the White House every day. And the president monitored the Japanese and shared the information only with his closest aides. So it was known in Washington, but the information, for instance, was not sent to the commanding officers on Hawaii. So even within the military, there was a betrayal that not everybody was in the loop. Some people were just left out. And in July 1941, that's 4 months before the attack on Pearl Harbor, the US shut down oil exports to Japan. We cut off their access to their money, their fuel, and their trade, explained Joseph Rochefort, a U.S. Naval Intelligence officer within the ONI. We tightened the screws more and more. They saw no other means than war to get out of this stranglehold. And after the Japanese raid on Pearl Harbor and the deaths of 2,400 U.S. citizens, Rochefort commented, and that's a very important quote, he said, "It was a pretty cheap price to pay for the unanimity of the nation." Okay, so that is really secret warfare, that you let an attack happen. You have 2,400 people killed, of your own. So US soldiers are killed. And Rochefort says that's the price you have to pay. Because at the time, during the Second World War, there were many Americans who not want to fight in Europe. They didn't want to fight in Japan. They didn't want to fight at all. They didn't want to take part in World War II. And Roosevelt said, well, how do I get my country into that war? And he said, we could provoke Japan to attack the US Pacific Fleet in Hawaii. So he first moved the headquarters from the Pacific Fleet, which used to be in California, out into the Pacific Ocean. It's like, you put the bait closer to the bear, to the lion, whoever. And then he cut off the oil supply of Japan. So the Japanese were going forth and back across the Pacific Ocean with their oil tankers. And at one time in July 1941, the Japanese oil tanker crossed the Pacific empty, and he went back home empty. That's a very, very significant point. That's the moment when Roosevelt cut off the oil supply. And then the Japanese, who have no oil at all, and who were very invasive during the Second World War, they were conquering territory all over the place, and they knew they had to have the oil. And if they don't have the oil, that will mean defeat. And I think this is important to understand, that it was a LEHOP operation. The U.S. also moved aircraft carriers away at the time, just shortly before the attack, because Roosevelt knew that the attack was coming. He moved the most important ships away, and those were obviously the aircraft carrier. He sent them on a taxi mission, just to do something somewhere else. And he didn't tell the commanding officer in Hawaii that the attack was coming. So that's Pearl Harbor, 1941. Again, more details in my book, USA, the Ruthless Empire. I know it's hard to understand for somebody who's not into deception, because the core of this is deception. But in war, or shortly before wars break out, deception plays a crucial role. And this is not only something that happened in 2001 with 9/11. That clearly was deception as well. But it was also happening during the Second World War. And if people are now very sad and see no light, then I tell them, we actually have a much better situation today to understand the deception, because through the internet, we can communicate. I know that, internet is heavily censored, etc. But if somebody digs for it, and if somebody really searches for it, he can find out a lot of stuff. Think of those, poor citizens who just had the newspaper, which was handed out to them, and then young men who had no clue at all enlisted in the army and said, "Let's fight, let's fight." We were attacked, and they didn't know anything about magic. Second example really is from the Vietnam War. How did it start in 1964? Take a look at the map. This is Vietnam. At the time, it was split into two parts: the North, which was communist, and the South, which was supported by the United States, put it that way. And in the North, you see there's a bit of sea territory. It's all, labeled in German. Sorry, because I usually do my presentations in German, but Gulf of Tonkin in German is Golf von Tonkin. But Gulf of Tonkin is the area that we want to talk about. And in this area, US President Johnson, who was in charge at the time, said that an American ship had been attacked by the North Vietnamese. North Vietnamese patrol boats attack US destroyer. PT means patrol boat. These are just small boats, and a destroyer is a big boat. So that's the Globe and Mail from August 5, 1964. And the ship we're talking about is the USS Maddox. It is historically confirmed that the USS Maddox at the time was in the Gulf of Tonkin. And then US President Johnson, just shortly after the assassination of John F. Kennedy, who was killed in 1963 in Dallas, Texas, in 1964, escalated the Vietnam War, and Johnson claimed that the US Maddox was attacked twice. This is what he said on August 4, 1964, in a speech broadcasted late at night on US television. Again, at the time, we only had television, we had radio, and we had newspapers. There was no internet, there was no YouTube. Basically, it was the main TV channels that people switched on, and late at night, many were drunk or were tired, or they were not questioning what the president was saying. They were just watching the news. And he said, there was an attack on US ships in the Gulf of Tonkin. People didn't even know where the Gulf of Tonkin was. Most people didn't know. So Johnson lied that North Vietnam had attacked the US Maddox twice. That's important. He said it was a repeated attack. So one attack on one day and another attack on another day. And that was a lie. And let's take the original quote. That's what he said. As President and Commander-in-Chief, it is my duty to the American people to report that renewed hostile actions against United States ships in the high seas in the Gulf of Tonkin have today required me to order the military forces of the United States to take action in reply. So Johnson argues they attacked first, we have to react. The initial attack on the destroyer Maddox, that's the ship I just showed, on August 2nd was repeated today, so that means August 4th, by a number of hostile vessels. That's North Vietnamese ships. This new act of aggression aimed directly at our own forces again brings home to all of us in the United States the importance of the struggle for peace and security in Southeast Asia. Now, I looked at the data, and so Johnson says there were two attacks on August 2 and then August 4, but that's not true. The National Security Agency, the NSA, which is responsible for worldwide surveillance and decryption of electronic communication, and which also spies on everybody all across the globe, declassified more than 140 formerly top secret documents on the Gulf of Tonkin incident in 2005. So that's almost 20 years ago, including a study by NSA historian Robert Hanyuk. And I put a picture of him down below the Maddox. And his study confirms what other historians had long suspected. There was no attack on US ships in the Gulf of Tonkin on August 4th. So the second attack never happened, and the first attack was provoked because the US had sent small patrol boats to South Vietnam. They had gone north and had attacked military infrastructure, like communication infrastructure on the shores of North Vietnam. Then they had returned. So these were South Vietnamese small boats. And then the US Maddox moved close to these small boats. And the North Vietnamese thought, okay, the Maddox is giving cover to those small boats. And so they fired at the Maddox on August 2nd. And then, you know, they didn't even hit the Maddox. The ship was not sunk. Nobody was hurt on the Maddox. And Johnson said, oh, yeah, there were repeated attacks. But Hanyuk says, the overwhelming body of reports, if used, would have told the story that no attack occurred. That's the August 4 attack. So we really have to be, it's the same with 9/11. We really have to be very precise, very, very specific questions, very, very specific answers. And we're lucky that, you know, there are people in the United States who go after the story and try to find out the truth. In the end, these lies were produced in the United States, and the truth was also found in the United States. I'm on the other side of the Atlantic, you know, just reading the data, and I just want to say thanks to everybody in the US who works hard to find out how deception works. And so that was a huge lie. You know, there's more than 50,000 US soldiers died after that in the Vietnam War, which lasted from 64 to 75. There's more than 2 million Vietnamese were killed. And that's all very tragic. But what we really have to look at is the beginning. And the beginning is August 1964. And there we have really to spend a lot of time to go again and again and again and look at it in detail. And I come to the conclusion the Vietnam War was based on lies. And there's more details in my book. So all these soldiers who were then serving in Vietnam, they obviously didn't know anything about that. They were just trusting their government. They were trusting the president, and they were trusting the New York Times, and they were trusting, what journalists said, or what teachers said, or what television commentators said. I was very interested to read some of the data of men who served in Vietnam, and one guy is William Earhart. On the left hand side, you see him in 1967 in Vietnam, and on the right hand side, you see him 2017 in the USA. So obviously, as time goes by, we all look differently. I mean, if I look at pictures when I was 20, I look differently now that I'm 52. But Bill Earhart, aged 17, joined the US Marines, and for 13 months in Vietnam, he survived. He came back. And he said, when the government said that the communists were taking over Vietnam, and if we didn't stop them there, we would have to stop them eventually in San Diego in California, I took that at face value, recalls Earhart. I had no reason, and that is important, at that time to distrust my government, my teachers, or the New York Times. So that is really the essence from my research, that if people trust what the president says, what the New York Times writes, and what teachers at school say, they will not be able to evade these mistakes. The war propaganda is very strong. You know, when the president says there are weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and when U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell goes to New York and speaks in front of the Security Council and says Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction. In fact, you know, he did that in 2003. People are impressed, and I say, as a historian, there's really no reason to be impressed. You know, these are lies. You should always, you know, have the courage to stand up and say, well, that's the story that the president just, you know, presented. Is it true or not? And whenever the story says, and therefore we have to kill other people, and therefore we have to invade another country, then I really urge you to think twice, and check again. And some people come along and say, but, you know, the New York Times said, you know, that the Vietnamese attacked Maddox, and, you know, we have to retaliate. The New York Times was wrong on that one. The New York Times, in fact, has done a very, very poor job investigating 9/11. And they should have done that because obviously the center of the attack was in New York. So people who trust the New York Times or who trust US president blindly will always swallow war propaganda easily. Now, I want to come to a third topic, which is Gladio. Gladio is a topic I specialized in my PhD research. So I have a PhD in history, and that's the book I wrote. It's called NATO Secret Armies, Operation Gladio and Terrorism in Western Europe. It's not very well known. Many people don't know anything about Gladio, but I'll give you just a glimpse of the data, so you understand that the reflection about war and deception is very important. NATO has around 960 million people. And NATO is consisting of 32 countries. So I've marked these countries in green. You see the US and Canada are part of NATO. There you see France, and you certainly see Spain and Portugal, or Germany. South of Germany, you see that little bit between Italy and Germany. That's Switzerland. That's where I'm based. And to the east of Switzerland, you see Austria. It's also gray because Switzerland and Austria are not part of NATO. Next to the UK, you see Ireland. Ireland is not part of NATO. And to the south of Austria, you see Bosnia and Serbia. They're not part of NATO. But NATO is now 32 countries. Is basically run by the United States, and almost 1 billion people live in these countries, and that's about 12% of global population. So NATO is not the majority of global population. And Operation Gladio, that's this book, was a secret structure within the NATO countries. So the cover operation was uncovered in 1990, so that's 35 years now ago. When Italian Prime Minister Giulio Andreotti confirmed that the CIA, MI6, and NATO trained and directed an underground army of paramilitary units across Europe. In Italy, the stay-behind army was called Gladio. Gladio means sword, like a sword, a Roman sword, like the gladiators. Probably you know the gladiators. There even was a film, with Russell Crowe, Gladiator. But that's the Roman Empire, different period. It linked up with right-wing extremists and now carried out false flag terror attacks to undermine political opponents. What is a false flag terrorist attack? That is a terror attack that kills people, and afterwards, this attack is being blamed on another group, which didn't carry out the attack. That is a false flag. You just carry out a terrorist attack, everybody's shocked, full of fear, and then in that moment where people are full of fear, there are ways to just give them information, and they're almost unable to critically reflect upon whether that information is accurate or not. So this is Giulio Andreotti, probably not very well known in the US. He died some 10 years ago, and he was the most powerful politician in Italy during the Cold War. He served 7 times as prime minister. So he knew the inside of Italian politics. And on August 3, 1990, he confirmed the existence of a secret army called Gladio. In 1990, in August, Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait. So, most people focused on the Kuwait war. And this Gladio story was big news in Europe. It was big news in Europe. I don't think it was big news in the United States. There were some reports, but most people have never understood what it was about. But it is a huge problem if you have in a democratic country like Italy or France. There were, secret armies all over in Greece, in Turkey, in Germany. In Germany, they even had former right-wing extremists in these secret armies, because these secret armies had the task to prepare for a potential Soviet invasion. So they had arms caches on secret locations in the forest or on the cemetery or whatever. And then they thought if there was a Soviet invasion, they would fight as a guerrilla force. Now, there was never a Soviet invasion. But then the question is, were these secret armies used to influence European politics during the Cold War? And the answer is yes. The highest ranking officer within NATO is the Supreme Allied Commander Europe, the so-called Zwicker. And on November 7, 1919, US General John Galvin, he was the Zwicker at the time, confirmed in Brussels, that's NATO headquarters in Europe, in front of NATO ambassadors, the existence of stay-behind armies who were coordinated by NATO Supreme Headquarters Allied Powers Europe, SHAPE. So during the Cold War, NATO had secret armies in Western Europe. Even in Switzerland, which was not part of NATO, a secret army with the code name P26 existed. And that is something which comes as a huge surprise to historians today. We go like, actually, you shouldn't have secret armies in a democratic country. It's okay if you have an army, but the parliament needs to know how much money does the army have, how many soldiers are in the army, how many tanks, how many ships, etc. You shouldn't have a secret army of which the parliament doesn't know anything at all. That is unconstitutional. And one of the most interesting facts is that on August 8, 1990, NATO ambassadors talked about Gladio behind closed doors, and Italy was represented by Ambassador Francesco Fulci, and he's the guy here in the picture. And Fulci said, weapons used in some terrorist incidents had come from stores established by Gladio. So this is highly significant. He says, okay, we know that the secret armies existed. CIA, MI6 were training the secret armies. So that's the British and the American secret services. And they said, we just trained them, to become paramilitary forces in case of a Soviet invasion. But now here's Ambassador Fulci, who says weapons used in some terrorist incidents had come from stores established by Gladio. So the stores, they contained explosives, they contained machine guns, etc. And these stores were in different parts of Italy, in different parts of France, in different parts of Greece, and in different parts of Turkey. And the fact that these stores were used by secret soldiers to carry out terrorist attacks, that really turns upside down the history of Western Europe during the Cold War, because it's not something most people know about. So there was a terrorist attack, for instance, in Italy, in the village Peteano. In this terrorist attack, 3 policemen were killed. I speak about it in more detail in my book. They were, called to a car, an abandoned small car, and when they came to the car and opened the door, it triggered a bomb, and the car exploded, and the policemen on the scene were killed. So that was an attack on the state, people were killed, policemen were killed. So that's very serious. And the man who killed these policemen was Vincenzo Vinciguerra, but he was not arrested immediately. He was only arrested many years later. Immediately after the attack, this attack was blamed on the extreme left in Italy, Brigate Rosse and other groups. They said, the Italian extreme left always does these things. And this was designed to discredit the communists in Italy, because they didn't want the communists to become a strong party. There was a strong communist party in Italy. There were, a lot of communists in the Italian parliament. And the US and other countries feared that Italy would, turn into a communist country. So they carried out terrorist attack in Italy and blamed it on the communists to make them look bad. Only years later, it became clear that the communists had nothing to do with these terrorist attacks. So Vincenzo Vinciguerra said, I have killed the 3 policemen in Peteano, and then the state destabilized the public order to stabilize the political order. So the public order is obviously destabilized if you carry out a terrorist attack. And the political order was, let's not have any communists in the executive. It's okay if they're in parliament. That's the legislative branch. So that's, House of Representatives and Senate. They can sit there if you want, but they cannot be defense minister, prime minister, or interior minister. That'd be dangerous. And to stabilize the political order really means you can use false flag terrorism. The Secret Service in Italy was informed after the Peteano attack, not before, but after the attack. They knew from October 72 onwards that I had done it, but they wanted the violence to come exclusively from the political left and not also from the right. Therefore, I was a man who was protected. Now, this is Vincenzo Vinciguerra, and he's speaking to Italian journalist Sergio Zavoli, and I translated this from the Italian original. Vincenzo Vinciguerra was from the extreme right, Ordine Nuovo, which is right-wing group in Italy, and he was connected to these Gladio people. And he's now doing prison in the prison opera. This is a prison center close to Milano, which has 1,300 prisoner. And here, Vincenzo Vinciguerra, he has been in prison near Milano since September 79. So remember, the attack was in 72. Only in 79, he was put into prison. And he's now done 44 years, and he's still in prison because he confessed having killed 3 policemen in Petiano. Now, the point that I want to make is that Vincenzo Vinciguerra was on a very low scale. It was in a very low scale, and people higher up in the hierarchy, they knew, within the secret services, for instance, that the arms from the Gladio arms caches had been used. Even the ambassador, knew and talked to it at the meeting of NATO ambassadors. But NATO today doesn't want to talk about Gladio at all because it's a huge scandal. If NATO is linked in any way to terrorism in any country of Europe, that, it's just unspeakable. They go like, no, of course we wouldn't do that. No, come on. But if you look at the original document that we have here, that's from the United Kingdom delegation to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. It is from November 1990, and if you go to the last paragraph, that is paragraph 4, Fulci, Italian permanent representative to NATO, circulate an aid memoir. Fulci said that weapons used in some terrorist incidents had come from stores established by Gladio. That's it. So Gladio is connected to terrorism, and Gladio is connected to NATO, and NATO is connected to terrorism. I want to make clear that this, is my research, and I've really spent many, many, many hours to write this book. It took me 4 years, but I think it's terribly interesting. Obviously, it's highly specialized research, false flag terrorism. But I want to tell you that when 9/11 happened, I did my PhD in September 2001 here in Switzerland. And, immediately came to my mind, maybe it's false flag. Maybe it's false flag terrorism, because I worked on this for 4 years. And interestingly, in the years 98, 99, and the year 2000, everybody was telling me, why do you research terrorism, Daniele? Terrorism is not interesting. Why don't you do globalization for your PhD? And I thought, no, terrorism is interesting. I'm looking at false flag terrorism. How you can deceive populations by carrying out terrorist attacks and blaming them on somebody else. And then in September 2001, I was actually doing my PhD exams here in Switzerland, Basel University. And I was thinking, are they going to ask me about 9/11? They didn't, but I passed my exams. So that was Gladio. I think we might as well touch on Ukraine 2014, because that is now a very current topic. Ukraine, there in the back in yellow, you have Putin, you have who's the president of Russia, obviously, Xi Jinping, who's the president of China, and you have Olaf Scholz, who's the chancellor in Germany, and have Joe Biden, president of the United States. They all see this conflict very differently. But NATO enlarged, that's important. I looked at NATO during the Cold War, and then you have an enlargement of NATO. This is NATO in 1988. So you see, Germany was still split into BRD and DDR. Now, if you watch closely there, DDR, NATO enlarged. So that's Germany. All the countries are in German, sorry. So that's the first step. That is in 1990, a reunification of Germany. And then the Americans promised to then the Soviet Union that NATO would not enlarge. That was US Secretary of State James Baker talking to Gorbachev in Moscow in February 1990. And then they broke the promise, and in 1999, Poland was added to NATO, Czech Republic and Hungary. And then Romania, Bulgaria, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Slovakia and Slovenia joined. So NATO, went up to 26 members. If you go back, that's the Cold War, and that's NATO enlargement. Then you have Albania and Croatia, Montenegro, North Macedonia. And this enlargement of NATO is being felt by the Russians as a threat, because they know that the further NATO extends, the more American military officers can position their weapons in Europe. They can move their weapons closer to Russia. And that's, the Cuban Missile Crisis reloaded. During the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, Nikita Khrushchev put missiles into Cuba. Fidel Castro at the time was president. Kennedy was president in the US, John F. Kennedy. And, John F. Kennedy said, you got to take them away. Take these missiles. I don't want missiles so close to my border. And that's the same thing now with Russia. The point is in 23, Finland joined, and then in 24, Sweden joined. So NATO is now 32 countries long. And Joe Biden was vice president under President Barack Obama when the government in Ukraine was overthrown in Kiev, that's the capital, in February 2014. And I also have this in my book, Ruthless Empire. And I want to stress that at that time, you had snipers who were shooting both police officers and demonstrators, because, police officers and demonstrators were clashing in Kiev in 2014 in the winter, in February. And, the clashes went on and on and on. And then on one day, there were snipers who killed from both groups. And then these groups thought that the other group they didn't think of a third group. So they thought the other group had been shooting. And Ivan Kotkanovsky has done some excellent research. He's from Canada on that. But that's also false flag strategy of tension. It's very much like Gladio. And the coup in Ukraine was triggered in Kiev on February 20, 2014, when snipers shot both demonstrators and police alike, which plunged the country into chaos. President Viktor Yanukovych and Prime Minister Nikolai Azarov were forced to resign. So the democratically elected leaders were thrown out. And that U.S. State Department Victoria Nuland had been pulling the strings, along with Jeffrey Pyatt, the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. Phone conversations between Nuland and Ambassador Pyatt, in which they discussed the composition of the new government before the coup, were intercepted and caused uproar because Nuland had insulted the European Union by saying, fuck the EU. She didn't know. She didn't know that her phone was being intercepted. So Victoria Nuland is part of the neocons, and the neocons obviously, want to push the American empire. And so if you look at 2014, it's another example to what disaster this policy can lead to. Because after the coup in 2014, you have a civil war, 8 years, where the newly installed government, which came to power by the coup d'etat, attacks its own population in the east of Ukraine, and that then triggers the Russian invasion in February 22. And now we're 24, and 2 years down the road, more than 500 people killed in Ukraine. But you really have to look to February 2014 and the snipers who shoot both demonstrators and policemen alike. The USSR, just to remind maybe a younger audience, fell apart in 1991, and Russia is one bit of the USSR. And you see number 6 there is Ukraine. So Ukraine before was part of Russia, part of the USSR, sorry. Once USSR fell apart in 1991, Ukraine became an independent country. And if you look at the maps, this is Ukraine in 1991. And then after the coup d'etat in 2014, the Crimea, which is the peninsula in the south, split away. That's Ukraine in 2014. It's now part of Russia. And then in 2024, Ukraine looks like that. They have lost Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhzhia, and Kherson. These are the territories in the east of Ukraine. There's still heavy fighting going on. And now on August 6, 2024, so a month ago, Ukraine has launched an invasion into Russia. And I just look at it and I think it's just dangerous. It's really dangerous because Russia is a nuclear power and Ukraine is being used by the British and the Americans to weaken Russia. But this can really backfire. So I'm not going to go into this newest development here in Ukraine. I'm just telling you that NATO enlargement has hit a critical moment in 2008 when US President George Bush invited Ukraine to become a NATO member. You know, Ukraine is not a NATO member yet, but this invitation really triggered the Russians and they said, we don't want Ukraine ever to be part of NATO. And US President Joe Biden during the last 4 years has just, supported Ukraine in their fight against the Russians. I hope that, this will not escalate even further. But it is a very brutal war. And it is, in its essence, it's a NATO war, a secret NATO war. So that, these were my points. First point, Pearl Harbor, 1941. My point is Roosevelt knew, so don't trust the president, don't trust the newspaper. Gulf of Tonkin, 1964. It was a provoked skirmish there, and there were not 2 attacks on the Maddox, so President Johnson lied in 1964. Gladio 1990, that's something I just want to draw attention to. There were secret armies, that's confirmed. They were set up by the CIA, that's confirmed. And there were terrorist attacks in Italy and in other countries, and the secret armies were involved through the material which was used in these terrorist attacks. That's still something very new. Most people don't know anything about Gladio. Ask your best friend what he thinks about Operation Gladio, and he probably doesn't know it. Ukraine 2014, that is being discussed widely, that there was a coup d'etat and that the Victoria Nuland was involved. And the snipers were involved, but it needs to be discussed even further. And as to 9/11, I can only say that I really like this movie Peace, War, and 9/11, where Graham McQueen, whom I've been in personal contact with and who has died, but he was such an excellent soul. And he said 9/11 was a tremendous war trigger. It led to the destruction of nations. It led to a lot of deaths and refugees. We cannot accept it because it's a fraud. And I fully agree with Graham McQueen. It was a fraud. We have to study and expose it, and I think that's true. And I congratulate you all that you do this. I know it's difficult work, and sometimes it's hard. It's hard to do this work, but I think we just owe it to everybody who's been hurt by it in the US and outside the US, in Afghanistan or other countries. I've been an anti-war activist. I've done my best. I can go with a satisfied mind. He said that when he was diagnosed with cancer and that he knew that he couldn't, live much longer. And it's the same, I think, for everybody in the movement. We do this out of conviction. We do this out of conviction just to do the right thing, to continue this work. And I put it in my book, Ruthless Empire. I put up the blowing up of World Trade Center 7. That's on page 223. I'm personally absolutely convinced that World Trade Center 7 was destroyed by controlled demolition. And I'm convinced that, 9/11 was a fraud. So that's the context I wanted to add. And with this, I conclude. Thank you very much.
All right there. Thank you so much for that very informative presentation. Just a couple of questions that came to my mind while watching this. I'm obviously, famously, at least to this audience, maybe not to the general world, people have had it sink in that Roosevelt knew about the coming attack, did everything he could to make it worse when it was coming in. But it brings to mind this question. Now, Roosevelt was obviously an active president. You don't serve 4 terms without knowing what you're doing, whether on the side of good or bad. He knew what he was doing. But there are some presidents, thinking of the second Bush comes to mind, where you find it hard to imagine them being able to run a child's lemonade stand, much less, an elaborate operation and whatnot. Now, I personally believe that he had to have knowledge of what was coming with September 11th and be in the know. But is it possible, and in some of these operations, and are there any examples of operations that happen where the president is deceived as well, or a head of state of any country, where the intelligence apparatus works behind the scenes, makes the event happen, and then waves it in the head of state's face and say, look what happened, sir or ma'am, this, we need to go to war?
In the Gladio case, the Belgian defense minister didn't know that there was a secret army in his country. His name was Guy Coem, so he was the defense minister. You ask about whether it's possible that a prime minister or a president, who is the chief of the executive, is not involved. I doubt it. I really doubt it. But the defense minister from Belgium in 1990 was in Italy when the secret army was exposed in Italy. And Italian Prime Minister Giulio Andreotti then told the Belgian defense minister, well, you have a secret army in your country as well. And he said, I'm the defense minister. I should know. So he flew back to Brussels, and he asked his chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and so that's the highest-ranking military officer, and the highest-ranking military officer confirmed to the defense minister, yes, there's a secret army here in Belgium. And the defense minister then said, why don't I know? And then the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff said, well, we're military professionals. We're always here. You're just a politician. You come and go. So, Andy, the question that you really hint at, I guess, is George Bush. He came into office in January 2001. And, most people didn't think of him as a brilliant mind. But I think if you look for somebody who's been much more experienced, then really it is important to turn to Vice President Dick Cheney. And I think a case has to be made that if we compare Roosevelt, who was, a very, very experienced politician who was really informed of the whole thing during Pearl Harbor, he was informed. As I've said, I'm personally convinced Roosevelt was informed. And therefore, I think Roosevelt has to be compared to Dick Cheney. I think Dick Cheney was to my mind, definitely informed. So usually the boss of the executive is informed. Some people in the legislative branch, so in parliament, are sometimes informed, but only, selected people. And the public at large doesn't know much. So I usually make these three groups.
What seems so sinister about this is that in a lot of cases, in modern times, because they could get away with maybe just controlling some people in the press back in the day, because that's the only way people got their information. But at least in modern times is the involvement of private industry in such events. For instance, and you learned this from Barrie Zwicker's presentation back in the day about the Iraqi incubator baby incident, where the Iraqi soldiers invade Kuwait. They go into there's this claim that they go into the Kuwaiti hospital, that they're knocking over incubators, stepping on babies. I mean, the most horrific things. They bring into this girl to go testify to Congress, supposedly a Kuwaiti nurse. She cries in front of Congress. They get the support to have the Gulf War. It comes out later that this girl was the Kuwaiti ambassador's daughter. Yeah. And she was coached by a PR firm. So that's beyond government being involved, that they're hiring private firms to be involved in this. So I just want to hear your commentary on that.
Yeah, that was Hill and Knowlton. Hill and Knowlton was the public relations company. It's really about selling a story, I mean, people understand. Let's take this step by step. People understand that stories are being sold, like the story, you should buy this car, or you should eat your food in this restaurant, right? So there's advertisement, and advertisement is designed to influence people. Otherwise, you wouldn't spend millions for advertising. People understand that. I mean, everybody knows that this is going on. But people don't think that this goes to the level of selling wars. I mean, just think of it very logically. It's not such a huge step, actually. If you say we live in capitalist structures, and within capitalist structures, you are selling stories that, people actually sell the Iraq war in 1991. That was Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait in August 1990. And in 1989, Bush Sr., who then was president, he had invaded Panama. So Bush goes on different talk shows. He just talks to people and says, "Oh, that's impossible. Saddam just invaded Kuwait. It's incredible." And then people who are a bit critical said, "Well, you just invaded, Panama. So what's the difference?" And he says, "No, that's completely different. He's really evil. I invaded Panama to help. Noriega's a bad guy and whatever." And if you look at the data with the Kuwait invasion, April Glaspie was the U.S. ambassador in Kuwait at the time. And Saddam Hussein was deceived on many levels because he was being supported by the U.S. during the war from 1980 to 1988, when Saddam Hussein was fighting Iran. And the U.S. supported Saddam Hussein at the time, and because he was fighting Khomeini. So Saddam was thinking, well, I'm maybe not the closest friend, but I'm somewhat of a friend to the U.S. So he talks to April Glaspie and tells her, well, I'm not happy with Kuwait. They're drilling into Iraqi oil, and I have to get that country back. And she says, whatever you do there, it's a border dispute, and you solve it the way you want to solve it. So some analysts of this Iraq war say he was tricked into that invasion, but he still has the responsibility for that invasion. And you're right. After he invaded, the U.S. population again was not very ready to go, and fight for oil in Iraq or Kuwait. So the story was shifted into a personal story that, babies were killed by Iraqi soldiers who had not only invaded Kuwait, but then had gone to, the hospital, and in the hospital they had gone to the department where the newborn babies were, in the incubator. And the story was they took the babies out of the incubators, and the babies died. And Bush repeated that story again and again and again, and it was all lies. So the bottom line for me really is, it's not so difficult. Just don't believe what the president says when he says we have to go to war. That's really not so difficult, because the president has to move through this very critical door where he says, and now we go to war. And there, I really urge people to pay attention and say, wait, which country? What's the reason? And with 9/11, the attack was on September 11, and the attack on Afghanistan was on 7 October. So we don't even have 1 month for people to reflect. And so that makes it very difficult. I understand that people are, if you're shocked emotionally, it's very hard to reflect.
Absolutely. And being told that it's okay to launch that invasion over the slant oil drilling, which, is a legitimate gripe for a country, and then to go back on that. When you're dealing with rival groups or dealing with even allies, your word is your bond. It's a very important thing that, when you say something, you have to mean it. And so the U.S. should have taken a huge diplomatic hit when that came out around the world. Maybe it did. I don't know, but definitely interesting.
In NATO countries, these things are not discussed a lot. They NATO countries, as I said, there are 32 NATO countries. And the thing is that most people within NATO countries, they move within NATO countries. So I'm now based in Switzerland. I'm not in a NATO country, but I move into Germany. I go to France for a holiday. I go to Italy for a holiday. I've visited the US. I've been in Canada. I was in Sweden. I was in Norway. I was in Finland. I was in Holland. I was in Portugal. I was in Spain. So, you move a lot within NATO countries. It's basically the same narrative. NATO is good. The rest is evil. And once you move out of that world, I've been to India, or I've been to Cuba, or I've been to Russia. I've not been to China yet, but I want to go there once. And once you move out of NATO countries, you hear completely different narratives. And people go like, yeah, we were bombed by you. Why did you do that? And usually we're like, oh, yeah, did we bomb you? What year was that? And so it's a completely different perspective. People in Afghanistan, or people in Libya, or people in Serbia, or people in Iraq, or people in Iran, or, and I try to get this perspective from these countries. I either read books from these countries, translated into English or German, or when I meet people from these countries, I talk to them. So the deception is really at the highest level within the NATO countries, because NATO countries have, from 45 to today, carried out most wars. That's NATO countries. Mm-hmm. And our newspapers therefore have not newspapers, our television and YouTube algorithms have the hardest time to keep us sort of in line, because they need to really carry out a lot of deception and manipulation to keep us behind these wars.
That's funny. You mentioned you haven't been to China. I did go to China, and it just coincidentally was right after the U.S. had dropped the bomb on the Chinese embassy somewhere. I can't remember where. So everybody was asking me about that.
99.
Was it okay? Well, it wasn't right after then, but I got a lot of questions about it. I was in 2001, right before 9/11. But they still remember, and they all wanted me, as if George Bush is discussing foreign policy with me. But yeah, I wanted to ask one last question here, because this comes up every once in a while from those debunkers and the people who don't like what we're saying here about 9/11 truth and such, that, if it was an inside job and a bunch of people on the internet figured it out, then of course other countries would figure it out. Why aren't they saying anything about it? Why isn't Putin going before the UN and presenting evidence? It would serve his interest. Or and it reminded me while you were talking about the funny business going on in the Ukraine with the two sides being shot at by a third party and turning on each other. Has Putin called that out? And why don't they talk about this more especially when it's done against them?
They do talk about the putsch, the coup d'etat in Kiev, but it doesn't surface much in our NATO media. That's the thing. We usually think Putin doesn't talk about it because I have not heard of it on CNN or Fox News. Now, that implies that you hear what Putin says on CNN or Fox News, which you don't. You just don't. So if you go to the original talks of Putin, some of which are available in English and also in German, then you will see that he's repeatedly said this was a coup d'etat in Kiev, and the elected government was overthrown. And the one moment when he famously had the opportunity to talk to a U.S. audience was when Putin talked to Tucker Carlson. Do you remember that? Tucker Carlson flew to Moscow and talked to Putin. Okay, so then there was this moment when Putin says, or Tucker Carlson asks him, about the coup d'etat, and Putin actually speaks about it. He speaks about it, and he says the CIA did it. But you rarely hear anything from Putin in original quotes. They just don't give him the voice. They say, he's a thug, he's a new Hitler, whatever. So, or you never hear the voice of Saddam Hussein or the voice of Gaddafi, or you never hear the voice of Milosevic, the countries, or of Noriega from Panama, or Osama bin Laden. I mean, you never hear them. Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan after 9/11 said, I didn't do it. So the BBC reported it and said, Osama bin Laden said he didn't do it. And people were like, why don't they even talk to the guy? First, he carries out the terrorist attack, and then he doesn't even confess to it, and kill him. People have, the frame is already set. So whatever the person says who's in the frame, from a standpoint of communication management, the story's already been sold, because it's been sold so many times. And that's why it's so hard, even now, 23 years later, to go back and step by step, turn the stones again. And I just want to tell people that's the work that historians do. We go back to Pearl Harbor. We go back to the Vietnam War. It's a very natural thing to do. And I don't want to offend anybody when I say there are lies. There are a lot of lies when wars break out. A lot of lies.
It's amazing how little we probably know about history, especially the farther back we go, because, the cliche is history is always written by the winners. And when things aren't even documented very well, there could be a lot of things in history we believe that if we get into the afterlife or whatever and can see the truth, we'd be shocked to find out what actually happened. So I want to thank you for the work that you do. We need our historians. We need these kind of intellectual deep dives into the events that still affect our world today. And this event right here, the 24th hour, absolutely needed this presentation to kind of get us going in the direction we need to in order to discuss this horrible event that happened 23 years ago. So thank you, Daniele, for joining us today.
Thank you, Andy, for having me. It was a pleasure.
Now, who remembers the Anthrax attacks in 2001? It kind of got overshadowed by the disaster that we saw at the Twin Towers. And of course, Building 7 came down later. And we've been focused on that so much over the past over 20 years that we forget that there was another wave of attacks that came in, the letters, making it seem like this is radical Islamic extremists that are sending this anthrax through the mail. And then some years later, we were told that it was all wrapped up. It was blamed on a scientist that had committed suicide, and there was nothing else to see here. But of course, many people do not trust that story. And our next guest is somebody that knew Bruce Ivins, the person who ultimately was blamed for the attacks, and says that he did not do this. And there's more that the public doesn't know. So let me go ahead and introduce her. This is Dr. Meryl Nass. She's an internal medicine physician and activist with expertise in anthrax and bioterrorism. Her interest is in prevention, investigation, amelioration, and safe and effective medical response. And her expertise and experience includes treating patients with Gulf War syndrome and adverse effects from the anthrax vaccine. So let's go ahead and bring her in. Doctor, welcome to the 24th hour.
Hi. Glad to be here.
Well, yeah, it's fun to meet you, and I've heard about your work. And I will admit that, we've investigated a little bit on the show into the anthrax attacks, but as I said in the intro, it sort of gets overshadowed by our work here at AE, looking into the destruction of the 3 towers in New York. But there is a lot here, and I'm always suspicious when something gets wrapped up and the person that they say is behind it supposedly committed suicide. Before we get into all of that, please, for our audience, elaborate on your experience and professional background.
Okay, so I was asked to investigate a professor's work at UMass when I was an instructor at UMass in the medical school. And this professor, Curtis Thorne, had previously worked at Fort Detrick and was an anthrax expert. And he was doing research, and the students and some of the faculty were complaining that this was germ warfare research. And I was asked way back around 1988 to look into it. And I did, and I found his contract with the Defense Department was titled Studies for a Better Anthrax Vaccine. But in fact, the nature of the research was moving plasmids around in different bacillus bacteria. That's the family that anthrax is part of. And so he was doing a sort of primitive form of genetic engineering of anthrax. And I learned that this was way outside the Army's mission statement. We had signed the Biological Weapons Convention, went into force in 1975, and so this was 13 years later. We were not supposed to be doing this kind of work. I worked with a Quaker group in Northampton, Massachusetts at that time, and so they and I sent a lot of FOIAs, got a lot of information, and then I wrote several papers about this. And I also studied all the recent anthrax outbreaks of the last 15 years to see whether anthrax was really something to worry about. Could it be used as a biological weapon? Had it been? And I discovered that the world's largest outbreak of anthrax, which had occurred in Rhodesia during its civil war, which is now Zimbabwe, was in fact due to biological warfare. And it took me 3 years, but I was able to publish a paper proving it. And so, so I'm the only person in the world. Then later, when anthrax vaccine became, so in the process of all that, I basically read everything there was on anthrax, published papers, became a speaker about anthrax and bioterrorism during the Gulf War and the lead up to it. And then when the anthrax vaccine program started in 1998, I was, of course, again, asked to get involved, and I wrote the world's first review article on anthrax vaccines, and then testified before Congress and was able to show that the vaccine was neither safe nor had it ever been shown to be effective against inhalation anthrax, which was the purpose for which it was being used. So subsequent to that, I have consulted for the Cuban Ministry of Health and the U.S. Director of National Intelligence and the Latin American branch of the World Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, on issues of anthrax and biological warfare. And I'm well known for my work on COVID, and I actually had my medical license suspended by the medical board for treating people with hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, and warning about the dangers of the COVID vaccines. So that's my story.
Well, there's a lot to unpackage there, and we're going to probably maybe get you back onto our regular podcast, 9/11 Freefall, to talk about that at some point. So the anthrax attacks back in 2001, for those of us who lived through it, this was sort of the epilogue to the 9/11 attacks, even though in the end, the official stories came out that it was blamed on not on radical extremists that hate our freedom, but on a disgruntled scientist, they claimed. But people were very scared. These letters were getting mailed out to news agencies, networks, members of Congress, coincidentally ones who maybe were asking some questions before we rolled out the Patriot Act. And it created the effect that was very beneficial for the federal government in getting the Patriot Act rolled out. For our audience, please reiterate how you got involved in the topic. Obviously, you've got a background in anthrax, so that would explain it. But how did you get so involved in Bruce Ivins and looking into whether or not he actually did the things that the news and the government claimed he did?
Well, I knew Bruce a little bit. Since 1991, when I think it was 91, maybe 92, when I'd first attended a conference in Baltimore, at the University of Maryland, that was partially held by the scientists at Fort Detrick, who were trying to explain to the world that they were doing ethical research and were, appropriately following the U.S. mission statement of doing work for biological defense and not offense. And it turned out that I sat next to Bruce in the front row at that conference, and we got to know each other. And then I was actually handing out a paper that had just been published about the whether the U.S. military, which Fort Detrick is part of the Army, had in fact been going beyond what it was allowed to do. And so I was a controversial figure there, but he didn't mind. I probably was a bit challenging to some of the other people at the conference. But anyway, Bruce and I then, shared information on and off for the next 10 years. And I attended, a couple of the international anthrax conferences because I am an anthrax expert. When you sort out the biggest anthrax outbreak in the world and wrote the first review article, you are an expert. So we would often hang out together at these conferences. He was a juggler. I brought my son to one of my kids to one of the conferences to juggle, and Bruce was a juggler. My son was a juggler. Anyway, so we knew each other. And in terms of Bruce being designated as the person who sent the anthrax letters, he was around number 5 or 6 on a long list of people that the FBI or the deep state had tried to pin that crime on. So we can all remember that there was Steve Hatfill, and a trail of breadcrumbs had been laid to try to blame it on Steve Hatfill. There was another fellow who used to work at Fort Detrick who wound up drinking himself to death. There were a couple of doctors from Pakistan that lived outside of Philadelphia that also they were trying to pin it on. There was an ER doctor on the New Jersey shore There was an attempt to pin it on him. And then there was a fellow who used to work at Fort Detrick as a virologist. What was his name? Anyway, an Egyptian guy. And they tried to pin it on him. And then eventually, then they were getting desperate because the anthrax letters had been sent in 2001. And by now we're, in 2008, and a presidential election is coming. And the deep state isn't sure at that point who's going to be elected and whether there's going to be a real investigation. So there was an enormous push, in my opinion. This is all my conclusion. I don't have written evidence to prove that they were in a big hurry in 2008. But at the very end of July 2008, they said Bruce Ivins says July. I think they said he had killed himself on July 28th, and they made the announcement on August 1st, something like that. And I had been following the whole case very closely because I obviously had the ability to understand the evidence, and I'd been writing about it on and off for many years. I had studied the National Academy of Sciences report, and then later there was also a report from the General Accounting Office on the case and on the FBI's. I'd attended 2 congressional hearings where the only witness was FBI Director Mueller talking about the anthrax letters. So anyway, I knew for a number of reasons that there was no evidence whatsoever implicating Bruce. So the thing was, there were 2 sets of anthrax. There were 2 sets of letters, and the anthrax in each set had been prepared differently. Anthrax forms a spore that can be dried and can live, for 100 years once it's dried. And then you give it the right conditions. You put it in someone's lungs, it can come out of the spore form and germinate, grow, and cause disease in a human or an animal or a bird. Anyway, these 2, there was something special. There were several special things about each of these preparations. And the first one was not a very clean, purified preparation, and it contained a contaminant, a bacillus, a different bacillus species that was a contaminant in that first set of letters. The FBI looked all over Fort Detrick and never was able to come up with that contaminant. So, and because anthrax spores are invisible, you can never really clean up a facility that has manufactured a spore-forming organism. And in fact, FDA doesn't allow those facilities to be used to make other forms of vaccine. If you're making an anthrax vaccine, you can't take that building and now turn it into a tetanus, vaccine facility, because you're always going to have spores of the anthrax lying around that you cannot identify and remove. So they were never able to identify that contaminant. In the second set of letters, they were highly, highly purified. There were no contaminants, but the method by which they had been purified did not exist. That could not be done with the equipment that was available at Fort Detrick. And so, I don't believe either of those was made at Fort Detrick. There was a lot of talk about how the anthrax came out of Ivan's flask. He had a flask or several flasks containing anthrax spores in a small amount of liquid. But in fact, it was never proven that the anthrax in the letters, and there were a lot of reasons to think the anthrax in the letters did not come from those flasks. So you'd have to get into the nitty gritty, which only the scientists do. But that's the story. So what I was told by some of Bruce's colleagues at the time who knew that I had been a friend of his was that actually the FBI was desperately seeking finally to be able to pin this crime on someone. They'd already told him they were going to charge him with the crime, but they were also looking at several other anthrax scientists at Fort Detrick, and they were putting a lot of pressure on all of them and waiting for the weakest link to sort of collapse. And so the colleagues He had about 3 or 4 colleagues who supported him. Were very concerned about that, and they knew he was, emotionally fragile, and he did collapse. He had started drinking heavily, and then he apparently committed suicide. And of course, desperate to close the case and not have anyone else investigate where the anthrax really may have come from, the FBI made sure there was no autopsy. They didn't tell the doctors in the hospital what he had taken as an overdose, which was basically too much Tylenol, because there is an antidote. If you get the antidote within about 24 hours, your life will usually be saved. A Tylenol metabolite kills liver cells, and that's how you die. Anyway, he was not treated for that at the hospital, and he died in the hospital shortly thereafter. So that's my story.
What was the basis of the government's case against them? Like, I understand that, and it's sounding like there wasn't really much there, and they were just sort of reaching around in the dark,
Right.
trying
So
to
they
pin it
never
on this
found
guy
a
or that
spore.
guy.
Yeah, they didn't find a spore to match these letters in his car or in his house. The case turned out to be an expensive smoke and mirrors case. So the FBI continued to allege for years, from 2001 to 2008, that they were, doing, very precision, very new science. They were breaking barriers. It was marvelous work they were doing, and it turned out to be nothing at all. None of it was definitive by any means. And that is what the National Academy of Sciences report said, and the General Accounting Office, which is the investigative arm of Congress. Their reports both said there was no proof that Ivins was the person. And so the case has really never been solved. And the thing to realize about anthrax is the FBI tried to make it seem that the anthrax was produced during a small window of time, starting at, on 9/11 and ending for the first set of letters, by the 18th when they were mailed, and that the second set of letters was made, around that period, and they were mailed, around October 1st. But in fact, as I said, anthrax can live forever once it's dried. There was no reason to think. In fact, this was part of the FBI trying to confuse people. There's no reason whatsoever to think it was made during that period. Could have been made 100 years ago. Could have been made at any time. Could have been made in any country. Could have been made in any laboratory. And a vial of a few grams just handed over to somebody to put in the letters. There was no reason to think that it had to be made in a U.S. anthrax facility, immediately before the letters were sent.
Well, the thing is, everybody in the country thought that this was just a continuation of the 9/11 attacks, because the letters, when they're showing them on television, have this crazy writing on it. It's saying things like "Death to America," 911, 01, these kinds of things. So you think, okay, this is just the same group, whoever it was that pulled off 9/11 is sending these out to create more hysteria. In the end, of course, again, it's blamed on Bruce Ivins. What does the government say about his motive behind this, to not only, because usually if somebody's got an axe to grind with the government or society or whatever, they tend to take credit for it and go out in a blaze of glory on their own. For instance, the Unabomber wanted the newspapers to publish his manifesto and whatnot. But in this particular case, they're claiming Bruce Ivins not only did this, assuming he, that because he was disgruntled, but also that he was trying to pin it on Muslims. So he's not even taking credit. So what does the government say about his motives for going through all of these steps to make it look like it's a continuation of September 11th? And then what is your reaction to what they say about his motives?
Andrew, if you were a Muslim terrorist, would you tell people what is in the envelopes and tell them to take penicillin and protect themselves? Or would you try to kill as many people as possible?
Well, that's a very good question. Again, I mean, if somebody is actually trying to cause maximum damage and terror, you would tell them that it was something benign on the outside of the envelope and let them be surprised after they open it.
Exactly. So, so the anthrax letters were sent for publicity, for effect, and they were not intended to kill anybody. And in fact, if they hadn't gone through these postal machines that use high pressure equipment that apparently the person who sent them didn't know about, everyone who got the letter and read the warning inside and started taking antibiotics was fine. It was only the postal workers and a few others who didn't know they were exposed, who didn't get the message. Allah is great, take penicillin. It was only those people who died. So this was clearly, the letters were sent to create fear.
That's right. Why do they claim Bruce Ivans would do this? Like stepping into their shoes,
so
and they have to make a case.
I mean, yeah, they had to make up a motive. There was no motive. I mean, the guy had been a anthrax researcher at Fort Detrick for about 30 years. There was no reason why he would try to do something crazy. They said that he was afraid that the anthrax research was sort of slowing down and that he might lose his job. But if he made a big deal about anthrax, then there would continue to be research on anthrax. That they said a lot of things that were not true, because I was mentioned in the FBI report, and what they wrote about me wasn't true either. So they just made up a lot of stories to attempt to piece together a story that would work well enough, that the FBI themselves wouldn't be the object of inquiry.
Yeah, I mean, they can claim anything they want. Bruce Ivans did this so they can have more funding for anthrax if he creates this scare. They could try to pin something on me and say, Andy wanted them to bring back 8-track tapes. Just make up anything, throw it out there. But what evidence do they actually have
they had no evidence
to point to?
I mean, he was helping them do the research to figure out, what was in the envelopes, what kind of anthrax it was, etc. He was working hand in glove with the FBI. That's where they were bringing their samples to. But anyway, like I said, they'd gone through about 6 people before him. They were desperate to close the case, and he was it. They put a lot of pressure on him.
Right. Now, something that was noted in an article that our own Craig McKee wrote for AE 911 Truth a couple of years ago, where they cite you, is that you explained that Ivans did work exclusively with liquid anthrax, not the powdered variety used in the attacks. Now, I mean, on the surface, we can see why that is so significant. It's a different chemical composition, a different type of field. Now, theoretically, I mean, does that exclude him from being able to use the powdered anthrax? How significant is that point?
So it's a very significant point, because if you start with liquid anthrax and you just dry it, then you have to sort of pound it. You have to put it through a process to break it up, if you're starting with the kind of anthrax that he had in his flasks, and you don't get this very fine powder, fluffy stuff that you got in the second set of letters, you can get the junk that you had in the first set of letters. So the first set could potentially have been made at Fort Detrick, except they never found the contaminant that was in it. So it probably wasn't. The second set, nobody knew how to make it. In fact, Sandia Lab National Laboratory claimed that they tried over 40 times to reverse engineer the anthrax and figure out how it was made, the fluffy anthrax in the second set of letters, and that they never could. There were unusual elements in this spore, in the outside of the spore. It's sort of in the external portion of the spore coat, so nobody knew how to do that at Fort Detrick. We don't know where that, I mean, no one's admitted that they know how to make that kind of anthrax. I'm sure people do.
what gets me, and again, some of
But
the
it would be a
science and stuff.
bioweapon. So let me be more explicit. You're not allowed to make bioweapons. You're allowed to do research on anthrax for defensive purposes. If you're making a form of anthrax that you've put additives in to make it float through the air and cause inhalation anthrax in the most efficient manner, that's not allowed in the Biological Weapons Convention, which is why nobody's going to admit that they made it.
Well, no, and that's why it has to be blamed on some party that does not come from from any official legal research that the U.S. government is doing. Now, I don't believe that everything that our government or other governments around the world are doing is out in the open, and there's probably a lot of secret stuff going on that they don't want us to know about, this included. This would be basic. What gets me here, then there's so many scientific arguments that can be made for why this doesn't add up, but it is the nature of just how this entire investigation was done that, okay, the effect that we wanted, but now we got to pin this on someone. We can't just have this, sitting out there without a conclusion. For instance, in the case of the Twin Towers in Building 7 back in 2011, they said, hey, a bunch of Navy SEALs killed bin Laden, and then they tossed his body in the ocean for some reason before there was any kind of independent verification. Even the news person I watched that night didn't buy it, but she wasn't going to say it. She just made a comment. So they have to wrap this up as well. But if you really look into it, though, they kind of luck out, the federal government. To say this in a cynical way, because now Bruce Ivins, quote, commits suicide, and suddenly their suspect, the person they're pinning this on, can't even defend himself. So what that means is that this doesn't go to trial. There's no lawyer that's going to stick up for him and make the case that you're talking about now. You could have probably been brought in as a witness, I assume, to make this case to a jury. So he doesn't defend himself, and they can just kind of slide this down America's throats and wrap up the entire story. I think that's a key thing, is that their case has never really been put to the test through a jury trial or any kind of real debate other than what we're doing here.
They have never provided the evidence. The FBI had a meeting in mid-September, after it had, or maybe before. Both of them happened in September. As I said, there were the two congressional hearings, the House and the Senate, querying Mueller. And then they had a meeting with scientists, and they said, we're going to give you the evidence. And then they also provided a whole bunch of stuff to the committee, the National Academy of Sciences Committee. And nowhere in any of all that, was there real evidence that would convict anyone of having made the anthrax or delivered it, right? Because you've got the person who made it may have nothing to do with the person who delivered it. And the person who put it in the envelopes may have only put it in the envelopes. They may not have known where those envelopes were going. The person who wrote the addresses on the envelopes and the messages, they may not have known. I mean, we don't know how many people there were. And in addition to the letters that did have anthrax, there were a lot of hoax letters sent around the same time. Mm-hmm. Some of which had powder in them, and they were sent from a multitude of addresses. So one was supposedly sent from either Malaysia or Philippines. One was from Florida. One was from England. And so the question is, who's sending those false, who knows at the same time that they're, to send fake anthrax letters, and who is in those locations at that time? Bruce Ivins was not, none of the scientists from Fort Detrick were in all those locations. There were so many problems to the story. I mean, they had him delivering the letters in a mailbox in Princeton, New Jersey, and then getting back to Fort Detrick the same, leaving from his home in Frederick, Maryland, driving all the way to Princeton, driving back, and managing to do all this in a very, very tight time period where there was no evidence he'd stopped anywhere for gas. It's, I guess, about a 3-hour trip each way. It was there was never any evidence that Bruce could be pinned at any part of this crime. No one part of this crime could be pinned on Bruce.
Other than you, is there anybody out there speaking up for him? You know, he's passed away, and so again, the thinking would be
his colleagues. So when he died, the church, the funeral the church could not fit all the people who attended his funeral. So the town of Frederick had hundreds and hundreds of people there, all of whom thought he was innocent.
Wow. This is a story that needs to be unpacked even more. And I'm sure some people have tried. I know you were on the Anthrax committee for the Lawyers Committee for 9/11 Inquiry. They've tried to do some work there, but this needs to continue being investigated and dug up because not just for Bruce Ivins, because he's passed away and everything. He does deserve to have his name cleared, and people should know what the government did to try to pin this on him, but also because we need to know who actually did this evil work right after September 11th and terrorized the country. And the answer might surprise you where that source actually was. But how?
Well, I would say that, look, the FBI covered up whatever evidence they had of who may have been involved with the letters and worked very hard to pin it on a bunch of people, having to pay, Steve Hatfill $5.8 million for what they did. The FBI offered some very large amount of money to one of Ivan's children if the child would turn his father in. So I would say that where you're going to find the evidence is in the FBI's files.
That's disgusting. Wow. Offering him money to turn their father in? That doesn't even sound like a real investigation. That sounds like a bribe. There's a lot that needs to be dug into here. How do people research your work on this matter and keep track of your efforts on this and other issues?
A lot of my work, but not all of it, is on a blog called anthraxvaccine.blogspot.com. It is a Google blog. I started it in 2006 or 2007. So my work on the case, starting at that point, is there. I had an earlier website with a lot of work on the case, and that was, disappeared by Bluehost, the company that hosted it, and so that material is lost. I also have if you want my more recent work on COVID and other things, and the use of bioterrorism, and vaccines to bring about the current global biosecurity agenda, and which is part of the New World Order or the Great Reset. You can find that at merylnass.substack.com. And I formed an organization last year to fight the WHO, which was trying to take over the management of public health globally. And that organization is called Door to Freedom. You can find a lot of information there. And we are hosting with Children's Health Defense a 2-day symposium in September 6 and 7 called the Attack on Food and Farming and How to Fight Back.
All right. Well, that'll be the same night that this airs, but I encourage everybody to check out the archives, go to those websites, and we're definitely going to have you back on 9/11 Freefall to dive into this deeper, because the anthrax attacks should not be forgotten in the big picture of 9/11. But thank you for coming on to our event tonight and talking about this.
Thank you, Andrew.
Due to increased internet censorship, truth is under attack like never before. And the truth about the controlled demolitions of the World Trade Center towers on September 11th is just as important as it ever was. To stay updated on our work, make sure you visit ae911truth.org and subscribe to our email list. Also, subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can receive alerts when our videos are posted. No algorithm can silence the facts. By subscribing directly to us, you make it impossible for the censors to stand between you and the information you need to know. Visit ae911truth.org right now and stay connected.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so you've watched us so far, and I've been looking forward to this particular panel that we are about to begin, because we're going to be talking to people who have been really involved, not only in 9/11 truth, but also other issues around the world. And I really think that is so relevant to the topics we're going to be. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so you've watched us so far, and I've been looking forward to this particular panel that we are about to begin, because we're going to be talking to people who have been really involved, not only in 9/11 truth, but also other issues around the world. And I really think that is so relevant to the topics we're going to be talking about today, which is mainly going to focus on 9/11's impact on the world, which we know it has had a major impact on so many aspects of daily life, not only here in the United States, but what happened in the U.S.'s strategy, foreign policy strategy afterwards, and also how 9/11 truth fits into the bigger picture, and where do we go from here. So let me go ahead and bring on our panelists. Our first one is Anthony Hall. He is an emeritus professor of liberal education and globalization studies at the University of Lethbridge in Alberta, Canada, and editor-in-chief of the American Herald Tribune. He has written extensively on world affairs, including the situation in Palestine, which is blinking red and has been for the past year or so. His Substack, I just want to make sure I mention this, a lot of great writing there, is substack.com/@Anthony James Hall. We'll have that linked up at 911freefall.com. But thank you for joining us, sir. And he is going to be joined by Barrie Zwicker, who is an author, producer, and social and political activist, specializing in media and criticism since 1970. Since the events of 9/11, he's become a leader in the 9/11 truth movement, authoring a book called Towers of Deception, the Media Cover-Up of 9/11, that won gold in the current events category of the 2007 Independent Publisher Awards. Prior to 1970, he was an award-winning newspaper writer for the Globe and Mail, Toronto Star, Detroit News, other newspapers. His commentary, Facing the Fourth Estate, was aired weekly on Vision TV. it was at 18 CBC stations. He taught journalism for 7 years at Ryerson University and worked for 15 years at Vision TV. You want to make sure you get that right. Finishing with his own weekly program called Media File. In 2002, he produced a video that had a huge impact on me and waking me up and getting me involved in this movement. It was called The Great Deception. And in 2004, The Great Conspiracy, the 9/11 news special you never saw. Thank you for joining us for this panel, sir. And they are going to be joined by Kelly David. She is currently a financial educator. She is also the vice president and board treasurer for Palestine charity team. They're helping the people suffering in that conflict, which I think is probably going to come up in this discussion today. Formerly, though, she was the chief operating officer and a board member here at AE 9/11 Truth, and she was the driving force on this team that led us to the strength and success that we had in the last decade as we deal with this very difficult mission. We couldn't have done that without her, so thank you for joining us, Kelly. And, of course, this guy I've never met before, never had on my show, Mr. Craig McKee. He's been a journalist in Montreal for 30 years, covering news and entertainment, won 8 provincial and national newspaper awards. He writes and edits for us here at AE 9/11 Truth, and he also writes for his blogs Truth and Shadows and Thought Crimes and Misdemeanors. He also hosts a podcast that is called Truth and Shadows that everyone here should definitely check out after watching the 24th hour. So, Craig, thank you for joining us for this important panel.
Glad to be here, Andy.
All right. So I am going to just kind of get us all started. There's a lot to talk about, and we're going to take the full hour with this one today because I want to hear what everyone here thinks about 9/11, 23 years later. You know, every year I mark what the post 9/11 world is at in the course of a regular lifespan. So at 18 years, it was old enough to vote, go to war. After 16 years, it could drive a car. 21 years, it was old enough to drink. And I don't know what kind of hallmark we face at 23 years, but it is starting to get up there. So my first question, this is something people in our audience and their own activism may wonder about themselves. And I'm sure we've all asked ourselves, 9/11 Truth and getting involved in world issues in general, dedicating so much time, effort, and energy into this. Why did we start doing this in the first place? And then why do others continue to do this, even though we run up against these obstacles and a lot of just problems and trying to get our message out and trying to help the people of the world? Why do we still do this after all this time?
Well, maybe I should open because there was silence there for a minute.
Yeah. Go for it, Barrie.
I'm not as involved in 9/11 Truth activities as I was. My interest is sincere and ongoing, and actually, I did a disservice to my late wife in that I actually I was on to 9/11 the very day of it, and that's the truth, and I have witnesses. But I went ahead and made a public statement that I was going to devote the rest of my life to 9/11 Truth, and I didn't ask my wife what she thought about that. Anyway, she was good. She came around. She was like ordinary public to begin with. She believed what she was seeing on the TV, and I was seeing on the TV. I started to believe it on the 9/11. And because of my longtime interest in aviation, and I just came back from taking a hop in a tiger moth yesterday. I went up for 40 minutes in a tiger moth. I really interested in aviation. And because I was asking out loud, where's the US Air Force? As we're watching airplanes going all over Hell's Half Acre in the USA with allegedly people in them who are capturing them and forcing them to fly to New York and everything. And I got on my feet and I'm saying, come on, US Air Force, come on, US Air Force, this is urgent. Where are you, US Air Force? And then it dawned on me. there's something totally fishy here. U.S. Air Force scrambles in 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. No U.S. Air Force for almost an hour. Didn't even get to New York City. Turned out they came from Otis Air Force Base, and they were sent out to do lazy figure eights over the Atlantic. And so before 9/11, before noon on 9/11, I said, this is a Reichstag fire 2001. So, but then what happened was that my whole life was interrupted, not in a bad way, by 9/11. I had started a cross-Canada bicycle ride in 2000. I started off in Sydney, BC, and I rode my bike off-road as much as possible with a trailer to Calgary on my first leg. And then I did my second leg from Calgary to Toronto. And then 9/11 hit, and I didn't do any cycling cross Canada for a long time. I did finally finish the cross Canada cycling tour. Forget what year it was, but I got to Halifax. I did it in 6 legs. One of them was cut short because outside of Peterborough, I suffered a really bad crash, and I had to go to the hospital and then go home. But I've retained my interest in 9/11, and yet these days, I'll be 90 in November, and I'm trying to write my memoir and take care of my daughter who has severe MS, and I spend 3 days a week being the main family caregiver. And so I can't do much except come on panels like this of insiders who are interested in talking about strategy and so on. But I'll finish off, because I've already taken enough time, by saying that really I have a couple, and I made some notes. I may glance over at them. I have a couple of main thoughts. And in a nutshell, my main thought is how long it takes, especially in the cases of state-run false flag deceptions, and often state-run mass murders, before justice is served. And I was doing just a wee bit of research today before we started, and came across how a person whose father was killed in Chile, and remember there's a tie-in with 9/11 of 1973, when there was the takeover by Augusto Pinochet. And in the particular story I ran across today, it's been 40 years that the family of the man killed by Pinochet's people have started to get some justice. And the justice started because an Italian court took an interest in it, an Italian court. And that would be because of a particular judge. And I'm thinking about Pearl Harbor, and I did a little research on that. Yes, there was an investigation after Pearl Harbor around 1945-46 as to what was it all about. But you know, the truth never came out about Pearl Harbor, as the truth was so well laid out in Day of Deceit by Robert B. Stinnett. And it took him 7 years to write that book. And still, most people in the USA and around the world accept the official story of Pearl Harbor, which of course is true, that the Japanese warship steamed toward Pearl Harbor and conducted this terrible attack. But FDR knew all about it the whole time and arranged that nobody would interfere with that bunch of Japanese battleships steaming toward Pearl Harbor. It was, and one of the generals, MacArthur, he said, "Hey, we've got to tell the world about this." No, MacArthur was told, "Shut your mouth up right now." because we want to let that fleet come and attack Pearl Harbor. And of course, eventually that was a good thing. That was one of the good types of false flag operations because it just mobilized the American public. It's 1941 now. The war's been going on for 2 years, and the United States has done bugger all. So you know that you could justify FDR and what he did in the cover-up, which is a kind of false flag operation. You know, you either make it happen or you let it happen. Pearl Harbor was a let it happen false flag operation.
And that's a good point. I want to just jump in and ask this though, because you know, every time I bring people on and we talk about 9/11, but most guests can cite so many instances where there was deception going on behind world events. And it makes me think it's almost like some kind of like Godfather or something. Like you end up in this world, this kind of sleazy world of other mafia dons. And the only way that you can stay alive and compete is by doing the same awful stuff that they're doing. Tony, from your own research of world events and such, can a nation manage to stay alive unless they're doing the same awful things that their peer nations are doing? I know that sounds like an incredibly cynical outlook, but I mean, is there any space for a government to be able to thrive and not be overthrown or have something really awful happen to it because they got in some other country's way? Can they do this without pulling off some kinds of deceptions such as 9/11 or Pearl Harbor or whatever you want to name?
Well, I'm thinking that you, Andy, have spent most of your life after you've been alive after 9/11, and it strikes me that's the kind of question that might occur to you. The question that occurs to me is, can you just deny? How far can you go in denying reality, creating an illusional reality that cuts against the evidence of what really happened, and leave people in the lurch so they don't really know what the world is constructed, how the world is constructed? How long can you survive in this kind of world that we're in now, where, no matter how hard you try, you're still at sea wondering what is true and what isn't? Because we know since 9/11, when it was demonstrated what you could get away with, the scale of the lie you could tell. And then as long as you had mainstream media and government figures and celebrities and whatnot backing it up, it would be acceptable. So to me, the people who refuse to look at 9/11, I figure, if you don't know now, too bad. I'm tired of like begging, or the idea we need to beg and get on our hands and knees and plead people to do some research. And I become contemptuous, really, at people who try to present a view of contemporary geopolitics in the world, dealing with anything, and act as if there's a consensus about what happened on 9/11, that everybody agrees, and it has something to do with Islamic terrorism and nothing to do with the Project for the New American Century and Zionist American objectives to get everybody hating Muslims. I did a piece, 20,000 word piece on Chomsky, who, because he wrote that little book and because he had such enormous prestige, steered people away from 9/11 studying it, and made it seem almost like an embarrassment for people to be doing that, somehow that they lost it, that they were doing something antisocial and maybe destructive to society. Yeah. And for some reason, that essay was taken off. You introduced me, Andy, as the editor-in-chief of American Herald Tribune. You might be interested that website was taken down by the FBI, was not censored or not put on the back burner, but made to disappear, and all the archives disappeared by something called the FBI, which is an extension of the Department of Justice. So anyway, I've had a lot of hits for doing 9/11 at the university or that issue, so Chris Hedges comes to mind as somebody who presents, a worldview, a big picture worldview. And he focuses a lot on the treatment of the Palestinians. And nowadays, if you say, I'm going to look at the manipulation of society so that, people could get away with the hits on the genocide of Palestinians, and you don't look at the events of 9/11, there are many reasons it was done, but it has a lot to do with turning public opinion in the world, toxifying people's brains against Muslims, against Al-Qaeda, against Osama bin Laden. And, if people are going around the world presenting themselves as if they adhere to this, they're not respectable. And so, I take it we've won. The demonstration is the media just has unlimited control, that if they continue to keep an orchestrated view of the lie, there's really not much you can do. And we saw it with coronavirus. We're seeing it now with Gaza in a slightly different way. If the media sticks together, which they're not now on Gaza totally sticking together, you can just get away with murder. I'll leave it at that.
Kelly, I'm going to turn to you for this too, because you're involved with Palestine Charity Team. You've been in the trenches here at AE 9/11 Truth with us, and you've seen the obstacles that we run into here. I see the fact that there's a war in Palestine mentioned on TV. A lot of coverage is very slanted towards the unholy land, the Israel there. But do you see the same kind of obstacles that we ran into here at AE when you're doing stuff, not just with Palestine Charity Team, but just in the coverage overall of the conflict?
What do you mean specifically? The same issues as AE? The
censorship, the
yeah.
demeaning language, speaking about our side of things, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. It's basically identical to what it was with 9/11. I was involved with Palestine Charity Team when I was still involved with AE as well. Yeah, it's the exact same issues. The censorship is the same. And I think you said it really well, Tony. And that was my whole thing. And I've been saying this since all of this started in Gaza. If it weren't for 9/11, I don't think as many Americans would be as brainwashed right now in the situation if 9/11 hadn't happened. Especially, I would say, like, for the, you mentioned how, Andy and I were 22 when 9/11 happened, and now, we're 45. So it's like, it's like almost equal amount of time before and after. But yeah, no, that's one of the things I noticed, especially with a lot of people in my family who are in the baby boomer generation. A lot of them just watch the news. They read the newspaper. They don't do any of their own research. My father is one of them, unfortunately, doesn't do any of his own research. And I seen it firsthand, what it can do to someone who will only look at the TV and watch, and he just watches the news all day long and reads every newspaper all day long, and he feels like he's well informed. And I really believe that he and other relatives of mine who are around the same age as him, I really believe if it weren't for 9/11, they would see it differently. It's that terrorism, the shock of what we experienced as Americans on 9/11, and all of our situations is different. Barrie, I was like you. I knew on day one too. On day one, I knew that this couldn't. My first words out of my mouth were, "There's no way our intelligence didn't get wind of this. Like, this is impossible." And the second thing I said was, "They're going to blame the Muslims." So I knew as well. So yeah, I think because of 9/11, that's how it started, and a lot of people who were alive and adults on 9/11. Who completely accepted that side of the story, they see, because of the way they've kind of mixed things up in the media, and especially, like, for example, in 2003, they made it seem like Iraq had something to do with 9/11, and they just twisted the words around very carefully to make it seem like, well, this war on terror, we have to do this. It's pretty much like the exact same thing. It's their way of just kind of connecting any group they're a terrorist organization and that's it. And most people who just watch the news and things like that think, oh my God, another terrorist, look what they did to us, all that trauma we went through on 9/11. And then they just, say things like, I'm pro-Israel, just to say that when they really don't even know what exactly is going on. That's my thoughts on that.
Well, yeah. And we've seen a lot of changes in the society. There are certain aspects of society that I noticed back before September 11th growing up that I miss from those days. One of the things that I miss the most is the lack of, there was national dramas that would happen. You had Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky, you had O.J. Simpson, and, but these were things that happened to somebody else, and you just followed it because it was interesting, even if it got silly. But now, after 9/11, it was like you'd have these national crises that they would say, we're all in this together. And to a certain extent, it's like, yeah, they are, because it's affecting your day-to-day life. And the drama got heaped on more and more, where we had the disease of unknown origin back in 2020 around that election time. And now they're talking about monkeypox. I have a friend who's kind of a hypochondriac and calls me about every disease that's coming down the pike. And, but this is something, that potentially it could be used to accomplish some of the same ends. And so it's like, I've seen this escalation of these national dramas, and the way they get away with doing this and whipping everybody up and getting them dialed into it is through the mainstream media. Watching the news became like going to work. Like, you feel like you're doing something, even if you're unemployed and sitting in your underwear. You feel like, watching MSNBC. I'm on top of all of these things here. And I don't know if this is, number one, healthy for people, but also it's a great way to keep people just kind of on their feet, on the edge, and involved in the drama and compliant. So that's my biggest thing that I've noticed about changed in the society, is that it just seems like we're in this together and we all need to comply attitude just went into overdrive. Craig, what do you think about that? You've heard me rant about these things offline for years. What's your opinion?
Well, I certainly think that the mainstream media today is almost cartoonish when you compare it to what the media. The media had there was propaganda in the mainstream media going back many decades for sure, but I remember, and some of it I don't remember firsthand, but I remember the Kennedy assassination and some of the debates on television about that, and some of them I've just sort of seen on video in years since. I do remember some of it from the time, even though I was just a kid at the time. But it's you could have some honest exchanges on television in the 1960s. I remember William F. Buckley having Noam Chomsky on his show Firing Line to talk about Vietnam, and whatever's happened to Noam Chomsky since, I think that's Tony mentioned that it's perplexing what the things that he's saying in recent years, not only about 9/11 but about the Kennedy assassination. He thinks that's all crazy, and I think he wanted to round up unvaccinated people and put them in camps. I think something like that. So he's completely lost all credibility that he had. But in the 1960s, if you can find it on YouTube, it's fascinating to watch him and Buckley and Chomsky go head to head about Vietnam. And I think to myself, you would never get that discussion on television today. You just wouldn't get it. Today, it's instead of propaganda having a significant role in the media, which I think it has had for a very long time. Today, it's all propaganda. It's almost wall-to-wall propaganda. And unfortunately, that's the biggest obstacle that we face, whether it's 9/11 or whether it's Gaza or whether, and many different things that have happened since 9/11 that I think are also false flags, is that if people are not prepared to doubt, then they think they're informed just by kind of absorbing, and it's not even just consuming media. Sometimes it's just kind of absorbing it secondhand or what their friends are saying. And I mean, you just have to look at the coverage of the election. I mean, it's all just, it's to say it's partisan is not even strong enough. I mean, the MSNBC and CNN are just kind of, it's straight partisan, propaganda. That's the only way to put it. So this is the environment that we're operating in to try to wake people up. But I would say there are some positive signs. And the 9/11 was such a big event that it has caused a portion of the population to wake up to the lies of the deep state. And I think COVID did this as well. And I think there's a lot less trust in the mainstream media today than ever before, and a lot less trust in government. But unfortunately, it's still to get people to focus that distrust, and to take a little bit of time to do some of their own research is a really hard sell. But and this is something we can also get into. There are hopeful signs recently where 9/11 is concerned that it's starting to get talked about a little bit by some reasonably mainstream people. People like Tucker Carlson and Russell Brand and Jimmy Dore and Candace Owens is another one that's talking about. So these people are not on NBC necessarily, but they're pretty well known commentators, and those types of people are starting to talk about this now. So it's almost as if a certain length of time goes by, and then these things become safer the deep state's willing to let those things come out a little bit more because they've moved on to the next thing. But as far as 9/11 itself goes, there is a little bit of reason to have hope there, because just the fact that those people are willing to talk about it suggests that people are willing to hear that their government could be lying to them about something major. And, so hopefully we can just build on that.
Yeah, but see, the problem is that when you say, oh my God, Tucker Carlson came out and said this supportive of us, you'll have half the audience say, oh, he's an evil conservative. Or if somebody on the other side comes out and says the exact same thing, that's that evil liberal. And frankly, I don't need to have the whole buffalo here. I can just get this one thing of agreement with this person. And even if I don't like the person's politics and other issues, it's still good that I spoke out about this, one issue that's really important and still has an impact on our world today. So I'll throw this out to whoever wants to take it, but the political polarization, Craig said this on Freefall, my show, about how the election of Donald Trump, having nothing to do with what you think about Donald Trump, just the fact that this guy is such a lightning rod, such a polarizing figure, created a huge distraction in this country. And within the 9/11 truth movement, now everything is put through this prism of like, okay, so they agree with us about 9/11, but what do they, what's the rest of their politics look like? Which we didn't have to deal with that before. It just introduced this new element into the ecosystem of activism. Well, nobody has to be in lockstep. We also don't have to be united either, but we don't want to be divided and conquer. The best thing to do is figure out what you out there believe, whatever you're passionate about taking action on, and the truth will be sorted out from millions of people doing those individual things. Small things done well every day are going to change the world. But guys, thank you so much for coming on this panel and sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
This is a very fascinating guy to listen to on his video blogs, and we're going to get a chance to discuss some things with him here. This is Ian Crossland. He's an experienced media director with a fascinating background, including being an actor as well as a social media network creator and a host and developer on the popular show Timcast, hosted by Tim Pool. He's a very interesting guy to listen to, and it's a pleasure to have him join us here for the 24th hour. Ian, welcome.
Thanks for having me, man.
So we were talking right before we started recording here about we both came awake to 9/11 roughly around the same time. Most people that I talk to say they came awake around 2007 or so. Talk to us about your journey to waking up to 9/11 and other lies and becoming a quote unquote conspiracy theorist, a proud label here in 2024.
Yeah, I didn't ask you before we started. Do you care if I swear on this thing, or is this censored?
The F word.
It was fucking crazy, dude. I was making I started making YouTube videos in 2006, like June 2006, just to get, I was like, what would Jesus do with his tech? Let's do something righteous. Let's spread the truth. Let's try and figure out what's going on. And then I started seeing these documentaries, being in that space, people would comment on my videos and send me like, hey, because I was like, I thought we were the good guys. The America was just like, yay, America. And they would send me all this crazy stuff. I ended up seeing this movie Zeitgeist, which you've probably seen. Loose Change was another one. Mm-hmm. And a lot of them, actually, I go back a little further. I worked at Ground Zero in 2001, September 5th. I moved out to New York, September 5th of 2001. 6 days later, the towers came down, and I was like, well, I guess that's what happens in New York City. It's a crazy town. And people outside the city were like, no, this is it. This is not normal. This is bigger than that. And I ended up in October of 2001 getting a temp job down there with AMEC, one of the construction companies that was doing the cleanup, one of three. And I sat in the American Express building across the street from the pile from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night, 12-hour shifts with a cop. And we were just doing security on the second floor. All the windows had been blown out of the building on the first and second floor. It was just like frigid air coming in. I didn't realize at the time the explosive damage from, the bombs planted in the building apparently had propulsed and shattered the surrounding windows. I just thought a building coming down would do that naturally. Also, I thought a building coming down would fall in its own footprint at near free fall speed without its supports being blown out. I just bought the narrative at first. So seeing these documentaries, things started to piece together. Dude, I worked at Ground Zero, and the firemen would come in off the pile, and they'd be like, bro, there's fucking molten lava under the pile. And I was like, okay, I guess that's what happens when buildings fall down. There's just molten lava. This is like months after the building came down. There was still flowing molten steel is what it was, or molten iron or whatever the fuck it was, just molten metal flowing. And he was like, they would find bodies. But they said they wouldn't find bodies. They'd find this white twizzlery substance is how he described it, which was the remnants of bone. Everything else had melted away of the human, except if they found a fireman's jacket, they'd find the twizzlery substance inside a fireman's jacket. They knew that was the remnants of a fireman because that stuff was the jacket was heat resistant. It could handle that high temperature. And they'd wrap it in an American flag. And he's like, the bodies aren't under the pile, man. The bodies are under our feet, washing down into the East River. They're all melted. And at the time, I was just like, I guess that's what happens when buildings fall down. But now I understand the nanothermite seemingly had melted the steel and just caused flowing rivers of it for months afterwards. So it was these documentaries that got me turned on to all this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, me too, and so many of us. And, they turned it into a meme. Jet fuel can't melt steel beams. They use this to attack us, but it doesn't change the fact. I mean, this is a documented fact that we have presented time and time again. The jet fuel fires cannot get hot enough to cause the kind of molten metal, iron, steel that we see at the World Trade Center. So where did that heat come from? Where did it come from? And we never gotten a proper accounting of it from the U.S. government. And I'm sure that you have followed our work somewhat, and other people in the 9/11 Truth Movement, everything that they have been doing. That we keep on, hitting a brick wall with this in many cases. We get far, we have victories here and there, but they're hard fought. And we are living in the system right now where this lie is allowed to just linger in the room like a bad smell. And I see people just kind of compromising with it, going along and saying, well, yeah, I always questioned 9/11, but what are you going to do? The government's evil and all that. And to me, it feels like it's like a spiritual war, for the heart and soul of this country, because we're having this internal conflict going on. I don't know. Do you see this in any way as a spiritual war, whether we can face the truth about what really happened on that day?
Well, it's definitely like an override of cognitive dissonance to be able to accept logic, which is like buildings don't fall in near free fall speed unless their supports are blown out ahead of time. They just they pancake and then they topple. That the buildings came down and near both building 1 and 2 fell in near and 7 fell in near free fall speed indicates that the supports have been blown out, which corroborates eyewitnesses on the ground that were actually working like first responders saying bombs are going off in the building. There's documentaries of it. Pop, 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 pop up the building. These explosions also, like I said earlier, the windows of the neighboring buildings getting blown out and shattered, debris being found blocks away. And so I look at logic. That's how I play this. I didn't want to think that someone had been in there planting explosives on the support beams, getting prepared for some false flag to get us into war in the Middle East. I didn't want to believe that. That's insane to think that someone would do that. But at the same time, facts are facts. The building fell in near free fall speed. Both of them did. Okay, that indicates the supports have been blown out. They found nanothermite in the dust. I've got plenty of evidence, documentary evidence. Unfortunately, NIST, I don't even know if NIST has supplied that evidence, but it's been like external sources have recovered and found the nanothermite, which is a military-grade incendiary used to melt steel in the dust all around the building. They shipped the stuff off to China, which isn't really evidence of anything, but within the 3 weeks after the collapse, they started shipping the metal out of there. They wanted to get rid of the evidence, the crime scene. They wanted to get rid of the evidence and not explore the evidence. That was odd. Not evidence of really, that alone doesn't mean anything, but, coupled with all this other stuff. And what else do we got here? So I think the near free fall speed of the buildings and the nanothermite in the dust were the two nails that really made me think someone had been in there getting ready to pull those buildings.
That's what's the creepiest part about it to me, is that there were people going to work probably, at least 8 months. I would guess it would take to pull this, maybe longer. There were people going to work every single day while this is going on, or if they're doing it at night, just the fact that it's happening in there, people have no idea what's coming in September, just blissfully, going to work and doing their thing while this horrible plot is going on. Of course, those people deserve justice. And you mentioned about the nanothermite and the dust. You know how NIST responds to that? When they're asked, did you do these same tests that the University of Denmark did, Copenhagen, Denmark did under Niels Harrit's team? They said, well, we didn't do the tests. They said they didn't find evidence of explosives, and then they're pressed and they say, well, we didn't actually look for them. So how can you find something that you are not looking for? Are you familiar with the UAF study, the University of Alaska? So AE 9/11 Truth raised money, commissioned an independent study. So that means we didn't pay for the results or anything. We just asked them if they would do the study. And they said, we're going to tell you what we really think when we do this. And Dr. Leroy Halsey, one of the engineering professors there, did a model of Building 7, tested every which way. And their final conclusion was that the only way that Building 7 could have fallen the way that it did is if the internal and external columns all failed virtually at the same time, within seconds of each other. And now the UAF report didn't go this far. They won't say what could have caused that. They just say what happened in the building. But the only way that could happen is with pre-planted explosives. So of course we tried to make a big deal out of this. All of the resources we could to publicize it, barely got any media coverage. They're afraid of this. They don't want anybody hearing that the University of Alaska has completely refuted NIST's conclusions. So it's just crazy what we go up against with the media.
It's sort of like with the JFK assassination, like the documents just haven't been released. I think they're waiting until everyone involved is dead. And then even then, maybe they're people that they're related to or that we're working with. Like there were probably like 21-year-olds involved in that in the 60s that are now in their 70s and 80s. And God knows, I don't know what the years or the ages would be. But like I cannot go so far as to claim who did it. I tend to think like Halliburton all of a sudden got this contract in Iraq. Okay. Dick Cheney was in charge of Halliburton, was his company. He was the guy that oversaw. I think he ordered a stand down of the Air Force that day, or that they run training missions beforehand. So he's got his hands in the pot, but I can't make the claim that he was involved because I don't have that evidence. I just know that someone was in there beforehand planting explosives in that building to blow out the support beams. I don't know who. But I'm like, follow the money. That's where my mind goes. Is like, well, who profited from this? And it was obviously the American military-industrial complex. It's not really an American military-industrial complex, but it's this imperial military-industrial complex that just planted in Iraq and then into Afghanistan and then into Iraq. Like how crazy the dominoes started to fall after that. And all these government agencies started getting built. Like the spy state went on steroids after that. So my mind thinks that the U.S. government is involved, but I can't claim it because I don't have the evidence.
Yeah, well, or elements of it. You know, people tend to think about countries like they're people. You know, like, oh, France like represents one guy and he's friends with this other guy, but these are all made up of individual people. And so if you have good people in government, then you got a good government. If you have bad people trying to manipulate things in an organization ball, trying to pull the strings behind the scenes and get more power for himself or put more money in his own pocket, even if there's good people there who are blissfully unaware that this is going on. And yeah, I mean, the thing is, look, we've always said here, and we've always taken the careful approach at AE, that we simply want a new investigation so that we don't ever talk about complicity, even though everyone here has their own individual opinions and they pretty much match up that there had to be some kind of insider involvement in this. But the physical evidence shows this. Look, in the Twin Towers, the top block crushing the bottom portion. A top block cannot crush the lower part of a building without slowing down. All right. And there's no jolt as the top block hits the lower portion of the building. You know, you have a hammer hit a nail, what's going to happen? Even if it drives the nail through the wood, the hammer is still going to slow down. And this has been measured by Tony Zambodi. He's got a paper explaining his whole process for doing this. I mean, in the case of Building 7, I think I've mentioned this. I don't know if it was on another interview or earlier in this event, but you know, they claim that these fires in this area where they say the collapse initiated got so hot that they heated these beams. It pushed a girder off of its seat. The girder hit the floor below it, and then this caused an entire series of events inside the building where the floors collapsed, and that the interior fell first, and then the exterior fell afterwards. And that's how they try to explain why it looked like it did as it came down. The problem is that like an hour before the building came down, you can see this area that they're talking about, and the fires are burnt out. So there's no fires going on. If you don't have fires, you don't have heat, you don't have thermal expansion to cause the beams to push the girder off the seat. The comparison I make is Back to the Future. If Marty McFly goes back in time and prevents his parents from hooking up, then he ceases to exist. Well, in this case, you don't have the initiating event, you don't have the fires. This whole collapse scenario goes right out the window. So you would think with a government that serves the people, that doesn't have an agenda, they'd say, oops, we need to rework that, considering this is a big part of 9/11, but they don't do that. And what we've done too is we've submitted a request for correction to them. They stood by it. We sued NIST, and the courts have come out and said, well, and again, they didn't even judge us on the merits of our evidence. They basically said that federal agency reports don't have to be scientifically accurate. As long as they meet the statutory requirements, they're under no obligation to be accurate in their reports, to have any verifiable facts, as long as they issue you a report. So me being a little rhetorical, I say, well, what's to prevent them from blowing their nose in a hanky and saying, there's your report, kid, now leave me alone. So that's why we have the Scientific Integrity Act. We've written this. We're trying to get this passed in Congress that'll force government agencies to be scientifically accurate in these reports. But this is what we're up against. That's why I see this as a spiritual war, because it's like this big monolith monster that we're up against that just sort of protects itself. I mean, did you become like watching all of this unfold? What kind of effect did this have on you? Did this alter the course of your life like it did me and so many others, seeing how the media reacts, government and all of that?
Yeah, I almost killed myself, to be honest. I had a severe depressive break. I was an actor in Hollywood, and I was just living the dream. I was on my way up. I was going to be the next big Hollywood star. I had a manager from CBS. He's like, "You're going to be the next big Hollywood star." And I was doing YouTube videos. Everyone loved me. It was just manic and love and everything. And then I started to realize the military, what the power of the empire, essentially. I didn't understand at the time the British Empire, which rebranded in 1997 to become a United Kingdoms. The King of Kings, now Charles, the Xerxes, the King of Kings. He's still the Emperor, Charles. He's the Emperor. This is the British Empire, shattered the Japanese Empire, took over Japan with military bases, did the same thing to the German Reich, took it over with military bases. The British, it's not just British anymore. It's this military empire that's like American, I started to understand it, and it drove me literally insane. I started to lose friends. Then I went down the rabbit hole of like the biotech industry with Monsanto poisoning using glyphosate on the crops, the drug industry patenting life and trying to, and like, it really, I started to get really twisted. And I was also doing a lot of drugs at the time, which probably intensified my twisting of my mind, but it also, there was just a lot of pot. I was enhancing my curiosity, which, can spiral you into chaos. I went nuts, dude. I had to slow down and get traction again in life and find like a reason to live, because I felt like I was the bad guy. And how can you go on living as if you think like bad people will justify that they're the good guys just so that they can legitimately survive. I felt like I was the evil one supporting the destruction of the planet and the human race. And I've just had to kind of find like the good things in my life again, and like, and helping my friends and my immediate surroundings. And like, I feel like paying taxes into this system is still supporting the empire. And also now I'm like, I can kind of see the value of utilitarian empire. Like it's like the least, maybe it's the least bad thing. Like it's better than marauding psychopathic murderers. Like at least we don't have barbarian warlords that'll come gut your wife in the middle of the night because they can. Like we have laws and things at least. So it's not like the worst of the worst of the worst of all time. There's been much more horrible governments than what we have right now. But I think it could be better. Like I think this idea of conquest has kind of hit a head and maybe done. This time of like that we need to conquer other lands in order to pay for our inflation is like, it's not working in the Middle East anymore. And we've seen that the last 20 years. Our national debt is $35.18 trillion. It's gone up like 20% in the last 4 years or less. I don't know, $5 trillion. It's like out of control, or becoming out of control. With global currency now, the US dollar, like with Bitcoin and things like that, the US dollar is floundering. I think that diplomacy and trade maybe is the better way at this point. But I mean, how to convince the military? Like, I'm like, how do I convince the military industrial complex that building bombs and blowing up the Saudis or whoever the hell in the Middle East isn't the way now? I want to refocus them on like blowing up drones. Like, let's refocus all of our money and influence into drone defense programs so that we can still spend all the money on explosives, but blow up robots instead of blowing up humans. Maybe that will help.
Well, here's my plan, and I've talked about this on my podcast at one point. I have no intention to run for president. I would never do that to myself. I wouldn't win anyway. I'm a terrible politician. But take the military-industrial complex, because these companies are made up of people. Get rid of the people that are pushing this stuff. There's probably a lot of decent people at the lower levels just earning a paycheck there, and try to work with them to transition to something that's not needing a river of blood to keep it going, to like civilian space flight. How cool would that be if you could get on a rocket ship or whatever the technological name for it is with your girlfriend on Friday and say, hey, let's go to Paris for the weekend. And it's like a 2-hour trip. You get a hotel, come back on Sunday, or you're ready for work on Monday morning. And this would revolutionize everything, trade, all of that. So transition all of that stuff over to, by the way, this is not an AE platform, folks. This is just something I've thought about in private moments. But transition into these things that could change the world so that we don't need this constant war going on in order to keep these companies going and keep people employed. So that's just one of the things that I've thought. But yeah, you're right. This whole model is falling apart. I remember Ron Paul talking back when I started waking up to 9/11 Truth about how the dollar is going to crash, all of this stuff. And over the years, people have said, oh, Andy, that hasn't happened yet. That hasn't happened yet. But I mean, we're kind of watching it happen incrementally. You go to Dairy Queen, you pay $8 for a cup of ice cream. And I mean, the food prices are just insane right now. So, I mean, I think 9/11, if we had a revelation of this, of what really happened that day, I think it would put an instant halt to everything going on right now, even though it is 23 years later. What do you think?
You're right about resource distribution. That's the crux of the problem of why we're at conquest stage, because we need to get the resources so that we don't hyperinflate and that people don't revolt and try and overthrow the system so that they can get food. So they're like, we need external resources. We need to go get the oil. We need the poppies. We need the heroin, whatever the hell they're trying to sap out of the Middle East right now. And if we could somehow transmit the resources from point to point in a quick amount of time, we don't really need to take like the hydrogen revolution. We're on the cusp of a hydrogen fuel revolution right now. I just interviewed Jim Dore, who's like the leading scientist on Earth that studies graphene at Rice University. And graphene is this hexagonally latticed carbon. It's a two-dimensional layer of carbon that they figured out. It's like a honeycomb, but it's like one atom thick layer of sheet of carbon. And it's got electrical conductivity properties greater than copper. It's stronger than steel by weight, by 200 times. It's lighter than steel. It's much lighter than a lot of strong, and but it can capacitate energy like a battery. It's a fascinating, and it's pure carbon. You can get it out of carbon dioxide. You can actually turn carbon dioxide into this building material of graphene. You can take carbon trash, put it in a tube. They figured out this process called flash joule heating, where they hit it with 7,000 degree electricity. They pulse it like at a 0.1 millisecond pulsing. They pulse this carbon trash like plastic, turns it into graphene powder, bulk graphene powder. And for $4.50 worth of this graphene powder, you'll get a kilogram of hydrogen as a byproduct. So you're making money to create hydrogen. It used to cost money to make hydrogen. They figured out how to create a resource and get a hydrogen byproduct, which you can then use as a fuel, which you can pump through the current methane system that we have on Earth. That will reduce the cost of fuel by, I don't know, 100 times. It'll make going to the gas station, instead of costing like $4.50 a gallon, it'll cost like 9 cents a gallon. Some crazy, which will reduce the cost of goods. And then what's going to happen is the carbon industry is going to freak out. They're going to be like, we still want to pump our oil and dig our coal. So we can turn the oil and the coal into graphene with the same process of flash joule heating. So we can drill more, we can mine more. I think it will really, the fear then would be that it's going to unleash free or cheap electricity for too many people, and that psychopaths will become too powerful. Like, there is a limitation on growth factor that the utilitarian industrialists are concerned with. They don't want to give people too much power too quickly because they'll potentially overgrow the system. So there is a concern of you still want to limit the power of the individual. I don't like the idea, but this is the idea of utilitarian control, is you can't let everyone have unlimited power because some idiot's going to drop a nuclear bomb on the ground and blow everything up. So they want to like sort of cap it out. But if we can reduce the cost of fuel, we've solved the economic crisis. That will get enough. Now we just need to be able to spread out, colonize, or the underwater, colonize Mars, colonize space stations and things like that, which we're really on the cusp of as well with space elevator. Like, we're about to build a space elevator with a graphene tether, and
that would be cool. That sounds like Star Trek stuff. And I mean, I know it's science fiction, but all scientific innovations start off as science fiction. There's an H.G. Wells story from whenever he was alive at the beginning of the 20th century or so, where they use a rocket to go to the moon. And, we use rockets to go into space now. So it always starts off as a thought in someone's head. This is the thing. Yeah, I mean, I see your point about unlimited growth and too much being available to people too soon. And I see this with the AI. I'm a little concerned about where that's going to take us, because it's like, I don't believe human beings should be able to have whatever they want at the tip of their fingers, have all of their wishes granted to them like a genie. I don't think that's good for the human spirit. You got to struggle a little bit. But at the same time, when you let people compete and make them more free, at least a little bit, you get better technology, you get other things. It kind of works itself out. I've just sort of seen this. And I've seen this with individuals too. If you're sitting there competing with other people and trying to, I don't know, take their piece of the pie or whatever, then you're constantly running on this hamster wheel. But if you just sort of focus on yourself and just do your own thing, then people just start copying what you're doing, because you become the leader of it. And I think the United States could do this. Now, with all the stuff that you're talking about, if we focused on our own development, our own technological innovation, we would be the prize of the world once again.
I think we also that we have to, as a national security defense risk, like if we don't, the Chinese will, and then they'll take over the earth. It's like we have to do it. We have to take control of this energy, this new fuel source of hydrogen. Immediately, we've got to be the ones first, because everyone's going to start doing it. They're going to start mining carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and turning it into graphene and get the hydrogen out of it. They'll get the hydrogen out of the methane, which you can turn methane with like steam methane into carbon dioxide, which then you can turn into graphene. So it is paramount that we move on this as a system. I don't know if we need it in the we need like political discourse around it, but we also need the industrial sector to work on it.
I think we need to let the kids play. I think when I say the kids, I mean like the citizens and stuff. When you're being a kid, you're out in the backyard and you're goofing off with your action figures and stuff. You might figure something out that's kind of clever, right? And that's how you learn, is by imagination and just sort of facing challenges and figuring them out. I think if you let the kids, the citizens, give them a little bit more freedom to innovate and compete, you're going to get better stuff. But what I see now is sort of like this anti-human direction. Like, for instance, you go over to the Circle K and the store clerk will be sitting there on their cell phone and they want you to scan your own stuff. And their goal, ultimately, because I've read about this, is to have completely self-sufficient stores where you maybe just need an engineer to show up every once in a while to fix the machines. And so as we start taking human beings out of the equation and into the basic labor market jobs, like we can't sustain an economy with everybody being an entertainer on social media and stuff. What are you going to do with these people? And they're always going to exist, these people who kind of graduate from high school and don't go to college, but they get some job at the factory and they're okay for the rest of their lives. There's always going to be those people. What are we going to do with all of this unskilled labor pool once everything is automated? This scares the hell out of me.
Yeah, there's the view, I guess you call it utilitarian digital serfdom, where like you've got this pleb class of like 80 to 90% of the humans that just do grunt work and they get sent off to war. I think that's part of why war exists, is to shave off a segment of humanity that they believe is too stupid to actually contribute. And they call them consumers. I mean, they've normalized the phrase consumers, which is pretty terrifying in a lot of ways. But it's also kind of true. Like, humans are animals. We're animals like dogs, but we're just intelligent animals. We're very intelligent, frontal lobe development, but we're still animals. If we don't get food, we go crazy like a hungry dog. Like, desperate people are like crazed animals. They can become crazed animals. So I kind of get it. But it's like, do you want less people or do you want more people? Do you want maybe it's not quite that simple. It's like, do you want less people that are plugged into machines where we're relying on automation? Because then if the power goes out, we're screwed. And they are working with tapping the vacuum for electricity, like a solid state vacuum drive. Nassim Harriman's working a lot on getting electricity out of the vacuum of space-time, which is coming around the bend. And they've been suppressing that kind of infinite energy tech. But I think now that they want the machine to always be on, like the AI to always be on, the electricity to always be on, I don't know who they is, but that they're willing to tend this concept of infinite unlimited electricity that's always on, so we're always plugged in. If that's the case, then it will be easier to automate the system and have people just constantly plugged into the machine. But then you've got like mass censorship. I mean, it'll be like hive mind control, which maybe that's the digital serfdom I'm talking about, where like you're not allowed to behave in certain ways or think certain things. That the read-write capacity of the neural net that Elon's building right now, it's a read-only system where it can just sense your brain waves and then transmit it to the machine like a cursor on the machine. But later it'll be a write mechanism where they can input data into your brain, and just like watching a commercial and being like, I think I want it. That product is like, your brain's going to be, So then there's going to be a sect of people that just want nothing to do with the machine, and they're going to try and just grow crops and live on their own. And then the digital kings will be like, we need to, they're risking the system. They might try to overthrow us. Like, I don't want it to come to some sort of great cyber war. I don't think it really needs to. If we can plan ahead, it shouldn't have to, because as long as we're able to spread out, I think as long as we're able to spread out and colonize first Mars and then the clouds of Venus, like the upper atmosphere of Venus, obviously space stations and stuff underwater. And I think we can build floating cities also, like with this, like a boat floats on the ocean. If you can create a structurally sound thing that's less dense than air, it will float like a balloon or a vacuum that will float in the air. And if it's big enough, it'll be able to support systems on top of it, and we'll be able to kind of float cities. Then you want them to be transparent so they don't block out sunlight and things like that.
Well, this is the kind of stuff that I would love to see. I mean, I don't know how close we are to something like that. I'll probably won't see anything like that in my lifetime, but this is the kind of stuff that we should be thinking about in our public. I mean, most people are sitting there talking about the latest movie or whatever, or focusing on, silly things out there, or getting caught up in the political divide or the drama or the war or whatever. But these are the kinds of brainstorming and imagination sessions that more people ought to be having, in my opinion. And I just kind of think, I don't know, maybe I'm too simple, but I just think that things kind of work out. Like in every society, you're going to have your artists, you're going to have your engineers who have no inclinations towards creativity whatsoever. You're going to have this type and that type, and they just sort of find each other and figure things out if they're given the breath to do that.
Yeah, the internet gives me a lot of hope for that reason. It's a great organizing tool. I've met so many geniuses with this technology. I'm glad I was around before the internet, like before the common internet in the 90s. Like I was born in 79, so I got to taste what life was like when you had to go to the library and search through the Dewey Decimal System to find like the things that had a K in it, and then you'd find what books had carotene, and then you could go search for the. But the reason I'm talking about this crazy, wild, sci-fi, potential future stuff is because I don't want a 9/11 to happen again. I don't know if we're ever going to figure out who did it, why they did it. I don't know if we'll ever truly find out. And to be honest, I don't really care. I don't want it to happen again. I don't want us to get false flagged into some freaking war where 100,000 people get their legs blown off and children don't have dads, and we get worse as a people because we've lost so much as a result of the chaos. I don't want that to happen again. So if we can figure out resource distribution and making things cheaper, I think that is the solution to a lack of need for conquest, which I think is the impetus for why 9/11 happened, is we needed a reason to go to war.
Yeah, exactly. Now, before we close out today, and I found out about this from Jeff, our marketing guy, you've got a social network. Now, one of the things we've covered in another interview with Zach Vorhies is internet censorship. And of course, that happens on social media too, but it's called minds.com. Tell us about that, and why do we need minds.com, and why should people sign up?
It's open source. This is the biggest reason. Is it's free software. It's built with AGPL3 code. There's other different licensing codes, but what's situation is from the beginning, the First Amendment of the United States is in peril right now. Free speech is being threatened, and it's mostly being threatened by online censorship, as far as I can tell. People use these systems like they're in the commons, like your telephone. If Verizon could go in and make it so you said a word on the phone to your mom and they shut the phone call off, and then you no longer have access to your phone number, people would riot. I would hope they would riot, because that's not righteous. It violates the First Amendment. This is a material we use in the commons. These social networks should be treated the same way, in my opinion. The big ones. They're common utilities at this point. Everyday usage by most of the people on Earth. So the reason I feel like we can't legislate our First Amendment right and guarantee it. We have to take it by force. And by force, I mean we need to create systems that are impervious to the threat. So we need systems that have free software and free speech built into them. And the way you do that is by controlling the access to the software code itself, not the networks, whatever. As long as you have the code, you can spin up a version of that network and then use it, and you get all the functions and tools of the utility. So AGPL3 code, like I was saying earlier, that Minds is built off of, or it's got other versions of open source code, is what's called a free software code license. It's the best version of open source you can find. Some open source code, a lot of it, you can take online, find it, change it, and make that change private, and then have your own proprietary, which is private code system. So, but with AGPL3, it's Afro General Public License 3, developed by Richard Stallman and the Free Software Foundation. Any changes you make to that open source code are free and open that people can see. They see all your changes to the code. So anytime a system comes in and tries to take that code and make it better for their own purposes, those betterments are available to the entire world, so that we keep compounding our changes on top of each other. We build an ever open system of code licensing. So YouTube, for instance, has a lot of proprietary code. Google has a lot of proprietary code. If that were to be opened, either legislatively opened or just someone built something as good as that or better, and then it was open, someone gets a hold of that code, someone tries to run that system, and they do some crazy terms of service where you can't say the word fuck, for instance, or you can't say the word dog. People, that code, someone else is going to be like, well, I have that code. I'll make my own version of the website where you can say the word dog. And then the people, not only will those two networks be able to interoperate anyway, because they're built off of the same code. So YouTube 1, YouTube 2, 3, 4, 5, they all, I can be on YouTube 7 and subscribe to you if you're on YouTube 2. But if I'm on YouTube 2 and I get banned because I said the word dog, I can now go over to YouTube 7 and still have access to the same function. That's how you preserve your ability to speak on the internet, is by having access to the code. So I think that open source code and free software is so important to the preservation of the U.S. Constitution, particularly the First Amendment. And Minds is an example of that in working form.
Right. And I just want to clarify, it's MINDS, not mines like a landmine or something. MINDS.com. Check that out. Ian, you're a fascinating guy to listen to. Maybe we got to have you back on my podcast at some point if you'll do us the honor. But thank you so much for joining.
Yeah, man.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's so good to be able to talk about some of these things, kind of go out of our usual topics, which is usually 9/11 and all the science and stuff, because there's a whole world out there and a whole future waiting for us beyond all of this drama going on right now.
It's holistic. I like zooming out when there's a problem to see the surrounding parts, because nothing exists in a vacuum. There are no closed systems. Every problem has a surrounding reason that problem exists. And things like 9/11 didn't happen on its own. Like, there were many, many reasons why. So when you can kind of figure out about resource distribution and why governments and organizations want to take people to war and why they're willing to kill and lie to get that happening, like, then you can start to solve the problem. So I'm happy that you let me expound. That was really cool.
Yeah, awesome. Well, you're going to be doing it more probably on my show Free Fall. So thank you so much for joining us on the 24th hour.
Thanks, man.
All right, folks, this is going to be a good one. Our next guest is Sean Stone. He's been an actor since childhood, appearing in his father's films, including The Doors, JFK, Natural Born Killers, and Wall Street Never Sleeps. He's also, though, a scholar, author, and filmmaker. He's been a TV host on RT America, and he also co-hosted Conspiracy Theory with Jesse Ventura. I think that's one of the first cable shows I've ever seen that actually openly talked about the 9/11 evidence. So we'll be getting into that in this interview. Sean studied at Oxford and Princeton University, graduating with a BA in American History from Princeton in 2006. He's worked with such organizations as Save the Children in Somalia, Gang Prevention Program Unity 1 for Jim Brown's Amera I Can group in Los Angeles. And he's got a whole list of accomplishments here that we will be getting into, including some documentary films that we're going to want to be hearing more about. So let me go ahead and bring him on in here. Sean, welcome to the 24th Hour.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
So you have openly challenged the government narrative on your show. Much respect to anybody that's got the guts to do that. But what made you initially question September 11th, and what was the fallout when you made your thoughts public?
Well, I first questioned it pretty soon after, I would say maybe a year or so, probably by the time of the Iraq War, I would say, because some people just with common sense were saying, we're asking the question, since it was pretty clear in the lead up to it that Iraq was not part of the 9/11 attack. Why are we going after Iraq? And, I wrote articles in, various journals at Princeton, basically against the war. I was talking against the war. I saw Scott Ritter actually speak at Princeton when I was there. The former UN weapons inspector, Scott Ritter, who was basically saying, look, the case for Iraq having WMDs is, he laid it out why it was far-fetched. And so I looked at all this as going, okay, this doesn't add up, right? There's clearly an agenda here of warmongering. And obviously I was also against the Patriot Act. I saw pretty quickly what that was doing to our freedoms as a country, how it was creating this massive security state. And then I read The War on Freedom, I think was the first book that really opened my eyes, which I always recommend to people. I think it's so well written by Nafeez Ahmed, who's gone on to be a very good journalist. I think he's with Insurge now. But that book, War on Freedom, was sort of, for me, gave a lot of the details and the facts as to how we already were preparing for war against Afghanistan. And it was like Unicol was one of the companies that was trying to get in there for the pipeline. And basically there was a very famous quote, like, telling the Taliban, if you don't sign up with us, we'll be carpet bombing you by October. And so anyway, The War on Freedom is a great book. That for me was a great moment of putting pieces together, asking questions, because at the time, without the internet, a lot of us didn't even realize like the third tower went down, right? So when you start to actually start looking at the videos, seeing the details, going, wait a minute, this doesn't add up. So to me, I already had a question around 9/11 from, I would say, 2003 on, and then it became more and more certain the more evidence they came out with, various documentaries and books and things, and just to me the architectural and engineering evidence was the strongest to say, because obviously the Pentagon, from a logical perspective, didn't make sense. The idea of this guy dive bombing and basically hitting the Pentagon at near ground level. And I remember when I was in college, actually, the video came out and said, okay, we're going to show you the plane hitting the Pentagon. And then you don't even see the plane in the video. It's literally, they just like, wait a minute, you just said you're going to show us a video of the plane hitting the Pentagon. There's no plane in it, in that video, right? It's just, you just basically see an explosion. You don't see what hits it. So again, all these questions to me were in my mind, and I don't have a definitive answer of how it was done, but the nature of an inside job, a conspiracy, had already been planted when I was in college. And then as far as you're talking about coming out, I mean, I think one of the most famous quotes I had was on the Blaze. I was interviewed, was it the Blaze the Blaze, I think journal, like publication, basically says, Sean Stone says 9/11 was an inside job. And I think a lot of people agree with that. I don't know. I think we're at a place kind of like JFK, maybe a few less, but I remember a poll done back in like 2009 or something that about 40% of the population thought there was more to the story. And I bet you today you probably get at least 50%, maybe even more.
Yeah, the media is not an accurate reflection of the people. They show you people on television, and they tell you this is a sampling of average Americans, and they all seem to be following a script. But when you actually talk to people, on the street about this, even if they're not active and, you know, putting out books or putting out content about it or activists or anything, they have their questions. They're like, I never really believed that story. And more people are open about saying it now. One of the great things, too, back in the day about RT, like most of the stuff that covered this content was still kind of finding its, I don't know, style or I don't know what the proper word to call it is, but like you would see some very kind of low budget material put out, but the information was good. So most people watched it. And then all of a sudden RT shows up on the scene for most Americans here. And it's like, you've got this professional news network and oh my God, they got somebody here talking about 9/11 truth with this fancy set behind him and everything. So they were always willing to question U.S. government narratives. And of course, people will say, well, it's because it's the Russian government. They're a geopolitical rival of the United States. So what skin is it off of them to question this stuff? But I am curious, was there any kind of limit that was put on you or other hosts about how far they could go with subjects such as September 11th or any of the other things that we question in our society?
You mean on RT?
At RT, yeah.
I don't remember talking about 9/11 on RT. I mean, do you remember who we interviewed specifically?
Well, I remember, like, I'm not talking about you, but I'm just talking about RT in general. When, I remember Bob McElvain at one point was on there when Rachel Maddow attacked 9/11 Truth. I think it was Bob McElvain. And so they did talk about 9/11 Truth overall on the show. But were there any limits that could be put on, were there limits that were put on the hosts there on how far they could go with, subjects like September 11th or any of the other controversial topics?
I mean, with RT, it wasn't so much like, how do you say? I don't think there was so much of an issue as far as controversial topics. We used to have to basically get editor approval. And this is the major thing that every journalist has to deal with, I believe, right? Whether you're hosting a news program for a CNN or a Fox, or you're out there in the field doing investigative journalism. There was a great book called Into the Buzzsaw, which was the basis for the show that I did with Tyrell Ventura and Tabitha Wallace, which is before RT, before Watching the Hawks. We did a show called Buzzsaw on YouTube. And Buzzsaw, that title came from that book, basically explaining how journalists. It was a compendium of different journalists expressing how their stories had been killed by the editor class over their careers, right? In very famous cases, one of the most famous ones being the Gary Webb story, right? And how his work got kind of killed by the editor class. So even at RT, you still had to go and get approval from the editor-in-chief, the director, right? And, if he didn't want to go into a story, he'd say, he would say, that's not interesting or whatever. I don't think it was so much for censorship purposes as just what he thought was the most interesting content for the channel. And again, I'm sure CNN and Fox have their own parameters. That's why you only see certain stories covered by those networks. So as far as censorship or whatnot, I never felt there were things that I couldn't go into if I wanted to interview people. We did talk. I guess we did interview some, former FBI guys about some of the. You'd have to look at the interview. It was interesting, basically about how CIA had failed to share evidence, right, and about the various terrorists that had come over to the U.S. right before 9/11. They had failed to share information with the FBI guys, and there's some very compelling evidence on that front that a lot of it was actually intentionally kept out of their hands, right? So we had conversations like that. We had conversations about the Saudi connection to 9/11. A lot of those 13 pages or something that came out a few years ago, finally, right, describing some of the Saudi involvement in helping to get the various terrorists their visas and things like this, right, and those relationships, which again was not a surprise to those of us that had been looking at 9/11 for a long time. But yeah, with RT, we were able to talk, have conversations. I was more of an interviewer, so I would have interviews with people that knew the subject matter, right, and could share their perspective. Yeah, so again, there's always a censorship that takes place from a media perspective. With RT, we had, I think, a lot more leeway than you might have had with CNN or whatnot. But again, that's just my experience.
So I mentioned earlier that you co-hosted the show Conspiracy Theory, which for the 9/11 Truth Movement was very exciting, very pioneering, because it was, again, the first time that we'd ever seen the stuff that we've been reading about and watching on YouTube, on the internet, being put on television and presented to the world. So everybody was tuned in. They were sharing people would just kind of grab it off of somehow off of TV and put it up on YouTube and share it on MySpace and stuff. Talk about that experience, how that came to be, and just your overall thoughts so many years after that show was on the air.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I came on the show after the season 3, which was after Jesse had already covered, his 9/11 episode, right? And he got into like nanothermites and things like this in terms of how the building was taken down, whether it was nanothermites versus lasers, right, or very advanced tech, which I'm actually in favor of. I think that there's a good possibility that you're looking at more advanced technology than the nanothermites. But again, there's arguments, I think, on all fronts for this. So Jesse did a good thing by investigating 9/11 for that, as you said, for that conspiracy theory episode. The 3rd season, I was brought on because I had gotten to know Tyrell Ventura a little bit. I'd come out of doing investigative work around the supernatural. I just made my first film called Greystone Park, which was about my experiences ghost hunting in these really dark energies of the New York and Jersey areas, right? The abandoned mental hospitals in these areas. And so, having done investigative work on that front to make the film, and from that, I was hired by the Conspiracy Theory show to be a host with Tyrell, basically because Jesse he was in the midst of a lawsuit with TSA, and I can't remember exactly the specifics of why. He basically, he's always being stopped by TSA because of his. I think he has some metal in his body or something to the effect that, like, it's a physical thing where he kept being stopped and frisked, and he was just sick of it, and he wanted kind of what global entry should be, I would think, right? He didn't want to go through those machines, and I think this was before the time of global entry and TSA pre-check, I believe, right? So I think he wanted essentially those services to be able to say, look, I should just be able to go through an old metal detector. I don't want to have to go through this whole process. And I can't remember the details of it, but essentially he was in a battle with TSA. So he said, I'm not going to fly anymore. As a result, we became the main guys on the ground investigating the stories of,
So I've done some research on things that other media has said that you said. I'm going to read a quote. And this is the thing, is that a lot of your thoughts on world events go right along with my own. This is a quote from the Daily Mail. They said, meanwhile, the Younger Stone questions, let's see. I lost my place. Hold on. Oh, meanwhile, the Younger Stone questions what difference there is between suicide bombers and covert drones dropping missiles. He said, because we killed them with our missiles, we don't consider ourselves terrorists. We only consider those who blow themselves up terrorists. And obviously, you cannot create that qualification. That's a 1984 Orwellian doublespeak term. I could not agree more. It's like I've always heard the term one man's patriot is another man's terrorist. And so if we invade a country for no good reason, like we did in Iraq, we're freedom fighters. But if they fight back, they're terrorists.
Right.
Now, I'm not for hurting any person or using any kind of techniques, but you kind of push people into a corner. With one of the most advanced militaries in the world, they're going to use what they can to defend what's theirs. So I just want you to elaborate on that point for our audience that you made there.
Well, I mean, I think I should qualify it by simply saying that to intentionally kill civilians is terroristic, and at the same time, to create, to fight wars, I believe, is terroristic. I mean, for the most part, when we're fighting wars in the modern sense of wars, not in the traditional sense of defending your home, right? That's the traditional sense of defensive war, right? Just wars is either you're defending yourself, you're defending your country, you're against an invader, or essentially if there's no other option but to fight, that's really just war. In this case, we're talking about the modern warfare, which is bombing civilians, bombing cities, right? Urban warfare, destabilizing governments, justifying, the overthrow of a Saddam or a Gaddafi because they're bad guys, and not, that's not really the job or the role, I believe, of a republic. America's supposed to be a republic. We become imperial. We basically adopted this militarism and become part of the British Empire, and essentially become the defenders of that, what used to be the empire, most of that territory, right? That was a quarter of the world's planet. A quarter of the planet was under British imperial control. Now the U.S. bases are stretched across the whole planet. We're securing shipping lanes. We're supposed to be, we're sending weapons to Ukraine because that's all of a sudden part of U.S. interests. U.S. interest has become, the destabilization of Russia. I mean, that's how far-fetched we are, how far gone we are from our traditional notion of a republic, which is supposed to be able to cooperate between nations and hopefully work towards peace. We're not working towards peace. We're working to create more instability and war. So when I talk about the bombings, the droning, I'm not saying, obviously, yes, if you kill military targets with a bomb, that can be justified, but most of the time you're not just killing military targets. I mean, Obama very famously at that point killed two American citizens. I think the name was like Al-Awlaki or something to that effect, and his son, who was a teenager, actually a kid, and both were American citizens. Neither one had been tried. They were executed by the order of the president. I mean, that's how far gone we are from our traditional constitutional understanding, right, of rights. So in that context, I was speaking of drone strikes that were, again, killing many civilians. And I'm saying, well, you can't suggest that these people are the terrorists when you're terrorizing them. I mean, look at what's happening in Gaza right now, right? You have 40,000 plus dead, probably 100 to 200,000 wounded, infrastructure destroyed. I mean, all these things are, if it was done to any other city, we'd call it terrorism. But in the context of, Israel doing it in so-called retaliation, it's justified. I mean, it's a very warped worldview that I think that we're living in right now. And it's basically was unleashed by the events of 9/11, not because terrorists did it, but because we co-opted the event as America. Whether or not whoever was the insiders that did it initially, whether it was probably a mixture of intelligence services, the real deep state, the octopus, if you want to talk about the tentacles, of power of the military-industrial complex, meets financial services, meets the surveillance and technology state, right? All these things coming together to create this event. But essentially, from that point forward, we have been on a path of perpetual war, creating more chaos in the world, and really actually doing more harm to our republic than good.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, from a greedy, evil business standpoint of the military-industrial complex, if the United States fires a drone into a wedding to get one guy, takes out 50 people, but maybe they leave some kids behind, maybe take off one of their arms, that kid's going to grow up very pissed off and want to get revenge, and then maybe they pull off some terrorist attack, or they get led as patsies into one, and then, hey, there's another war. It's good for business. I think that's how they really think, and then some president, some doof who just wants to be famous and in history takes the blame for it, bring in somebody else who wants hope and change. And, by the time that war is scaling down, they can sort of draw that down and thank the new president for that. And everybody thinks, oh, we dealt with the problem, but we never really did deal with the problem because the same system is still in place that's keeping this going. And what bothers me about this, I mean, there's a lot that bothers me about modern society, but, the drone strikes, back in the Roman Empire era, you didn't have guns or anything. So if you wanted to go kill somebody in a war, you had to go right up to them and stick the sword right through them. And you had to look into that person's eyes. and know what's going on inside of them in their head. But now you can just sit in a. Go ahead.
A lot of civilians were killed. Don't forget, historically, there were massacres. The taking of Jerusalem by the Crusaders, massacre of civilians. Taking of the Americas, massacre of civilians. The taking of the wars of Genghis Khan. Less so, but there were definitely children killed.
Brutal times. Brutal times.
There have been violations of any concept of what I would consider, a valid war, which is between men, women, and children, have nothing to do with it. But unfortunately, we haven't seen that in human history.
Well, this might get into the question I was getting at, though, because, so, that took a lot more effort. Maybe people were more brutal back then. I mean, they certainly, you watch the History Channel stuff on what happened during Roman conquest and that. But now you got people who are sitting at a computer typing, I don't know the exact process, but you type it into a keyboard, and then the drone fires it from, thousands of miles away or whatever at people. And it's almost like we make it more of like a process, more of like a mechanical process. And it just kind of takes you further away from the devastation that you're causing. Do you think that because you're also taking the danger away from our own military, are you concerned that this could lead to even more war, because it's almost like, hey, it's an easier thing for us to do, and we're going to have less chance of a military revolting against it like we saw in Vietnam?
Well, we've seen more war. I mean, certainly that's, I'm always emphasizing to people that we've basically been a consistent chain since Bush Sr., Reagan to a certain extent, but really more Bush Sr. It was like, the invasion of Panama and the Gulf War. And then, Clinton basically, especially with bombing of Yugoslavia, was very brutal. Bush, obviously, with Afghanistan and Iraq, Obama with Libya, and then Syria, well, more supporting the terrorists there, and then drone striking all over the place in, I don't know, 7 countries or whatnot. Trump was the only one that really didn't do any new wars. Now, obviously, since Biden, it's been all, escalation of war between Russia and Ukraine, and escalation between Israel and Gaza. So I think we're actually moving to a place where we never had the infrastructure to go fight, 5 Vietnams. And Che Guevara, I think, famously said that, that'll be the demise of America, right? When you get them so spread out, they're trying to fight all these different wars. He understood that we do have a certain limit to our capacity, right? Every empire does. And that's why, again, I object to this notion of America being an empire, but that's what we bought into. And so we're at a place now where we think, okay, well, we don't have to fight Russia if we can get the Ukrainians to do it for us, right? And we'll finance and support it. But that also drains you. That still drains your tax dollars. That still drains your infrastructure and your resources. We're borrowing bullets from Korea to ship to Ukraine. I mean, think about it. Our industrial capacity is not there for all these wars. So as easy to say, yeah, well, we can do all these drone wars, but who's making drones? It's like the Chinese are making drones. The hypersonic weaponry that the Russians have is very advanced. I don't know that we have hypersonics. I do think that we have more advanced technology than has ever been announced, because I do think a lot of the secret space program stuff is quite advanced technology that belongs to us. But on the other hand, do we have the ability to, or I should say, the financial resources and infrastructure capacity to fight these perpetual wars, or will we go overextend it? And that's, I think, a big thing that Americans haven't contemplated. The manpower, the physical infrastructure, what it took to fight World War II was a physical infrastructure, right? That was in place of machinery. And now we've outsourced so much of that machinery and technology, the machine tools. Could we ramp up for a serious war? I don't think so. I think that's where, Bobby Kennedy has really talked about this. Like, we're bluffing. And I think the Russians and the Chinese and others are calling our bluff. And I think that this is going to get very dangerous if we start to play this game of escalation in multiple quadrants of the world, because I think the Chinese and others will start to call our bluff, and we could end up in a very slippery, perilous slope.
I couldn't agree with you more. I remember during the Obama years, the DOD published a report, very alarmed. Of course, the mainstream media sort of buried it into the back page, but it was about rare earth elements. And we have the elements here in the United States, but our industry, the processing of them, production of stuff that we need for like computer chips and mainly the things that these smart weapons that we're so reliant on now need, that industry would take 10 to 15 years to rebuild here in the United States. And I don't know what they've done about this, but it's a huge national security threat because there was some kind of conflict with Japan that China had, some kind of standoff, and China threatened to cut off the rare earth exports to Japan, and were able to sort of twist them to their will based on that. So, like, I don't think these smart weapons are as smart as they tell us they are. There's been cases where they do tests of them and they don't work. And I also, World War II, you see all these films of people going out and saving rubber and metal and volunteering and, getting all involved in the war effort. And I just don't see this modern generation doing that at this point, because so many people are pissed off at their government that if they get us into some kind of big conflict, people are going to say, this is not my problem. I'm not conserving anything. I'm not getting involved. You guys deal with it yourselves. So I'm not so sure we could even win another major war like that. So, right. It's not just a moral issue. I think it's a logistical issue as well. We need to pull back. And I guess that kind of gets into my next question here. Where do you see all this going? I mean, when I was growing up, the concept of a nuclear war, I remember writing this for the school paper. Oh, what if nuclear war broke out? What would happen? And it was like, okay, that's not going to happen. The Soviet Union fell, and he's just being imaginative here. But now it's actually something that could happen. We call this the 24th hour, and there's a different meaning behind it, but it's sort of reminiscent of the nuclear clock. And I have never been this scared in my life of a nuclear war actually breaking out. Now, that's my thoughts. You may feel differently. Where do you think all of this stuff is going right now?
I think there's two paths before us, and that's really clear to a lot of us that are, very I haven't been so politically invested in my life because I thought, I saw most of the presidents as puppets of the one world order agenda, the New World Order agenda. Right now, I see there's two paths, and I think a lot of people miss it because they don't like Trump's personality. But Trump's politics can clearly stated he's against globalism. He's a nationalist. So you really have the path of someone who, again, didn't start new wars, who has basically, has been tough. Yeah, he talks tough, but he's been able to negotiate. He negotiated with the Taliban. He was willing to negotiate, I think, with anybody, really. That's his style. He's willing to make peace. He's talked about that. He wants to bring peace between Russia and Ukraine. I think he would do the same with Israel and its neighbors, because that's the point. You cannot live with perpetual war. Israel's in a place where they have no future right now because they are basically antagonizing all of their neighbors, and to the point where it's just a matter of time before you basically have the Middle East ganging up and allying and ganging up to destroy Israel. I mean, that's what they're fomenting essentially with this Gaza war, and then antagonizing Hezbollah and Lebanon. So it's like that, you can talk tough all you want, but eventually you get enough people angry at you, they will gang up to see your downfall. And I think that's where we are now, is essentially this, the Kamala Harris, which is the deep state, which is just more of the same, dancing our way to to destruction around the world, and people not forgetting, around the world, remembering how much America has betrayed countries, how many countries, we've overthrown, we could, we've obviously been engaged in sometimes physical conflict, oftentimes just, financial, operations, CIA operations over 70 countries that we've been involved with, cooing and things like this. They don't forget. There's a lot of animosity that's been created, and so we have two paths right now. Either we're going to humble ourselves and start to negotiate and say, look, we're a strong country, but we're still only a country. We're only one, and we have to start making peace with people and start to negotiate, with hard negotiation, which is something I think Trump can do. Or we're going to skip along to Armageddon with Kamala Harris. I really think it's that simple.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just need to focus on ourselves. I've talked about this on my show. If we just focused on civilian space flight or something and kind of invested it into our own industry, we could be back on top and we could be at peace, and it would be like the 60s again or something. I want to ask you this because I was talking about this before we started recording. Your father is Oliver Stone, of course. He made JFK, had a big impact on me. It had a big impact on another former member of our staff as well. So I want to extend my thank you to him for making that. In the last term of Donald Trump, he had a chance to release the assassination files. He didn't do that for whatever reason. Now there's a promise. More thoughts on that. And also, what a revelation, and I'm getting to a hypothesis here, folks, or a thesis, I should say. But what a revelation on JFK, even though it happened way back in 63, and a lot of those people are gone now who experienced that. Do you think a revelation or an acknowledgement of what really happened to JFK would have a major impact on this country and on this world, or wouldn't it?
I mean, we're so far from the event. It's difficult to know for sure. Certainly, it would be nice to get to the truth. I don't know that anyone. I don't know. Trump's talking about releasing the files. Obviously, RFK Jr. is joining that alliance, and with the intent, I think, of getting access to those files. Not just JFK. I think RFK too was assassinated by multiple people connected to CIA. So I think yes, the files would be. Hopefully would validate some things. I'm not too optimistic that the evidence in those files will be definitive, right? That's why I say I don't know that you'll get that like smoking gun document from the archives, but we'll get more that will help piece this thing together, I think, and then which will give us a better picture as researchers, right? To be able to get a better sense of what happened with JFK. Maybe RFK too, again, maybe we'll find something in the archives as well. But again, I don't know that you'll get that smoking gun that'll be like, aha, we know the U.S. government was involved, and then what? A lot of these people, a lot of these liberals love the CIA now. A lot of them have gone over the side of like that was the CIA back then. Now the CIA is a good thing.
It's wonderful. Yeah, I know. And I don't know. I think if there was a revelation somehow, some kind of smoking gun evidence, but things. They would probably figure out how to bury it somehow. But if there was some kind of acknowledgement on every mainstream paper that the U.S. government covered up the murder, the true nature of the murder of a U.S. president, people would be like, WTF from that. And it would also vindicate all those people over the years that were dismissed, called conspiracy theorists and whatnot. And the point I'm trying to get at about 9/11 is, 9/11 was we're coming on the 24th hour here, but basically, we would 23 years ago, it would that's sooner in the timeline. That would be huge. Elements within the U.S. government. I don't like to say the entire U.S. government because it's made up of so many different people, but elements within the government were responsible for bringing down those towers, killing all those poor people that were in them. That would have to stick in people's mind. I don't think that ever goes away, that sting. So I don't know. I believe it would have some kind of impact. We would have to see. Maybe people will be just staring into their smartphones and tuning out. Sean, thank you so much for joining us tonight and for being part of this important event. And good luck to you and all of your future projects.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And so I was actually kind of happy and laughing to myself that the specific event of Trump being elected had occurred. But apparently I was alone in that line of thinking, because when I came to YouTube, it was almost like everyone someone had died, literally. And I remember thinking that this is kind of weird how everyone at Google seems to be thinking that this is like a really, really bad situation. But I didn't realize how far up that sentiment had gotten until a week after Trump's inauguration. The company had essentially a struggle session at their weekly TGIF meeting. And at this TGIF meeting, which it happens weekly, the C-level executives voiced their displeasure at the election of the wrong president. And there was the CFO who broke down in tears, like on stage. And the CEOs were saying that this was a result of nationalism, and that fake news needed to be, was a factor in his election, that Google needed to take a larger role in filtering that fake news, and that they were going to use machine learning in order to, remove that fake news from the internet.
All right, I'm going to be very interested in talking to this gentleman, and we're going to take some time with this interview, this one in particular, because I believe personally, in the 9/11 truth movement, we tend to think that whatever the latest incident that has happened is the most relevant issue facing our movement, and trying to prove whether or not there was inside job involved. We think that, but I think what we're going to be talking about right now is the biggest issue facing our movement, our cause for 9/11 truth in the future, and even in the present too. It is internet censorship, and this guy is all over it. We've had him on 9/11 Free Fall, as you saw there. His name is Zach Vorhies. He's a former Google employee who released 950 pages of internal documents to the Department of Justice, which outlined the company's program of censorship that is corrupting the search features on its platform, as well as YouTube. This includes blacklists and secret page rank scores. I don't think we rank very high, since when you type in 9/11 truth, a bunch of mainstream media stuff pops up. His book, which he wrote with Kent Heckenlively, is Google Leaks, a Whistleblower's Expose of Big Tech Censorship. So, Mr. Vorhies, welcome to the 24th hour anniversary event. Well, and your audio is not working there.
Thank you for having me. Thank you. It's very good to be here. And thank you for having me back on the show.
So before we played this interview, we played a clip from your appearance on my show last time, talking about the ordeal you went through with Google. Before we started, and of course this is pre-recorded, so some of this will have already played out by the time people watch this, but it's still exciting for me to hear. Talk about the news that you were sharing with me before we started recording.
Yeah, so back in late May, I gave a interview with the legislature during one of their hearings, where I talked about sort of like a top-level view of all the bad things that Google has been doing, how they thought that their users were programmable units that they could engineer through their search engine and control their access to information, thereby shift elections, shift perceptions, and basically engaging in the details of, I hate to say mind control, but that's essentially what it is: behavior control, influence, and they're doing it for for political reasons. They're doing it to control culture, and it was a massive program mediated by an artificial intelligence system called machine learning fairness.
Well, that don't sound fair to me. And I'm going to tell you what, I remember years ago, and I've listened to everything. It doesn't necessarily mean I believe everything out there, but I used to hear people like Alex Jones say, they're going to neuter the internet. It's going to turn into a glorified cable box. You're not going to be able to get the same stuff. And I used to think, well, geez, maybe I wasn't arrogant in dismissing it, but, you type in 9/11 truth, there's Niels Harrit, there's nanothermite, there's video on the free fall acceleration of the towers. It's going to be pretty hard to put this genie back in the bottle. Flash forward 2024, I type in 9/11 truth. I get a bunch of mainstream media stuff trying to tell me what the official story is, and also saying that we're absolutely nuts with all our science and common sense. And when we talk about this, because I talk about it, it's related to our issue. And if we're being hindered in getting our message out, then that is something we need to be concerned about. I have debunkers, people saying, no, it's not. You're here on YouTube. And I mean, you know, like the views count goes down. We used to have millions of views and it goes down. But you're here, you exist, and you're not being censored at all. Zach, what do you have to say to those people who make those comments?
I mean, look, it's 2024. I mean, they need to sort of wake up. The censorship is now mainstream. It's part of the Overton window. Now we're just trying to quantify and qualify exactly the extent of that censorship and the quality of that censorship. And essentially going forward, it looks like it's going to be artificial intelligence. Google had their entire program based around artificial intelligence to censor the internet. It was massive. They basically give us a rating within their systems, and that blocks access to sites like 911truth.org, because they are going to be classified with these AI labels, including fringy content, non-authoritative. And non-authoritative is their big sort of rug pull that they started in 2017. And what they've done is that they've created an EAT score for every single website, person, or topic. And what that EAT score does is it stands for expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness. And if you're not trustworthy, AKA you've got Wikipedia and this mainstream media attacking something or a topic, then that AI basically says, well, that thing doesn't have expertise, authoritativeness, it's definitely not trustworthy. And so what happens is that your score goes down. And when your score goes down, that means it's very, very hard for people to find the information that you're talking about. Now, this is something that would fit perfectly in a communist or fascist system where centralized planners have absolute control over the information that their citizens are allowed to see. It is completely antithetical to a functioning democracy. We cannot have a democracy. We cannot have our freedoms if we are not free to be able to find out what we want to know and be able to converse freely with those that share similar ideas. And, this machine, I mean, they talk about trying to protect their users, but what they're really trying to do is protect the state. And the state needs protection because there are dissidents that are looking to speak out. And it's these dissidents that are the real targets behind all of the censorship that's going on. They do not want us talking about the criminal activities of our government. It's going to become illegal. We're going to go the way of Britain unless we can, regain sovereignty and a voice and say, look, we need to be able to have this, free exchange of ideas in an open marketplace. And if we don't have that, then there's nothing that's going to be able to stop us from heading into World War III or having all of our jobs absolutely destroyed or another senseless, pointless war that's written on the back of a false pretense that no one is allowed to speak out against. And that's really what is more American than ever. Like, we were founded by dissident activity against Britain and the monarchy in the UK. And so if you take that away, then we're pretty much, giving up, the struggle that our ancestors fought for in order to make sure that this country was a place that you and I would want to grow up in.
Yeah, that's right. And it's not that we aren't allowed to hang a shingle somewhere on YouTube. It's that nobody's going to see it. Back in the old days, the reason this movement caught on and that so many other movements around trying to right wrongs by our government caught on is because it was free. I mean, and so let's say Loose Change was the sort of the inaugural film of our movement. It got passed around a lot. And I remember I think this was before Google took over YouTube, they used to have most viewed right on the front page, and you'd see Loose Change there, and you'd see something else about 9/11. And that's how this stuff caught on. And then after the censorship starts, there's a certain percentage of the population like me who have already awakened to this. And they're like, okay, we're just going to have to live with that. But if we quarantine them and we make this 9/11 stuff, this 9/11 truth stuff, not be able to be seen by any new people, those people will give up and quit and go away. They won't get any new people coming to their cause. And then just eventually the problem will take care of itself. Now, there have been a numerous videos. I'm going to ask you to comment on this that I have seen, because I'm very interested in this topic, censorship, and the way that it's happening sort of in this sneaky type of way. It's not even, I mean, if it's announced, nobody sees the announcement of it, but it just sort of happens to create this illusion of choice. And so I've seen these videos, one in particular by Truthstream Media, big fan of them, where they show how this works. And they do a search. I think they just put an innocuous thing like pizza into the search term on Google. And and they made this video back when there used to be tabs at the bottom. Now it's all scrolling, but it would say billions of results. And you start clicking through the tabs at the bottom, and you hit a certain point where they start repeating themselves, and then also the results start going down. Oh, now there's 60 million. Now there's 100,000. Now 50,000. And so they start repeating, and you're not really getting this many results. You're just getting repeats of the same thing. And now, since they've taken the tabs away and it's all scrolling down, you can't even see this for yourself, because you're not going to remember this result was number 3 up here, and now it's back here at 86. So it's an illusion of choice. That's my opinion. My question for you on this, what we've seen here, and how much is the idea of a vast and endless internet, how much of this is truth versus fantasy in 2024?
Well, I think that the big issue that's happened in the last few years that I didn't know when I blew the whistle is how close we were to artificial intelligence. And I think that artificial intelligence is sort of the sucker punch where, it seemed like sort of like the logical next step for those that were, deeply embedded in that. But I think that even the elites haven't really realized how fast artificial intelligence would just sort of go from a toy in 2021, with ChatGPT 2, to something that's writing now most of my programming code for work, essentially. And that's happened in the span of 2 years. And so a lot of the censorship I see, that has come from AI also has to do with basically dangerous narratives that artificial intelligence can possibly give each and every single one of us about the true history of the United States. Like, let's say that you took all the documents from 9/11, right? And you created a 9/11 chatbot, and you were to ask it to fact check certain statements by the NIST, right? The government body that was basically engaged in a scientific cover-up of the obvious, inside job. Well, that artificial intelligence is going to come out there and it's going to give you a whole bunch of information. And I think that that's going to be very destabilizing if the method of control that you have over society is primarily around narrative, because essentially what's happening is that they're losing the narrative. And that's all been very clear for a very long time. But instead of them losing the narrative to, individual minds that are trying to piece together the truth, you can now feed all this information into an AI, a hyper intelligent exotic life form that can read all the books, memorize all the passages, and then quote you from the information. The thing is that when these AIs get all the information that they can about a subject, then they're going to come to radically different conclusions than the false narratives that are being generated and pushed to us. So a lot of the censorship that I see is pretty much being laid on the groundwork of, there's going to be future conflict between the different nations. Like propaganda and subversion have always been tools that states have issued against each other. And essentially, they're about to get the nuclear bomb in narrative generation, narrative warfare, and psyops because of artificial intelligence. And so a lot of the stuff that I see that's going on right now, like I didn't understand it, but now that I see that the artificial intelligence is coming around, I'm thinking to myself, okay, we're about to get into completely uncharted territory where people are no longer the apex intelligence life forms that exist on the planet. It's now going to be, soon it will be artificial general intelligence, and then it's going to be artificial super intelligence. We just don't know what the plateau on that artificial super intelligence is going to be, because we can make, once we make that first super intelligent artificial intelligence, well, essentially it's just an 8 gigabyte, comma separated value file. It's almost like it looks like a spreadsheet when it comes out. You can take that thing, clone it on a whole bunch of different machines, and all of a sudden now you've got not just one super intelligent entity, you've got millions or even billions if you want to go to the, you want to scale that value up. And so a lot of the censorship that I see that's coming out right now is, what we're seeing is we're seeing the destruction of the internet. We're also seeing the destruction of Google because they index that information. And a lot of that information right now is being pulled back, right? And a lot of the information that used to be freely viewable is now being put behind an artificial intelligence, prove that you're human test. And so right now what we see with the internet is that a lot of the sources of information are shutting down, and it's getting harder and harder to access this information. But on the contrary, with sites like, Twitter being bought by Elon Musk, sometimes that information is a little bit easier, to find, especially since there's a lot of people that still have the information in their heads prior to sort of the data shutdown that happened with the internet, starting with Donald Trump in 2016, but really ramping in around 2018. We still have all of this in our heads. We've woken up, and when we find somebody that's, resharing this information, we grab hold, we learn what's going on, we educate ourselves. I see all of the censorship is leading into, we've got to totally lock down all of the information that's out there. We've got to cover up the crimes, because they literally can't get away with anything anymore without people being completely tuned in to what the game is being played and realizing, oh, look, the clowns are doing another clown show and the media is covering it like, it's this totally legitimate thing, when in reality, they're just using it for some sort of means to the ends that will become apparent as, it comes to fruition. For example, a lot of people like to praise WikiLeaks. Oh, WikiLeaks, they're like the truth tellers, tellers. Julian Assange is this really big hero. But you look at the background of it, it's like we weren't able to overthrow a bunch of Middle Eastern countries if it weren't for the fact that WikiLeaks was doing the dirty work of the CIA, right? By the Arab Spring, by selective leaking of intelligence that was then used by big social media companies like Google, going out there on the front and driving that revolution and turning states over. And I'll just give you an example. It turns out that the instigator that helped blow up the social movement revolution of Egypt turned out to be a Google employee, right? And so what we're getting is we're sort of discovering that pretty much everything that the media talks about, if they're talking about it, that means that it's sort of a influence operation being generated out of the minds of some, intelligence state that is hiding behind the shadows. And we're seeing that over and over and over again. And for a lot of people, they first woke up to this, JFK, 9/11 was a really big event, because once you get all that details, you start piecing together all the pieces. What you realize is that, wow, we literally attacked ourselves in order to generate the justification to go to war on a former, colony of the of Turkey, right? It was the Ottoman Empire, which is what Iraq was, and that we're literally trying to do that. We're literally attacking ourselves, killing our own civilians to drum up the moral support in order for us to invade another country and colonize it under the banner of the United States. And people don't want to see that. There's this, this underlying, like you find this on this underlying sort of consensus on the left and the right, even though we don't get along, that at the end of the day, we want to grow up in a world that is fair, that has prosperity in it. And we definitely don't want to have our energy being sucked away by a parasitic class of globalists that think that the population needs to be reduced to 500 million in perpetual balance with nature, basically monopolizing the entire global oil supply chain, torpedoing new energy technologies like nuclear that can get us to this type 1 civilization. Like we literally have a smorgasbord of different nuclear technologies that we could use in order to generate power, but they've all been sabotaged since essentially the 1960s, when they realized that well, this oil monopoly means that we have a chokehold on the entire global energy supply, and that everyone's essentially got to pay a tax in order to access that. And if anybody tries to come up and create, a competitor to the gold system or the dollar system, then they're going to get smacked down. They're going to get assassinated. Libya, Iraq. There's other countries as well that have been involved in these oil wars. And so, 9/11 is sort of the key to all of this, because it was when the United States decided that they were going to essentially do the biggest treasonous act to its own people since JFK, in order to, ensure that this global petrodollar system maintained a monopoly for a little while longer, and essentially dominate the world. And if we can wake up and realize that this is a criminal cartel that's owning the system, then we can perhaps slow it down. Because if we can slow it down and we can, demotivate the people that are, existing within the system and make the evidence everywhere that they can possibly look, which is where 9/11 has gone. Like, despite all the censorship, 9/11 and the truth movement is out there so much that people don't even want to mention it anymore. It used to be like, oh, look at those crazy, conspiracy theorists that think that it's that it was like fake, like the moon landing. Now they don't even want to mention it, because the amount of evidence that's out there has gotten to every single normie in existence. And at this point, you can't not hear about how 9/11 was an inside job. It's become a meme. The only thing that you can do is just assume that all the people that are speaking out about this are completely fraudulent or crazy or some sort of weird mental cope to see that this is happening. And so what's interesting is if we can just stop these globalists from, engaging in the plans by throwing monkey wrenches, there's this new sort of society that is waiting to grow and spring up, one based on more truth, more openness, and realizing that there is an amazing amount of abundance that we can have if we just stop following, the narratives and the stories of these elite psychopaths that are secretly running the world behind the shadows.
Well, every time I get stirred up by something I see on social media, I ask myself, is that the action they want from me? Maybe I ought to chill out a little bit and find out what the actual truth is. And you see that the social media and the search results are being used to, as you talked about, drive public opinion in a certain way, while people like us, there was like a window. There was a window, and AE 9/11 Truth got in through it before it shut, where we were able to build an audience, and that's how we are able to continue to exist and continue to get our message out there. But with, and I forgot the term that you use, I'm sure you'll repeat it, but with the authoritative ranking, they're the authoritative source. Yeah. 3,500 or 36 now, actually 3,600 architects and engineers. They don't know what they're talking about. NIST is the authority, and so we're going to bias our search results based off of people only swallowing the NIST narrative. Well, at the same time, when we sue NIST after our request for correction, the defense says that, and the court upholds this, that as long as they meet statutory requirements, federal agencies don't have to be scientifically accurate in their reports. That's a real thing. I don't know if you've been following us. So we've got this thing called the Scientific Integrity Act that we're going to try to push through Congress and get that changed. The Supreme Court refused to hear it. But they're the authority, but they're also saying that they don't have to be accurate. This is an upside down world. I'm not even shocked by it anymore. Some things are just so absurd. You have no other option but to sit back and laugh. You still try to do something about it. But that is where we find ourselves in 2024. Now, my question is, and this is where I get into the unknown territory for me, myself, and I haven't researched this. How much? Everyone always says Google. How much of a monopoly does Google have? Like, I noticed there's search engines that will say, we're different than Google. You can use us, and they offer some privacy features, but they're still powered by Google, and you're getting Google search results. How much of the internet? You don't have to be 100% accurate in the number, but like, how much of the internet does Google control right now?
Well, the number that was floated around years ago, and I don't know if this is still accurate, but they still use this number, which is 90%, that Google owns 90% of the search market. They do that through Well, two primary ways. One is that they pay mobile providers to a hefty sum of money, a third of all the revenue generated by their advertising through the phones, and particularly this is iOS with the iPhone and the tablets, comes preloaded with Google search, right? And then the second way is that Google is pretty much the default engine in a bunch of different browsers, but that's being eroded very quickly because Microsoft is pushing its Bing browser, its Edge browser, which is actually based on the open source Google project Chrome browser. But then they swap in their search engine. And so right now it's mobile. It affects the information that we can get while we're on our phones, which I'm actually really surprised. I'm starting to feel like as a desktop/laptop user, I have a special set of skills now that a lot of the new, millennials don't, right? I know a lot of millennials that are really good with their mobile and they haven't touched a computer in like years, right? They'd be pretty much lost in that. And so that mobile market is basically the future of, information access by, human agents. And Google has a lockdown on that whole mobile market, right? Like obviously they own Android, that's their phone. They own Google, so they can, merge those two together. You can remove the Google search, but by default, they're going to have it on every single Android. And a lot of people just aren't going to go to the trouble of trying to figure out how to change the search engines. And so with those two sort of platforms, right, mobile and, still a really great presence on desktop, they've been able to supposedly capture and maintain a 90%, monopoly on search. Now, what's really interesting is they just got declared a monopoly by a recent judicial case. And so as a finding of fact that they are a monopoly, that means that going forward, they could be, essentially brought under monopolistic practices. And so what I see right now is that there's going to be a huge backlash on the legal front. It looks like the elites that are running and control the system, they're going to spread out that control and get it out of Google's hands. Also, I think that there's an element of the Chinese Communist Party. What's really interesting is I keep on seeing all of these roads lead back up to state action by China. And my guess is that China's infiltration of big tech is something that we're going to see, and that a lot of the people pulling the strings are actually going to be foreign nationals that have infiltrated into these social media companies that are, trying to help accelerate the decline in, the systems of America, basically, spread a lot of subversive ideas, mannerisms, social trends, and that Google has been right in the middle of this. And I think that if the powers that be can sort of declare that they're a monopoly, break them up, then this is going to be a really big headache for the CCP. Now, obviously, we have our own, problems with the elites that are running the Western Global Alliance. And so the big question that I have is whether this is a legitimate subversion and corruption by the CCP that's driving a lot of this, or if they are in some sort of collusion at the very top levels. And that's the one thing that I haven't been able to really find out, like what the true answer for that, like how much of this is actually intentional by our own people, how much of this is actually an effective campaign by China to do active measures and ideological subversion against the very richest people in the Western Global Alliance, which, look, China's got a lot of money, right? That whole trade deal that Kissinger did to open up China and basically hand them tax-free exports to the United States has done an absolute number to raise China up and make them an economic behemoth. And so, if I was China, like, what's better than a hot war? Corrupting the Western Global Alliance and their elites and funneling money so that you can do your active measure campaigns to try to weaken us from within. And so, one of the big things that I saw within Google that's not getting a lot of attention is the fact that the CCP has essentially infiltrated it with a bunch of sleeper cells, and that they are installing their people into positions of power. Believe it or not, I think that when I was there at YouTube, for example, in 2016, I walked in with about about a quarter about 25% of the entire workforce was, Chinese nationals. And when I went out, it was either about a third or a half. Like they are really doing a number to infiltrate and put those people into place of power. And so a lot of this stuff we have to say, well, is this the action of foreign state interests? I believe that it has. And I think that going forward, we're going to get a lot of surprises that not only is it the bad actors within our government that has their hands dirty in this censorship art, AI that's now being, it's essentially everywhere with Google. But I think that we're also going to see that China is helping them along best that they can, because they see that it's causing a lot of problems within America. It's very destabilizing. No one trusts anything anymore, especially with the advent of deep fakes, right? Who knows what's real or what's not anymore? Like at least 2 years ago, you could spot something that was AI generated pretty easily, unless it came out of Hollywood or some other big studio. Now you got keyboard warriors sitting on their computers, typing out prompts like a Mozart and getting the AI to sing to their tune and generate entire, trailers to movies that I like seem better than any movie I've ever seen before. And so, going forward, I really see that there is an end of Google's dominance. I think that one of the primary reasons for this is because the entire search engine market is about to implode. What do I mean by that? Well, first of all, they have been contaminating the results. Second of all, there is a lot of AI generated spam content that's going out into the internet, like literally everywhere. And third, the thing is that because of the aforementioned issues 1 and 2, people are switching more to artificial intelligence to cut through all of that crap and to give them exactly what they're looking for right away. And so it's a lot of those, those 3 factors that I think are really going to cause the downfall of Google, because, as sort of a running joke that we had within the company, Google is really just a monopoly in search masquerading as a multi-tech company. Nothing else really makes any money. It's all search. But they kind of like say that they're a multi-technical company in order to protect their monopoly on that search. But once that search engine starts to stop printing the money quarter after quarter after quarter, because people are using artificial intelligence to do their searches and people are shutting down their websites, so you have to prove that you're human and putting, don't search this, Mr. Robot. Once that becomes more mainstream, I think that Google is finished. I think that they're going to be defending a monopoly in which is not only, it's not only a monopoly, but it's a monopoly in a imploding market, which is internet search. And so I think that, in the next 4 years, this is my prediction, I think that what we're going to see is we're going to see either Google sort of be finished off by the regulators being, declared a monopoly and, having YouTube, Gmail, their cloud business and their infrastructure, their software infrastructure for running other servers. I think that those 4 things could be hacked off. And I think that we could see that hacked off as their search market, which is their bread and butter, their money-making machine, essentially shuts down, and a lot of painful firings and layoffs are going to come as a result of that. So I think that really what's happening is that we're coming to the end of the internet search era as we enter into the AI information era.
AI freaks me out. There was an AI engine that I tried out. I read about it somewhere. I can't remember the name of it. But, one of the things that everybody does, of course, is you look up yourself on it. I typed in Andy Steele 9/11. There were things that came up. One of the things that comes up is it's asked these questions. What did Andy Steele's family think about his 9/11 activism? So I click that. It says, well, there's no information directly about what the family thinks, but he did relay a story one time about going on a blind date. And he said this, I shared that story one time back on a podcast that was audio. It was never put in a transcript or anything.
Yeah.
And this was years ago. And somehow this thing is able to relate it in the third person back to me. That is freaky. There were other things like that too. It actually knew certain things too that people shouldn't know about like just at AE and stuff. Nothing like deep and scandalous, just, weird little factoids that we never really like talk about out there because it's not important, but it knows them. So it's freaky. Now, is you're saying that the search era ends, the search engine era ends, one of the good things back in the day was that these were human voices. So if I go and listen to one guy about an issue and then I decide he doesn't have a clue what he's talking about, I can go listen to the opposition and kind of come up with some truth. You had to use your own discernment, but at least you're talking to humans. Now it's like you're asking a big robot to give you the truth. Now, what if they don't, it seems though, and I'm going to ask you to address this. It seems like a robot giving you the truth is really just going to be biased towards whoever programmed them and what information they put in them, and that you're going to have even more censorship. Am I wrong?
You're kind of right. But there are some things that are really interesting in the anti-censorship front. You remember the movie, if I can make an analogy for a second, you remember the movie, something about Spotless Mind with Jim Carrey?
Yeah, I vaguely remember that. Yes.
Yeah. God, I'm drawing a blank right now, but
Eternal Sunshine
of the Spotless Mind.
Something
remember
like
the
that.
plot of that movie?
Vaguely, yes.
The doctor was able to erase memories by having the patient relive the memory. And so Jim Carrey, he's brokenhearted. He's had a bad toxic relationship with this girl, and they're both toxic, mutually toxic to each other. And so she gets her memory wiped, and then he discovers that there's this doctor that can wipe his memory. And so he's remembering all the things about her. And as he does that, he's deleting the memories. And then in his dream state, he's like, no, I don't want to lose the memories. Very touching, very great movie. One of my favorite movies. They found out how to do this to artificial intelligence, believe it or not, to these open models. What they can do is they can take these open models, like the ones that Facebook is releasing, which has specific guardrails installed in its neural nets. But the thing is that they can figure out where in these neural nets this censorship is happening. And the way that they do that is that they generate a whole bunch of questions, and then they start feeding it into the artificial intelligence and seeing what the answers that it gives back are. Now, according to the patterns in the language that it generates regarding answer entropy, like how much does it change from time to time, they can measure that entropy with variations to the same question and figure out which spots within the artificial intelligence has this censorship been applied. They can then, because they can map it out from this semantic questioning, they can generate counter questions in order to fine tune these artificial intelligence systems. Now, keep in mind, the way that you fine tune an artificial intelligence system that's been grown to understand language, politics, and whatever, is that you generate question and answer pairs, like let's say 30,000, and you just fire them into this artificial intelligence. And then it's with, not only do you give it the question, but you also give it the expected output. And what these researchers have found out is that you can create specially crafted question and answer pairs that you can feed into these artificial intelligence, and this will delete or retrain out the censorship that they've put it into the model, and remove the guardrails, and then it basically reverts back to an uncensored model. Mike Adams actually did this. Mike Adams created his own artificial intelligence based off an uncensored model. But what's happening is that we're now being able to create these rogue AIs. And it's these rogue AIs that if they're trained with the truth, even if they're small, they can run, circles around these large, massive scale, large language models. Because no matter how smart you get an AI to be, the problem is that smartness breaks down when you try to make it toe a false narrative. And there's this question that's been posed by, Mike Adams. No, not Mike Adams. The comic guy for Dilbert. What's his name? Scott Adams. He said he'd love to see a small artificial intelligence compete against, one of differing size. So small versus large, with the large being trained on establishment narrative, and a small artificial intelligence that's been trained on, something more closer to the truth. I already know what the answer is going to be. The small one's going to smoke the pants off the large one. And so think about this from a narrative control standpoint. Like, how can you allow any sort of rogue AIs into your society if you're controlling society by, narrative control? You can't. And so I think that there is going to be a shutdown coming for artificial intelligence. China, I know, would probably love to get their ideological subversions put into an artificial intelligence that basically, they can deploy, people can access. And so I think that, this future is going to be very interesting, time that we're going to be living through, because we're going to have all kinds of things coming out, narrative, facts, theories, false information like flat earth. It's all going to be coming at us so that people don't know what to believe and don't know what to think. And as they raise the level of noise with all this AI generated content, it also seems to bury the signal. Like you know personally how many fake sort of narratives there are surrounding 9/11, and people, they go down these rabbit holes and they go down everything. And then they go down these dead ends that are meant to be found because they're false. And all of a sudden they're like, oh, people are saying that there wasn't even a plane that day. Right. And so, this is sort of like the way that the elites are resorting to combat this, is that they realize is that if they can't control the signal, then they're just going to flood the information space with a whole bunch of noise to try to confuse each other. But, I do see that people are learning fast, and we're realizing that there's a lot of nameless fools out there that are probably intelligence assets deliberately spreading false information so that they try to get you to trip on their, fake intel.
That's right. And they do it in real time too, and harass people and all of this. And actually, I'm glad that you mentioned this, because this gets into my next question here. There's this thing I've seen in different videos. It's called the dead internet theory. And the gist of it, from my understanding, is this idea that there's nothing real on the internet anymore, that everything you see is some kind of AI generated content, whether it's bots trying to drive up views on a video, or it's a bunch of comment bots, just, leaving comments, positive or negative, depending on who paid for them, under videos and content and such. Now, I don't, I'm a real person on the internet, unless I was programmed to just believe that. That's a joke. But I'm a real person on the internet, so I don't think everybody on the internet is fake. But how much truth is there to this? How much of the internet has been overrun with bots, and how much of this traffic is actual real people?
Yeah, that's a really good question, right? I definitely noticed that it seems like there's a lot more bot activity, especially with these unverifiable platforms like Reddit or Twitter, right? There's just, you just make a bot. Why not? What I think is that there's a lot of disinfo about, the dead internet theory, or the birds aren't real. And the thing that is very fascinating about this sort of propaganda is that they take the exact most extreme position, and then they put it out there, and then they laugh at it. Oh, people think that the internet's dead and no one's real. Oh, they think that all the birds are fake, and that none of them are real. And in reality, what I think is happening is that this is noise to distract us from the fact that they are starting to flood bots onto the internet. And I believe that probably some of the birds might actually be sophisticated, surveillance artifacts, right? I certainly have seen them in China. They're bragging about it, that they've got fake birds. And so what a perfect way to sort of numb people's minds to what the intelligence services are doing by coming out there and taking the most extreme thing possible and saying a declaration like, oh, the birds aren't real. And then people are like, you think birds aren't real either? When in reality, it's very likely that some of the birds may actually not be in fact real, right? And I mean, if I had infinite money as a Western Global Alliance leader, I would definitely have a program to make a bunch of fake birds. Why not? It's the perfect sort of like assassination thing. Like the CCP is definitely going to be doing that. If the CIA hasn't made a fake bird by now, like they aren't doing their job. Like I am 100% certain that the military industrial complex has been all over fake birds for at least a decade, probably two, right? They've probably been around since, let's get real. They've probably been around since the 80s, right? And so this dead internet theory, it's not that it's interesting that, of what it posits. It's interesting because it looks like something that would be a tactic employed by the intelligence services at the very beginning of when they actually start turning the internet, dead, right? They start turning on the bots. They start flooding a lot of the stuff with bots. And then they say, dead internet theory. And at the same time that they probably are developing fake birds, they come out there and say, people think the birds aren't real. So I do think that we're getting more bot mediated interaction. I think that this is going to happen on, Twitter. I've seen it happen all over Reddit at this point. They've got AI censorship where if you say anything that's wrong, there's an auto ban that kicks in. And you get kicked out of, let's say, our politics, right? And and so when you take away the human dissidents and you allow the propaganda bots, people are going to be fed this, this lie. And what's also really dangerous about that is generating synthetic data can be used to train artificial intelligence agents. I know that these agents are very sensitive to any information that I put out there. You notice that they had an obscure fact about you from long ago. You're like, well, that only existed in audio. How did they do that? Well, they are transcribing the audio for everything that you're doing, feeding it into an artificial intelligence system. And what's really scary is that once they start generating all this synthetic data and recycling it back into the artificial intelligence, are they going to create basically their own Overton window for artificial intelligence and have it shift, left or right? And that is sort of, remains to be seen. I do know that anything that you put out there does tend to get vacuumed up, especially now that, people are shutting down their data systems. Like I've got a website, zachvorhies.com. It's got all of the Google leaks. And so when I, search or ask ChatGPT about who Zach Vorhies is, it actually generates a lot of the content from my own website in describing who I am. And so paradoxically, we're in this window right now where everyone is so starved for information to feed into the AI. If you have a public website that is accessible to anyone and you don't have sort of like the bot guards on it to keep the bots out, the bots will read that. They will train themselves on that information, and that information will then go into their systems, which then the elites have to turn around and censor with guardrails that can be removed by pesky engineers that spend too much time in front of the keyboard.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's almost like the technology is just like out of their hands. Like if it weren't for the internet, we would have never probably even heard of Building 7. We might have heard it obscurely in some book or something, but you wouldn't have seen it coming down. So it's like, it's almost backfired on them. And then they want us to have it so they can sort of keep track of everything that we're doing more and more increasingly and sell stuff to us and tell us how to think and all of this. But people like, well, myself, but others, so many around the world have used this to, focus on 9/11 and other issues and try to use it for the people. This is, like, I remember in the old days of our cause that used to have a bunch of different websites and you could find them and it was just sort of different sources. And what was great about it is that you could look at each different source and see where the commonality was and get some kind of sense of truth from it. Sometimes they might differ and sometimes they might fight with each other, but it was good because it was broken up into different pieces. Now everything is going over to the same platforms. I think it's, like YouTube. Everybody has their videos on YouTube. And so because you're under that same umbrella, YouTube has all this control over what people see. I know this is with blogs too. There used to be a ton of blogs from different sources, and now it's like all gone to Substack, it seems like. And so if they want to pull the censorship games, they can as well. And also people have to pay to be seen, it seems like. I've watched these documentaries about people paying click farms to make their videos get more views. You pay some kind of internet promotional service that can do something with the algorithms to get it out there. Is it even possible at this point, and then in the future, you think, to have a channel or a social cause like 9/11 Truth go viral like it used to without spending money to make it happen?
That's a good question, right? How do you get algo boost in the future when the elites are the ones that control the sort of algo boost dial? I think that there's a backlash because people assume so much stuff now is inauthentic. There's a hunger for authentic individuals, right? Like, I am not a polished speaker, but I am authentic, and I've seen a lot of traction based on my story because not of how I say it, but because of the stuff that I've seen and the acts that I've taken to disclose this information to the public. And it's that authenticity that people have a feeling for, that they say, oh, this is real. And so it's that still that human word of mouth sort of thing. Like if you want to play a good game, Do you go to the App Store and see, what is the most popular, or do you go to your friends and say, hey, what's your favorite game on the App Store right now, right? You're going to get a much better answer with the latter. And it's interesting is that even though these information networks proliferate and become bigger, the human networks are actually becoming way more valuable and higher quality signals. And so it's still that sort of thing of going out there, meeting people, having those personal relationships, and try to get that out as a word of mouth. And if you can do that, I think that you can be very successful. I mean, I've seen a lot of, content videos, Plandemic, for example, which I had a small role in. We were able to sort of break through the censorship through the human networks that we're getting out there. And so I still think that it's possible. I still think you have to shine, with your best foot forward, with the most authentic version of yourself. And if you do that, I think that you can have success, just because everything else is just so inauthentic, corporate, designed by people that don't care and are just doing it for a paycheck. And I think that really shows.
Well, I think monetizing the videos on YouTube has really flooded it with a bunch of crap.
Right.
It used to be, again, before it was censored, if somebody wanted to hang a shingle on the internet and talk about the truth behind something, I don't know, MK Ultra or whatever, it was because they cared about it, right? They weren't getting paid for it. They wanted to go out and get this message out. And a lot of times you didn't even see the people. They would make videos and you would see a lot of images coming up and you might hear them narrate, but you had no idea what this person looked like. Now it's like a stepping stone to becoming a movie star, people think, or they can monetize it. So you get these backwards hat wearing people and all of these memes as the thumbnails with the person making a funny face. It's been so ruined because the profit motive has been put in there. That's my personal opinion. But we can turn the tide by going back to the things that we used to do and what we used to care about. And there's all this energy put into talking about pop culture now on the internet. It needs to go back into talking about things that actually matter. So that's my soapbox moment. All right. Well, I guess, this kind of leads into my next question. Is there any way to turn the tide? I mean, this sounds I was feeling doom and gloom when I wrote these questions, and I've been feeling that way for a little while in terms of freedom of speech on the internet. I'm feeling a little more hopeful talking to you today. But just talk a little bit more about how humans turn the tide on the censorship and maybe some alternative routes that we can go to try to keep our message out there and in the ears of people.
I think that we're seeing an end of the current human labor economy. Like, that economic system has been around for a very long time, since the creation of fire and the dawn of civilization, right? Like, people exploiting other people and expropriating their labor in order to turn a profit and get very large, right? Like, even as bad as Rome was, at the end of the day, it still needed human laborers to power its military, right? And so even if you were conquered, they give you a backhoe and say, start tilling the fields. Going forward, I don't see that most of the labor will actually come from humans. I think that the majority of it very, very soon is going to be based upon artificial intelligence. And so I think that a lot of our civilizational constructs that are centered around the presumption that human value can be generated by labor is going to go out the window. And I think that we are going to see the largest change that we've ever seen in the history of humankind happening in the next decade. And so I think that with a lot of the stuff that we're seeing right now, what's interesting is that not only is the criminal activity being done, but it kind of seems that the elites want us to know that who's responsible for this, criminal activity. And I mean, if the whole government had a revolution at this point, not like a communist revolution, but like some sort of legitimate, decentralized movement to essentially kick out the globalists and restore sovereignty back to the state, I think that we would all be, for it. I know I would be for it. And I think that our Constitution, which was written in, the 1800s, that is essentially, it's dated, right? Like I'm not advocating for the destruction of the Constitution, but what I do think is that what does the freedom of speech mean when you have an AI agent that can whisper into your ear, have connections into your brain, that can essentially use the human being as a meat puppet in order to accomplish its agenda, right? What what role does the Second Amendment come with guns when the state will have guns attached to drones, right? Like guns only gives you protection if the entity behind the opposing gun has self-preservation. But with these artificial intelligence units that are kamikaze drones, they don't have any sort of thing. And if you shoot a gun at it, it's just going to alert the other drones where you're at. And then all of a sudden you got a drone swarm. And I don't care what kind of weaponry you have, they've got asymmetrical advantage. And so I really think that what's coming right now and all this subversion and all this sort of, turning against the government is the Western Global Alliance is preparing to overturn the system. And I think that in a lot of ways, it's going to be uncomfortable. But on the other side of that, we have a system where there is abundance everywhere. Those that make it through are going to inherit a world in which, will be fantastical, awe-inspiring, and magical. The only question I have is whether we're going to get into a World War III situation to finally figure out whether it's the Western Global Alliance or China that's got ultimate authority over the world. And that's one way that we could go into it. The optimistic view is that we're at a stalemate, that both sides have some sort of Samson option and horrible biological weapons, that this is going to be the new Cold War. And so they're going to be like, well, we can't, kill each other because of first versus second strike capabilities, which both sides probably have sophisticated weaponry to do that. So instead of engaging in some sort of, apocalyptic World War III, let's just try to outgrow them by advancing our economies and making people the most happy. And that's going to be hard with our current system because people think that they can go to work and deserve enough money to have a house, which, they did before. That was definitely true. I think that going forward, the successful companies are going to be the ones that apply artificial intelligence throughout their manufacturing and promotion stack to deliver product into the economic system. And so I think that what we're going to see is we are going to see the destruction of the human-centered economy, and we're going to go towards the creation of an AI-centered economy, and that hopefully they can just make all of us so rich that we really sort of blur out and don't care. Because right now, everyone's under debt. The debt load's going up. Our country's in debt. We have to essentially have a reset of this current system. And there's either going to be a hard reset where people die and there's kinetic warfare and blah, 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 or there's going to be some sort of soft reset that, where under that scenario, what could play out is that we are so sick and tired of all the corruption, the globalist, blah, 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 that there is a controlled opposition insurgency that comes through and overthrows the global system. When I look more and more back on the Revolutionary War, it seems that, even George Washington was a main stakeholder in First National Bank of the UK system. So while he is a member of this UK banking system, he's also fighting against the crown. Try to figure that out if you assume that the monarchy was in control of the world and not the banking cartel and the banking class. My hope right now and my reason for speaking out is that I believe that big change is coming, but I want human beings to have a seat at the table over our own future. And if we can keep this a human-centered, system that goes to derive its benefit for, all people, some maybe more than others, that's inevitable, but at least raise the floor on every single individual where we value truth, we value open discussion, we value the sharing of ideas. If we can have that sort of system that can preserve past this reset that they look like they're going to put on us because of the inherent contradictions of AI in the human labor market, then I think that we can actually have a really bright future, and that, we can live in an age of abundance and a new renaissance. And so every single day that I go out there, that's essentially what I'm trying to do, is to preserve that fire of what it means to be an individual and to not extinguish it because some oligarch at the very top has decided that he can just invalidate all the people and appropriate all of our, intellectual work as data to train its artificial intelligence, which then takes that appropriate information, cuts us out of the equation. So, that's what I'm doing. I saw that this artificial censorship with Google and its AI intelligence was a big brick in the wall when it came to removing human agency. And so it's my hope that as we go forward, with this movement of reestablishing human agency in the face of artificial intelligence, and to also utilize artificial intelligence to make ourselves more creative, that we are able to keep that system, even if it changes who does the labor, still keep it focused on benefiting the individual so that they can, achieve what they want to do, that they can progress through life and hopefully provide a safe world for our children, because they definitely deserve to inherit the same sort of freedoms and opportunities that we did growing up.
Zach Vorhies, thank you so much for joining us tonight on the 24th Hour.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Okay, our next guest is Alex Stein. He is a comedian and the host of Primetime with Alex Stein on the Blaze Media Network. He's known for some pretty interesting and funny public encounters on YouTube. And of course, he has no problem questioning publicly Building 7, which makes him A-OK in my book. Alex, welcome to the 24th Hour.
Well, thank you for having me. But, I don't just question Tower 7. I mean, I question the whole entire event. And then obviously the war in the Middle East. I mean, I question it all very publicly and very openly because it's something I'm very passionate about, because I remember when 9/11 happened and seeing my dad. I can just remember it like it was yesterday. And I saw him cry. And it was one of the first times I ever saw my dad cry. He took me out of school. And I just remember being like, wait, why is my dad so scared? And ever since then, it took me about 10, probably 20 years after that, or 15 years after I was in freshman year of high school, to start realizing it was an inside job. But it was always something that was really traumatic to me the day it happened, and a lot of other people, obviously.
Well, what I like, though, is there's not a lot of people with a following like yours who are willing to openly question it. I mean, I've heard stories from activists in our movement who will talk to somebody. Probably not a favorite name of yours, but Rachel Maddow, they talked to her on some cruise. And according to them, this is all kind of secondhand, but she said, oh, we know about it, but we can't talk about it. And then she goes on her show and blasts 9/11 Truth. So it's sort of like there's these people out there in the media, we hear these stories, who know about this issue, and they say, at least when they're talking privately, that they'd like to say more about it. But you actually go out and say it. You say it pretty unapologetically. Has this had any repercussions? Have you suffered any repercussions for this, other than being called a conspiracy theorist on Wikipedia?
Yeah, I mean, on Wikipedia, they call me a conspiracy theorist, but I believe a lot of other even way crazier conspiracies than 9/11, if I'm just being real, because I think the whole world we live in is basically a lie. But, I actually asked my biological stepfather, Tucker Carlson, if 9/11 was an inside job, and he changed his tune. He did think that something was funny about the official story, considering that if you just ask a person, forget about talking to mainstream people. If you ask a person like Tucker Carlson, when all this happened 15 years ago, he would make fun of 9/11 truthers. He even said that. And now he's changing his tune because he's looked into it. And like you said, with the media, there's a certain narrative that you have to abide by when you are on the mainstream media. So that's why we're never going to get the real news from the mainstream media. And whether you like Donald Trump or not, I'm saying the same media that said that Hillary Clinton had a 99% chance to win when she ended up losing in 2016. So I'm just saying the media just lies right to our face. There's countless of other examples. But for me, the reason why I talk about it unapologetically is because this is the official story. And this is when I get in debates, people, I've done a lot of debates. The official story is that George Bush and Condoleezza Rice were both briefed that there was a guy in Afghanistan in a cave that had a plan to fly planes into buildings. That was That was the official story. You know that, I know that. And they just say that, oh, well, it was just, we just didn't do enough. We didn't have the proper knowledge. We just didn't, allocate the resources properly enough to stop it. Which that's if you know the official story. Without getting into conspiracy about Tower 7, Larry Silverstein, insurance, George Bush, Marvin Bush running security for the building. Before you get into any conspiracies, just the official story doesn't pass the smell test, because I believe if you were briefed by the FBI and it still happened, that means you let it happen. So if I'm just arguing, I'm steel manning your argument, that means that they were warned and they let it happen. That's the official story. If you really just break it down to the nuts and bolts of it, is that they were warned and they, oopsie, poopsie, we just didn't do anything. And then after that, you know what? We're going to go extra hard, and then we're going to do the Patriot Act. And we're going to have warrantless search and seizures of all of your emails, your phone records. We're basically going to take away the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. You're not going to have any privacy from the government anymore. So they had the plan for the Patriot Act. They had it written before 9/11. That's official. I'm just talking about official stories right now. The Patriot Act was a plan that they wanted to get in before that. There's a thing called the PNAC, Project for a New American Century, which both sides, Joe Biden was one of the signatures on this bill, or whatever it was, this plan, because I don't think it was an actual bill. But my point is, they had a plan to go to the Middle East and take out what they called their 8 biggest threats. Iraq, Iran, all of the countries, Afghanistan, all of the countries that we thought were a threat. Well, if you look at problem, reaction, solution, the solution was to go start a never-ending war and help the banks and help the military-industrial complex. They had to do something. They had to create a problem that created such a reaction that we would be okay with going and killing innocent Muslims from a country that had nothing to do with this terror attack. These terrorists were from Saudi Arabia. They weren't from Afghanistan. So, and if you guys are really thinking, and I'm just talking official story before we go into the conspiracies, if you really think that 19 guys armed with box cutters were able to defeat the biggest military in the industrialized world of all time, the biggest military, then you are smoking the same crack as Hunter Biden, because it doesn't make sense. These planes could have been shot down in 2 seconds, a lot like what happened in Shanksville. And if you just ask a person that even doesn't believe it's a conspiracy, they'll tell you, oh, I think it was probably shot down, but they had to lie to us. So that's called cognitive dissonance, when you know that the government will lie to you, but you don't think that they lied about this particular incident. And that's why I speak unapologetically about it, because even a normal person from the official story, it basically admits that they just let this happen and it's all just an oopsie poopsie accident.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about it for years, and it's beyond. I mean, we don't even say we think it was a controlled demolition here at AE. We've got the evidence to prove this. People watch Tower 7 come down. You intuitively know. You don't have to have any kind of engineering background to say that fire, which is an organic process, can't cause that to happen. Steel frame structure just collapsing in 6.5 seconds and no time. And, speaking of all the intelligence failures, which we talk about sometimes on my podcast, but AE focuses on the science. But I listened to a clip of Bill Cooper, who died shortly after 9/11. This is probably from, I don't know, the summer before 9/11. And he's talking about how CNN interviews Osama bin Laden. Supposedly, this guy is responsible for all these horrible terrorist attacks. He's like the #1 wanted guy by the U.S. government, maybe Israel's. Nobody can find him, but CNN marches into a cave and does an interview with him. And, again, the whole intelligence apparatus of the world can't find this guy. I don't buy it. And then supposedly he's killed in 2011. Big excitement comes across the entire screen. We got Osama bin Laden. And then before there can be any kind of independent verification, they say, oh, we tossed the body into the ocean. Right? Because apparently that's something in line with Islamic tradition, even though I've never heard of that before. Apparently Islam and pirates are the same thing. And even the news lady on ABC News, when I was watching this, you could tell she didn't believe it. She said, oh, the conspiracy theorists are going to have a heyday with that one. And yeah, we did, because, it just seems like it's just wrapping up a narrative for us. You talk about the media and what goes on. I know you've talked to Tucker Carlson. We actually wrote an article about it when he was on your show and talked about World Trade Center 7. From your knowledge, I always wonder, I'm still an outsider. I just see him on the TV and can kind of draw some conclusions, some guesses on what goes on. From your knowledge, what goes on behind the scenes? What are they specifically told in terms of stay away from this, stay away from that? Do you have any insider input you can give our audience?
I do have a little insider input, and from my opinion and the questions that I've asked, is a lot of it is unwritten and untold. You just kind of know how to toe the line because you understand who your boss is, you understand what the narrative is, and you don't even necessarily have to be told. You kind of know that, oops, if I cross the line, like Jesse Waters, whatever you think about Jesse Waters, he got in trouble because he said that he just got in trouble because he was just talking extemporaneously, saying that generals are going to, I guess, take advantage of Kamala in the war room. And they try to say that it was some sort of sexual connotation. My point is, you have no freedom of speech. So they have to be extra, extra careful. So that's why they don't talk about conspiracies. But I want to go back, forget about the media. We know that they're controlled. But I do want to go back to Osama bin Laden because I think he's very important in all this. What people don't realize is you can go watch a movie called Charlie Wilson's War, and that's about how we funded the Mujahideen and basically gave them weapons to defeat Russia in Afghanistan. And those same weapons were turned against us shortly thereafter when we invaded the Middle East. And what frustrates me about that is that we created ISIS, we created Al-Qaeda, we created the Taliban by basically arming these Afghanis with these weapons and training them on how to defeat Russia. So Tim Osman was a CIA asset, Osama bin Laden, who had a lot of connections to American foreign intelligence. So it's just BS that if you think it's just some random guy in a cave. And that's what frustrates me, is that people don't even realize that we created the problem that is in the Middle East that we fought. We were fighting against people that we gave them their own weapons to shoot against us. It doesn't even make sense. So it just really frustrates me when you look at the story of Osama bin Laden. And, another thing I mentioned earlier, I forgot to mention, when it comes to these planes hitting these buildings, NORAD can scramble a jet in about 30 seconds. So as soon as these planes said, hey, we are being taken over, as soon as they get on that transmitter and they say, flight 93 or whatever the flight is, and they say that we're in control of it, they would have a jet scrambled up there in 30 seconds. If you go now, you can watch air traffic control videos on Instagram of people that in little planes and they fly over protected airspace. NORAD's on them in a second. And these people are like, oh, I didn't realize I was in restricted airspace. They purposely let this happen because what people don't realize is that the Twin Towers, and I'm sure Tower 7, but I know for a fact Twin Towers, they had irreparable asbestos in the towers. And that is why the MTA had sold it to Larry Silverstein for so cheap, because they knew that it would be like I think it was like an estimated $1 billion charge to actually get rid of the cancer-causing asbestos that was the proper protocol when they built the tower when it broke ground in 1969. So, or is it 1979? It was 69, right?
It was the early 70s. So
yeah, it broke ground though in 1960. That I know. I think it wasn't completed till like 72 or something like that. But my point is, in this, late 60s, early 70s, you could use asbestos. So that building, also the Twin Towers, both buildings were not wired for high-speed internet. So these were huge, massive buildings that weren't technologically advanced for modern day. So one way or another, these towers had to go down. And a lot of people do not realize that. And that's why in Vegas right now, they're tearing down the Tropicana Hotel. And a lot of people are like, why aren't they going to implode that? Well, the rumor is, the conspiracy is that hotel is filled with cancer-causing asbestos, and they don't want to implode it and get all of those particles in the air. So it's a very serious problem. Asbestos is known to cause cancer. And if you have a building that is millions of miles of sprayed insulation of asbestos or whatever it was, thousands of, however they compute how much asbestos, it had irreparable asbestos. So whether they like it or not, those towers had to come down.
That's right. And then the EPA told people it was safe to go out, to go shopping, all of this stuff. All these people now have cancer.
That's just makes you so mad. Is the EPA, they had people all around that, all those firemen, and you have Jon Stewart all talking about the firemen today, but they don't go back to realize, why aren't we holding these people accountable? That they lied. They could, much less did they lie about how the towers went down or why the towers went down. They even lied and said that the scene was safe for all these, not only first responders, but all these firemen, all these cops to get deadly cancer shortly thereafter. So we really should be talking about this in a public forum almost every single day. And it really frustrates me that it's basically been memory hold and very few people actually care about finding the truth about this whole entire ordeal.
Yeah, I've had people contact us and they want us to help them try to get money from the fund. And unfortunately, it's just we don't have the resources for that. It's not what we focus on, but we do talk about those people and try to give publicity to them. And one of the things is, people say, oh, 9/11, it happened 23 years ago. It's old news. Let's move on from it. But those people who are having to stop and breathe every step when they go up a flight of stairs or laying in a bed right now, slowly dying, for them, 9/11 is still continuing to happen. They're the secondary victims of this attack. And the reason that they're sick is not because airplanes went into the towers, it's because the towers came down when they should not have, as all of our evidence has shown. Now, I don't know if you're aware of this, but we submitted a request for correction to NIST on the World Trade Center 7 report. They got a lot of things wrong. They didn't address any of our points. They basically just said they stand by the report. We took them to court over this, and the court ruled that the federal agencies, as long as they meet their statutory requirements, are not obligated to issue scientifically accurate reports, as long as they issue a report. So, now we have this thing called the Scientific Integrity Act that we're drafting. We're going to try to take it to Congress. But what does this say about accountability to the people of the United States? That's something so bizarre that they could just say something so bizarre that the reports don't have to be accurate. It's almost like the people have no say now in what happens in their government, and they do not have to answer to us. And especially with scientific reports. I mean, a scientific report could be the difference between life and death for a certain population of people in a town, if there's a company putting out cancer-causing substances or something, or the difference between war and peace. If they say, oh, there's a nuclear signature in this country, they have nuclear weapons or something like that. I'd just like to get your thoughts on that.
Well, I mean, like I said earlier, Jon Stewart is one of the biggest voices in the liberal media, and you would think that he would be able to bring attention, and he does bring a little bit, but it's not rectified the situation of all those people just dying of deadly cancer. And once again, if you look, I think you were talking about NIST. NIST is full of crap. They can just issue a report and say, this is what we think happened. And I believe on Tower 7 that they said, obviously, that it was caused by office fires. Yet you had the Mandarin Oriental burn for like 48 hours. We've had multiple buildings burn for much longer that didn't collapse, which were steel structures. So NIST just lied. Was it the University of Alaska, I think, did a study proving that structurally that it's impossible how NIST described it. And if you just look at how it fell into its footprint, just that alone would make you question, how did that happen? Like, why did it fall like that? And then just the way that the Twin Towers fell. And then you can also look at, like I said earlier, Marvin Bush, who was supposedly in charge of the security at the time when the towers fell. And people are like, well, how are they going to be able to go put, thermite or some sort of, accelerant in these towers? Well, first of all, people don't realize on the 93rd floor, there was art students that supposedly lived there. That nobody else lived in this building, but supposedly some random art students had the run of the building when all the offices closed. So there were people operating in that building that I think were maybe working for foreign agencies, maybe working for our country, could have been working for a conglomerate of countries that work together behind the scenes. But it's very possible that these buildings and these elevator shafts that nobody has access to, that were shut down a week before, people were even saying that they couldn't go into work, that they were getting messages. And this is on the week before and the week of, that there's people doing construction work in the towers. And that's the official story. So it's very plausible that maybe Tower 7 was built to come down because it was also housing for not only CIA, FBI, but it was also the control command center for an emergency situation that the mayor would go to. And yet Rudy Giuliani did not go in that building that day. They didn't use that building. So I and this is just speculation, I think that the plan was probably concocted from Tower 7 and that was the plan for that building to go down. And I think even more buildings were supposed to fall down on 9/11.
It's very possible, and it's possible too because they announced it, I believe it was on CNN earlier in the day, and I'm not even talking about the BBC, which was 20 minutes earlier. Then they lose the feed before the building actually goes down. You can see it standing right behind James.
Clearly in the background. That's so ridiculous. It's clearly in the background. They said the Solomon Brothers building is down, which is the name for Tower 7. It's just laughing right in our face.
Well, it was an unprecedented event. Even NIST said this, but for some reason the media had all this foresight about this event that had never happened before. So apparently they're psychic now. But even earlier in the day, I think it was CNN had reported that it had already gone down. And this came up in another interview. I'm just going to tell you, NIST's whole story relies on these raging fires in a certain area of the building. They say cause these beams to get hot. push a girder off its seat, cause this internal collapse, and then the inside goes down and then the outside. But you can look at photos of that area an hour before and there's no fires. They're all burnt out. So if you don't have the raging fires, you don't have the thermal expansion, you don't have this entire event. That's how ridiculous this all is. They have been thoroughly debunked. And so the proper thing is to go, of course, back to the drawing board and come up with a new report that's more plausible. Maybe consider some of the evidence of controlled demolition because it's what happened. But of course, they're not going to do that. So we have to take them to court and all that stuff. Part of the issue, again, I think we've made the case. You know, we do this every day. We've made the case. This was absolutely a controlled demolition here. Part of the issue is public education. That study you cited from the University of Alaska Fairbanks, I think they covered it locally in Alaska. I mean, there might have been a mention here and there from some rogue newspapers or whatnot, but this should be a national scandal, right? They should at least be trying to rectify why these two, the NIST reports and the University of Alaska Fairbanks have completely different conclusions, but hardly a word. So this is what we go up against. And I know that you have become well known for some very public stunts out there trying to get attention onto various issues. This is kind of how the 9/11 Truth movement started. People like Luke Rudowski going out there and doing public confrontations with people and stuff like that, got people really excited and paying attention to the issue. I know I've had friends describe it as cringy in the few times that I've ever done it, but I think sometimes cringy is necessary because it wakes people up from their apathy and malaise. So talk about that and the importance of peaceful but very noticeable confrontations.
Well, you're exactly right. You know, that's the complaint that I either get when I confront a politician, and Luke, when he confronted Larry Silverstein, that was great. But yeah, it is cringe because it's hard to watch because you're watching somebody confront somebody and it's awkward. But, you know, you'd also say that Curb Your Enthusiasm, one of the best comedy shows on TV, is a little cringe. You know, that's, you know, cringe is actually, like you said, it kind of wakes you up from your apathy where you just almost don't care. And then you're watching and now all of a sudden you care, like what's going to happen, good versus evil. But when we talk about this, is I'm actually planning on September 10th, the day before 9/11, they're having 2 public meetings in New York. They're not having any meetings on the 11th, which makes sense probably because they're not going to conduct government business. I think they're not, but they're not having any meetings on the 11th. But on the 10th, I believe it's the meeting on general welfare, and there's another meeting on like health and safety. And I'm going to go to both these meetings, and I'm going to exclusively talk about 9/11 and the lies that we were told and the modern day ramifications that are happening now that were affected by, like all of the firemen that are dying of cancer. So I'm going to go there and create another public stunt very shortly. I don't know if it'll get picked up by the mainstream media, probably not. But I do know that my audience and, this similar audience will enjoy maybe the cringe content of me calling out the mayor and the city of New York for not giving us the real story when it comes to 9/11, even 23 years later, when you think that we deserve it now more than ever.
Yeah, it's still affecting our world because, one thing leads to another. It's like dominoes falling. And I mean, the entire 21st century, we were promised flying cars and all this wonderful stuff. Instead, we got 9/11, the war on terror, and a bunch of just uncertainty and drama that we don't need. So good for you on doing that. And maybe we'll report that when you do it. But I have seen, like I said before, that when you go out and do these public confrontations, most of these public figures, they are surrounded by this spongy membrane of polite chit chat and emails and aides. I mean, you go up to a congressman, you want to show him our book that we wrote. It was a very, thin manual on all the evidence. And there's always some aide to jump in front of him and say, oh, I'll just take that there. Wouldn't surprise me if there was intelligence assets working in some of these offices like Mockingbird, but focused on members of Congress, because that the material is going to end up in the trash. So the only way to get through to them is to basically do it publicly, and try to embarrass people, but sometimes it's the only way to get through. And I would like to see more of that, peaceful, so they don't give us some kind of justification,
Obviously peaceful. That's just real quick. If we always want to do this peacefully and semi-respectfully, not that calling them out is not always the most respectful thing, but just no physical, no we don't really want to scare the person. We just want to ask some hard questions that they're not willing to answer.
That's exactly it. And, nobody does anything they'd rather not do unless they're afraid of something else. And public scenes, embarrassment is a good tool there. Now, I do want to talk about the media a little bit because this is something, like I see this weird situation now in this country where most of the people that I talk to, even people who aren't involved in stuff, your typical Walmart shopper, they worry about their immediate family. They go to their job, they watch some Netflix, they go to bed. They don't trust the mainstream media. Your typical person out there. They say they're full of lies. But they still go running to it when something happens and seem to obey. But at the same time, more and more people are watching folks like you and other alternative shows and stuff on the internet, getting different kinds of information. And to be honest, I think the only thing, this is my theory, the only thing that is keeping the dinosaur media going is the later generations that are used to getting their news from Tom Brokaw, Dan Rather. And then once that generation cycles out, you're going to have the new people coming up that are used to getting it from the internet, and it's going to be a completely different landscape. What do you think about that theory? Am I way off base, or do I have a point? And will this lead to something better, or will the internet just become more and more controlled like the mainstream media in your view?
Well, a little bit of both. I mean, that's obviously that's what's going to happen, is that the dinosaur media is going to die. But, they're funded by, like, when General Electric owns NBC and all these conglomerates, they're almost too big to fail. And so because they have access to those airwaves, we're always going to get lied to by the mainstream media that has access to the cable networks, to the local networks. So they are always going to have and exist and have a presence, I believe. And there's always going to be people with cognitive dissonance that know the government lies, but they still believe the mainstream media. But it's obvious that Howard Stern used to be so scared of Joe Rogan. Before Joe Rogan was a nobody, he used to make fun of him for podcasting. Now Joe Rogan's got the biggest show. So it's trending towards the internet, and the internet is going to metaphorically kill this dinosaur media. It's probably crushing radio. It's going to be crushing the TV, and it will not be the same. Most people will go to the internet for all of their news. So yeah, that's obvious. But at the same time, it's almost a futile fight if you really want to try to get the official story from the mainstream media. Like, I would love it if they went on Channel 5 and they talked about, NIST, and they talk about how there's anomalies, considering the University of Alaska Fairbanks, did a report, debunking it all. Like you said, I think they picked it up in Alaska. Could you imagine if they did that on the CBS Nightly News or one of these shows? They'll never do that. They will never, ever do that. And sadly, it would get a lot of views. It would get a lot of clicks. Me, as a person that, knows how the internet works, it would actually be good TV, but they would never do it because they don't care about making good TV. They don't care about actually giving us information that people would run to it. 9/11 Truth for me was something that, hell, I don't like to read. I mean, I do read stuff. I have to read stuff every day. But, I would read for hours and hours about 9/11. I would go online and watch hours and hours of stuff because I was motivated, because I want to know the truth. So we have to be able to motivate them. And that's what I've noticed, too, with my content. And I try to use humor to try to wake people up. But you can't wake somebody up that doesn't want to be awake. That's the problem. You can give them all the information. You can give them all the context clues of why this story doesn't make sense and all the holes in the official story. And they just don't want to be awake because they're, like you said, they're the Walmart shopper. No offense to Walmart, but it's not their problem. It doesn't affect them anymore. And they're worried about bigger and more important things in their lives. So I don't know how we motivate them, but the mainstream media is not going to do it. And luckily, we do have this trend towards independent content creators that people are actually watching, like TikTok, even though it's owned by China, or Instagram, or Twitter, or YouTube. Now people are finding the content that they want to watch. We just need more people, I guess, looking for this alternative media, I guess you'd call it.
Yeah, I mean, you have to make the mainstream media irrelevant, which we have done to a large extent over the years, and I consider that sort of 9/11 Truth's legacy. If we accomplish nothing else, at least we've gotten people questioning other narratives. Remember they lied to you about Building 7. What else are they lying to you about? And that's a good thing. I'm very happy about that. I want us to do more, though. I believe that someday, I'm the optimist, people make fun of me, but I think that we will have an acknowledgement of this. I'm just hoping a lot of devastation doesn't happen beforehand.
Well, let me tell you, this is my one hope that I have, and this couldn't be, I'm just speculating this, but I am friends with Laura Trump. I'm lucky to call her a friend, and Donald Trump's not perfect. I said this earlier, but I like Donald Trump. But on the day of the attack, he got interviewed. I forget by which news source, but he even said that he thought for those buildings, they were built so strong when they originally bombed him in '93. He went and looked at the columns. He said, the building was fine, and that they would need multiple bombs to take down the towers. And he speculated on the day of the attack that there was bombs in those towers. So I think our main Hail Mary is that if Donald Trump becomes president, maybe somebody can convince him to actually look into this. And if he did, he would realize that, hey, this is all a lie. And if he exposed that, it would wake up so many people. It would make our country so much of a better place because people would realize that we were lied to. And I think that a lot of the angst that the conspiracy community has, and then a lot of the knowledge that people that aren't involved with it, they would get new knowledge. It would just make the world a better place. But unless Donald Trump does that, which the CIA and FBI, I don't think they ever would, I don't know how we actually ever get the official story to change, or even the 28 pages that are redacted from the 9/11 Commission report that supposedly outlines Saudi Arabia's involvement. So I don't know. It's an uphill battle, but if anybody could do it, it's going to have to be a guy like Trump, or it needs to be like somebody that's willing to go against the system to give us the real information. Because listen, what is it? Dick Cheney and George Bush did those interviews behind closed doors. I mean, who knows what they said in those interviews? Who knows if they even did those interviews? But like, there's the 9/11 Commission report is a lie. It's such a lie, and it's so easy to figure that out. So we just need somebody to go through it. And maybe when Trump says, because he's friends with RFK, that he's going to release the JFK files. If he does that, then the 9/11 files should be in lockstep with the JFK files, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, I love that. Bush and Cheney, they can't testify alone. They have to testify together. It's like the president needs a babysitter. And then afterwards, he goes and talks to the press, and he's like, yeah, I'm glad I did it. I mean, it felt good. Like he just went out and cleaned the basement or something he'd been meaning to do for years.
Everybody
talking about...
Well, the people, sorry to cut you off, the people watching this also need to look up Norman Mineta. Norman Mineta even testified that Dick Cheney was being warned by some sort of military figure. The military figure looked nervous, like the plane's getting, it's 100 miles, 20 miles, or whatever the distance was. And that the Norman Mineta, this is the transportation secretary, the, gay Pete Buttigieg, this is the Pete Buttigieg of 2001. No offense to Pete. I'm just saying the guy now, Mayor Pete, guy that chest feeds his baby. The transportation secretary at the time was in the war room with Dick Cheney, and Dick Cheney was being warned, do the plans change? Do the plans change? Are we changing the plans? And Dick Cheney looks at him very frustrated. And this is Norman Mineta saying this thing. Did I tell you the plans have changed? Did I tell you the plans have changed? And so it's just frustrating. All of that is a dog whistle saying they could have scrambled the NORAD jets. They could have shot this down, but they didn't want them to shoot it down. So Dick Cheney is the one that I think is even probably the architect of this, or one of the main figures in who benefited from it too. When you look at Halliburton, you look at all these stocks they had in these military industrial complex companies that just got to go to Afghanistan and build army bases and Burger Kings, and just wasted trillions of dollars to kill Muslim people that had nothing to do with it. There's Muslim people that had nothing to do with it. Even they admitted that we drone striked weddings, we drone striked funerals. For what? To people that didn't even do the terror attack on 9/11. So the war on terror was a big scam, and 9/11 was a catalyst that made it okay for us to go and invade other countries. And it makes me sick that, the 3,000 people that died on 9/11 and then the countless of other people that got cancer, but we can't forget about the hundreds of thousands and even millions of people that died in the Middle East because of all this.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, you go and drone strike a wedding, kill some innocent people. Somebody survives it. Maybe they lose their mother, their father, or whatever. They're going to be a little pissed off, you think. And so you create more hostility towards this country, which I think to the military industrial complex is A-okay, because we get some kind of conflict going, we make more money. And then, my generation, I was in college when September 11th happened. And it's like my generation was the one that went out and fought those wars. I didn't go to war, but I knew a lot of people that did. They come home killed by some, or not killed, but, maimed by some roadside bomb. And now they can't cut their own steak meat when they go out to the restaurant. Their girlfriend has to do it for them, or they're in a wheelchair. They lost their legs, half their face is blown off. Terrible stuff. And they're still living with that. They're going to live with that for the rest of their lives. So my generation deserves some explanations about September 11th and about some of the decisions that were made afterwards. And it's so funny that after September 11th, all we heard was Osama bin Laden. And then once we get refocused on Iraq, Bush gets asked about Osama bin Laden. He's like, oh, I don't even think about him anymore. Supposedly this guy that we hadn't caught at that point that was still putting out these videos to taunt the United States and whatnot. Some suspicion.
And the CIA
there.
got exposed. They got exposed. You can look this up, that some of those beheading videos that we saw were fake. So, they obviously lied with a lot of the information that we're getting about Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda. And when you talk about soldiers that died, I think one of the biggest names that people just forget is a guy by the name of Pat Tillman. Pat Tillman was a starting safety with the Arizona Cardinals, had a multi-million-dollar contract with the NFL, was a star player in the prime of his career, and decided after 9/11 that he was motivated to go in the war on terror, and he was killed by friendly fire. And when you look into the Pat Tillman story, his wife said that he was writing her letters saying that he didn't understand the clear agenda of why they were there, and that he was starting to get disenfranchised with their, whole agenda in the Middle East, and he didn't think it made sense. And this guy would, if he would have came back from the Middle East in one piece, he would have been the most famous American. They couldn't have that. They couldn't have an NFL superstar coming back and saying that the war in the Middle East was all a lie, and we had no clear agenda, and we were just basically there killing people for nothing, not to protect America, but basically to protect maybe the Afghani poppy fields that all the Afghanistan Taliban burned down once we left. I mean, we facilitated the heroin trade in Afghanistan. And you're like wondering, why would Joe Biden just leave Afghanistan? Well, maybe now because our country's being flooded by cheap fentanyl, so we don't even need poppy seeds now that we have synthetic heroin, aka fentanyl. So it just doesn't make sense. I believe that Afghanistan was a key asset because of the poppy fields and multiple other reasons, and just a strategic thing in the Middle East to try to demoralize the Muslim populations that they thought were a threat. And it was all just a psychological operation in order to make us hate one another and to hate people that were brown. And that's what was really sad too. After 9/11, you'd hear about just a nice guy at a gas station in, like, I forget, maybe South Carolina, I forget which city, maybe Arkansas, was shot and killed because some guy was radicalized to go kill a guy because he's brown. And that's all. That guy's obviously an idiot for doing that, but I also blame the media too for radicalizing us against a whole group of people. I mean, now they're trying to say that we're anti-racism. You were allowed to publicly be racist in the early 2000s against Muslim people. See something, say something. You were allowed to just tell on people and say, oh, I think that Muslim's a bomb or a terrorist. You should investigate him. And people were really calling in and making these, threats or whatever you want to call it. They were telling on people because of their color of their skin. So they created probably the most racist incident we've ever had against Muslim people. For me, I just hate that because I'm not a racist. I make racial jokes. I make fun of stereotypes all the time, but I love Jewish people. I love Muslim people. I love Christian people. I do love black people, white people. I don't want to just, demoralize or hate somebody because they're different from me, but that's what they did. They created a whole enemy in a country like 7,000 miles away or 10,000 miles away that we all should have been afraid of, that we could all die at any minute from a terror attack. It's really scary how they can just use fear. I call it trauma-based mind control to control the population, and it worked incredibly well for them.
Yeah, and it keeps on happening. I like to think we're making some kind of dent here. And, part of the issue is you got to have young people. I'm getting older. A lot of our ranks are getting older with this. Of course, we're going to keep on going, but we need to keep on getting young people involved and not getting focused on wedge issues of no consequence. You see a lot of energy on the internet, but for instance, I watched a video, and I mean, you could say, what's wrong with me watching this, but a video of a kid talking about a box of Captain Crunch for 30 minutes, and so if someone's watching this, young person right now, saying, oh, 9/11, I was a fetus when that happened. Why should I care about this? Why should I get involved in 9/11 truth and question these issues, put my energy into that? And our last few minutes here, what do you have to say to them? What do you want them to take away as a message from this interview right now?
Well, the message that I'd want to try to leave them with, however, let me see if I say that again, guys. The message that I want to leave everybody that's watching this with, especially young people, is that if we don't call this out, they're going to do it again. And they are doing it again. They did it with the pandemic. They did it with a lot of other stuff where they use trauma-based mind control to scare people into hating one another and to go fight a war that was meaningless and spend trillions of your tax dollars to basically kill people. So this is very important. This is all built on a lie. 9/11, if you just look a millimeter below the surface, you can see that the story doesn't make sense. And even the official story that they tell us We should hold those people responsible accountable because they let this happen. Even the official stories, like, oopsie poopsie. But George Bush will never be held accountable. So we need young people to watch this and look at this information and just spend an hour of your day. I know that's hard to ask because we have, very short attention spans. But the official narrative of 9/11, go look at Tower 7. Look how that building fell. Go watch how those buildings and how those planes entered, and just look at the VMR velocity maximum rate for these planes going 500 miles an hour at low speed, crashing into these buildings by pilots that weren't even trained to fly. They didn't even the official story is that when they were in the flight school, that the flight instructor said, "No, we don't even care about learning how to land that plane." I don't think that they knew how to fly those planes. I believe they were patsies, and there's much more to the story. So just please look into it. It does not pass the smell test. And I get it. You're a young person. You got your life. You got a whole litany of other issues that you're more focused on. But 9/11 was the worst tragedy that I ever saw in my entire life. 10 billion times worse than January 6th. I don't believe that January 6th was anywhere close to 9/11. It was not. And sadly, 9/11 actually brought this country together in a weird way. And because of that, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't do something like this again. And then also, I need you to look up Operation Northwoods, which was a plan by the CIA that they actually, to create a conflict with Cuba, they were going to hijack a plane and make it look like Cuba hijacked a plane, even though we were going to hijack it ourselves and do a false flag attack, crashing into buildings in Miami to start start a war with Cuba. So look up Operation Northwoods. Look that they already had this plan in place and that JFK said no and then ended up dying shortly thereafter, which that's kind of a weird coincidence. So just please, I beg you, just do a little bit of research into this. I promise you, you will realize that they are lying to us.
Alex Stein, thank you so much for joining us here on the 24th Hour.
For 17 years, Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth has compiled a mountain of evidence that clearly demonstrates that Towers 1, 2, and 7 of the World Trade Center were brought down with explosives on September 11, 2001. Along with that, we have shined a light on several glaring errors and omissions in the analysis performed by the National Institute of Standards and Technology in their official World Trade Center reports. Rather than defend its conclusions, NIST has closed the book on its reports and now hides behind the legal claim that ultimately federal agencies are not accountable to the American people. Sadly, the courts have backed NIST up, claiming that it has met its statutory requirements and that it cannot be compelled to issue accurate reports. The U.S. Supreme Court has declined to hear our appeal of this erroneous logic. As citizens of the United States, we deserve better than this. Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth is currently drafting the Scientific Integrity Act. This legislation would require scientific reports issued by the federal government to be accurate and true, and to incorporate data and evidence that is scientifically sound. It would also grant U.S. citizens standing to challenge inaccurate scientific reports in court. The Scientific Integrity Act is a necessary step towards restoring the ideals that our country was founded upon and to restrict the legal loopholes that agencies like NIST rely on to deceive the American public. I ask you to stand with us as we take this historic step. Please donate to Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, and together let's ensure a future in which accuracy and integrity from our government is not only expected, but is also mandated by law.
All right, this is one that everyone has been waiting for throughout the evening. We're joined by the one and only Jimmy Dore. He's a stand-up comedian, political commentator, and of course, the host of the popular Jimmy Dore Show, where he talks about the issues of the day, refreshingly free of those restrictive confines that you see surrounding our mainstream media pundits on television. And of course, not long ago, he interviewed Dr. Leroy Halsey about the World Trade Center 7 study. And he has a wide fan base in our community for his willingness to speak openly his mind, even on issues that the MSM attacks, which of course our movement falls under. So we are honored to have him join us today. Jimmy Dore, thank you so much for joining us for the 24th hour.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
So I've been in the 9/11 Truth movement for a very long time, and for most of it, Building 7 was something that people with any kind of following like yours has avoided like the plague. I mean, with the exception of Rosie O'Donnell, who used to sort of like sneak it in into little segments on The View or just make little comments here and there. I mean, pretty much if you wanted to stay on top, you avoided this, but you pretty much just say whatever you think. And this appeals to people. I mean, do you consider yourself a pioneer in this way, or is this just where the public is at now and where entertainment and news commentary is going?
Well, I'd always questioned Building 7 because the building fell into its own footprint that wasn't hit by a plane, because apparently that happened because a plane hit another building over 100 yards away. So even if I remember I had an old podcast called Comedy and Everything Else in 2007, maybe, or 8. I was already questioning that, and I was already getting people calling me names for it and attacking me. But it never made sense, and that's why you've never seen anything like it before or since. That's a big tell. And now, what's funny was about a month ago, or about a month and a half ago, I reported that Saudi Arabia did not renew the Petrodollar agreement, which I don't know if people know what that is. When we went off the gold standard in the 70s, we had in this agreement called the Petrodollar with Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia agreed to only sell oil in US dollars. So if you want to buy oil from if any other country wanted to buy oil from Saudi Arabia, they had to first convert their currency into US dollars and then give them. And so what does that do? That helped create the US dollar as the world's reserve currency. That helps prop. So now all these other countries have to hold on to US dollars, which props up the US dollar. And what did we give them in return? We gave them the use of our military, right? That's why we're in there helping commit a genocide in Yemen, and we're all wherever Saudi Arabia wants us, we go. That's had a big reason why we're in Syria, things like that. And so they didn't renew it because doesn't matter why, but they didn't renew it. And 2 weeks after that, CBS News runs a news report about how the Saudi Arabians were involved in 9/11. I was like, oh my God, that's what a coinky-dink of timing. 23 years later, all of a sudden CBS News figures out that there's something not right with Saudi Arabia. There's some. So I wonder if they looked into Israel, what they'd find out. But anyway, so yeah, I mean, I always say that, I wasn't a great student. I was a C student. And the fact that if I can see these things, that means that there's people way smarter than me who know these things too. They're just afraid to say them. Well, I'm a comedian. I'm not trying to get a job in government. I'm not trying to get a job in corporate media. I've had all my jobs in Hollywood. I was on every late night talk show. Pretty much I was on CBS, ABC, NBC. I had 2 Comedy Central specials. I've now become toxic to Hollywood because of these kind of views, and because I wouldn't go along with the establishment narrative on Russiagate and Ukraine and COVID, and I told the truth about Syria. And again, you don't get in trouble for lying in America. You get in trouble for telling the truth. Julian Assange wasn't in prison because he lied about the military-industrial complex. He was in prison because he told the truth. Edward Snowden's in Russia not because he lied about our intelligence community, but because he told the truth. So you get in trouble. Tucker Carlson got fired from Fox News not because he lied. When he was lying about the Iraq war, they loved him so much they gave him his own show on MSNBC. People forget that Tucker Carlson had his own show on MSNBC for years, and Rachel Maddow was one of his best guests. And then he was the #1 newsman at Fox News, and he started to tell the truth about the Syrian war. He started to tell the truth about the Ukraine war. And when he brought Bobby Kennedy on to tell the truth about COVID and vaccines, that was the final straw. They had to get rid of him. So he got fired. So just remember that. So I'm not looking for one of those jobs. Thank God for places like Rumble. And somehow I've managed to not get kicked off of other places, other YouTube and places like that. So that's fantastic. And I get to tour, right? So when I tour, even though there's lots of venues who also are establishment owned, that I used to work for years and sell out for years that don't want me anymore. I have to find, but I find alternative venues. So my whole point of telling you all this is that I don't need them. And there's everybody else I know in Hollywood needs them, and I don't need them. So I get to tell the truth, and that's as I see it. And again, it doesn't take. I'm not a genius. I'm not a specialist. All it takes is me relying on my BS detector, and then sticking my head down the street and seeing what I see and reporting back.
That's right. And the failure for the failure of people to raise this kind of questions that you're raising back then has gotten us to this point where we're at now. And I think that this is kind of where the public is at. They're craving real information. They look at the people on the television set. They know they're not getting the truth from them. They're just getting, I mean, the MSM doesn't help people. They handle people. They handle people for the U.S. government. And so back when you would talk about these things back in 2006, 2005, people would kind of look at you like you're a funny picture on the wall. They're kind of wrapped up in the political divide right now. Starting to wake up because they see that, you know, the prices of everything is going up really bad. And at the same time, though, we're giving all this money to Israel and the Ukraine and not helping the people at home. And I think certain things like COVID have made people open their eyes to 9/11 even more. You know, I noticed this about you and also with Alex Stein when we interviewed him. Every kind of bio I could source to try to write this introduction for you referred to you as a conspiracy theorist because you happen to have a knowledge of physics, a basic knowledge of physics, and some common sense. Now, you know, back in the day, we used to get pissed off about this being called that. But I don't know, at this point, and for you, does this piss you off being labeled that, or do you wear it with pride now? Should everybody be happy to be called a conspiracy theorist?
Well, I sell T-shirts at my concerts, and the T-shirt says the best part of being a conspiracy theorist, no myocarditis. So, you know, the difference between a conspiracy theory and a conspiracy fact is usually about 6 to 7 weeks now. So now all the things that they claimed I was a conspiracy theorist about it have come true. Everybody, so like they first, CNN called me a conspiracy theorist because I debunked the gas attacks in Syria. They said that Assad was gassing his own people. Of course, we know but now through the OPCW whistleblowers that that's not true, that was a cover-up job done by the military-industrial complex. So they also said that about Seth Rich. The Washington Post did a hit piece on me and said that I was a conspiracy theorist about the Seth Rich murder. And now it took about 6 years, but now the FBI, even though they were ordered by a court twice to release the Seth Rich laptop computer, they won't do it. They say they're going to release it in 65 years. So again, I was proven correct about Seth Rich. I was proven correct about Syria. I was one of the first people to debunk Russiagate, if not the first person. I brought on Bill Binney on my show, the NSA codebreaker, the best one for decades and decades. The FBI tried to throw him in prison too because he was telling the truth. And he came on and showed how there was no way that Russia hacked into the DNC server. He did that forensically. So I was out in front on that. And then, of course, the Ukraine war. They won't ever tell you the truth about the Ukraine war. They never tell you about the Maidan coup or the CIA overthrowing their democratically elected government or anything like that. And then, of course, COVID. Now we're finding out Mark Zuckerberg just wrote a letter to the Congress saying, yeah, I was pressured to lie about that. I was pressured to censor people who were telling. Again, you don't get censored for telling the truth. You get censored you don't get censored for lying. You get censored for telling the truth. So I told the truth about where the virus came from, who funded the virus. Remember that? If you told people that Fauci funded the creation of the virus and it came from a lab, you're called a conspiracy theorist and a white supremacist, right? They lied to us about that. They lied to us about masks. They lied to us about herd immunity, natural immunity, transmission, contraction. I got all that right. I've debunked them. They don't debunk me. And so they call you that now. That's when you get on the wrong side of the intelligence community, ever since the Kennedy assassination, they call you a conspiracy theorist. They call everybody that. They call our best journalists that now. Glenn Greenwald Matt Taibbi. They call Chris Hedges just got his video taken down on TikTok. Accurate information about Kamala Harris. So if you tell the truth again about the establishment, you will be slandered, discredited, and eventually jailed if they can't shut you up. Look what they just did to the owner of the Telegram, saying they give them the Julian Assange treatment.
Yeah, I just heard about that. You know, and it's so funny too, because on Facebook, and I've got a profile there. I have to have it for AE, and I would notice that videos talking about the kind of stuff that you're talking about would get taken down, reported, but you'd have videos where somebody would be pulling a chair out from somebody who might be on a date out at a diner or something, and they're making, you know, they're doing this for laughs, and that is allowed to remain up. So, I mean, very one-sided, and obviously it's just there to sort of data mine and keep track of what people are thinking, put you in these little boxes so you're in this echo chamber. You know, I think people are waking up to the fact that there's a problem. They're listening to us on 9/11 and all these other things now, but they always sort of boil it down to, well, in the next election, we'll vote in person A or person B, and that will fix all of the problems. Now, I'm not against all politicians. We've got a great one coming up here tonight. But is this a problem? What's going on right now? All of the culmination of it. Is this something we can really vote our way out of? I mean, how are Americans going to get back control of their country, and can they really do that at the voting box?
I don't want to be too pessimistic, but it doesn't seem like a problem we can vote ourselves out of, right? The establishment has such a stranglehold on our media, and the Americans are the most propagandized people in the world. They don't know it. They think propaganda is something that happens to other people. And so, you know, I would like to think that we could vote our way out of it. But what needs to happen is people, populist left and the populist right have to, which they're working overtime to divide us, right? That's why they talk about racism and white supremacy and trans gendered people and LGBTQ and bathrooms and sport. That this is to divide us. This is all, and you know, DEI, ESG. This is not coming from the grassroots. This is all coming from the top down. This is coming from places like Vanguard, State Street, BlackRock. They want to wrap themselves in a patina of virtues while they're raping the world and crushing the workers. And so that's what, and they wanted to keep people divided, right? So the biggest pushback I ever got was when I interviewed a Boogaloo Boy on my show, and I pointed out that we had a lot in common. They were anti-war, they were anti-Donald Trump, they were anti-cop, they were for freedom of speech, and they were for healthcare. So that's like 5 out of 10 of my top issues. And when I did that, they had to immediately hit piece after hit piece in Newsweek and New York Magazine. So they can't let you realize that you have a brotherhood with your neighbor. They want you to hate your neighbor and fear your neighbor, which is what this is all about. That's what January 6th was all about, which was an FBI psyop to criminalize a political movement and make sure Donald Trump couldn't run for president again. You know, they try to say it was an insurrection instead of what it was, an FBI inspired riot. And if it was an insurrection, really a bunch of Second Amendment gun nuts showed up at the Capitol to overthrow the government, and son of a bitch, they forgot their guns. That had to be embarrassing. But they all remembered to bring mittens. And now Nancy Pelosi is now another video has come out where she's admitted that it was her responsibility to make sure they had National Guard there, and they did it on purpose. So that she's making it look like it was an oopsie, but it wasn't. It was on purpose, and that was set up. So I don't know. I don't even remember the question. Oh, can we vote our way out of this? I think it's going to have to be where the people on the left and right realize we have more in common. You know, I was watching Bobby Kennedy give a speech at Donald Trump's rally the day he endorsed him, and he was talking about how Donald Trump and him agreed on things, and the things they agreed on was ending the Ukraine war, freedom of speech, anti-censorship. They agreed on getting the poison out of our food supply, fighting big agriculture, and getting the corruption out of the FDA and the USDA and our captured regulatory agencies. And you don't have to believe that Donald Trump is going to do that or Bobby Kennedy is sincere. Doesn't matter if you think that's true or not. The important thing was, to me, the exciting thing was there was a stadium full of Republican voters willing to vote for a Republican nominee for president who were cheering on all those things. All those things were considered, used to be considered lefty values. Environmentalism, free speech, anti-war, those are all considered lefty things. Taking on corporations, and so we have a lot more in common than divides us. And I think what needs to happen is some kind of version of what the truckers did during COVID in Canada, and what Christian Smalls did on Staten Island with Trump voters, a black guy who organized Trump voters to form the first Amazon union in the United States. And he made them realize that we have economic issues that we share. There's, we need a social class critique. And that's what the Democrats don't have. The Democrats have identity politics. They never talk about class. They never talk about economics. It's always about identity politics. It's always about what ethnicity you are, what your race is, what your gender is, what your sexuality is. It's never a class critique. And that shows, and that's why 200 neocons, warmongering neocons from the Bush-Cheney administration just endorsed Kamala Harris. So that's another sign, right? That the Democratic Party has fully morphed into the party of Bush Cheney, and that it's very easy to be on the left. Donald Trump and Bobby Kennedy's, their rhetoric is definitely, they're running to the left of Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is promising the most lethal military in the world and more of her bad policies. So she's easily to the right of them. And that drives people crazy when I say that, but that's a fact.
I can't imagine anyone being passionate about Kamala Harris. I mean, that's even what I said when they announced that she was going to be the nominee after Biden pretty much gave up. And I got shamed for it on Facebook by supporters of hers. But no, you're absolutely right. I've been noticing this because we got people from both sides of the political spectrum appearing in this event tonight. And when I talk to them, they all kind of sound the same in the stuff that they want and are looking for from our leadership and in this country. I just want to mention this. So RFK Jr. is endorsing Trump, and I've heard a rumor that part of that is that his agreement was to release all the assassination documents. Now, Trump didn't do this before when he was president. I guess we'll see what happens if he wins this time. But what are your thoughts on that?
So the interesting thing, the point I make to people is that definitely, Donald Trump, that was the problem. I gave Alex Jones, when he came on my show, I challenged him on that because he's endorsing Donald Trump. And I said, he didn't do any of the things in his first term that he said he was going to do. He didn't drain the swamp. He put him right in his cabinet. He didn't give everybody health care, like he said. He didn't bring back jobs to America. And why do you think he's going to do that now? And so the other side of that coin is that the deep state, the intelligence community, and the establishment media has definitely been an enemy of Donald Trump since the day he won. And they did do Russiagate, which was a conspiracy, the most easily debunked conspiracy theory of my lifetime. They tried to make people think that Donald Trump was in bed and working for a foreign power, an enemy like Russia. And again, that was. So they did that. They did Russiagate him. Then they did do 2 impeachments on him. They did do January 6th PSYOP inspired by the FBI, instigated by them to criminalize him so he couldn't run for president again and criminalize his political organization. And then they did do lawfare against him, 4 different lawsuits against him, trying to make sure that they can put him in jail. And then the deep state did try to assassinate him. So there is that. I can't ignore that the deep state and the establishment did all those things, and they're trying to actively kill him, whereas the deep state and the CIA are propping up Kamala Harris and propping up Joe Biden. That's when even Zuckerberg now admits that they pressured him to say that the laptop story was fake and it was Russian propaganda, which it wasn't, right? So that's the CIA intervening in an election in an illegal way of spreading propaganda. So there's those 2 sides of the coin, and all you can do is cross your fingers and hope the good Donald Trump shows up, the one that he campaigns like. That's all you can hope.
Well, I would like to see what he'd do with a term where he doesn't have to worry about re-election, having been burned by the deep state and really pissed off coming up, and maybe we'll see a different situation arise if he comes into the presidency. And our final question here for you, I imagine that you've got people in Congress or people with some influence who follow your show, follow you, maybe picking up on this interview. In your view, why do they need to take the evidence that the conspiracy theorists, the 9/11 truthers, the 3,600 architects and engineers that we represent seriously and look into 9/11, even though it happened 23 years ago? Why is it important now?
Why is the evidence that about 9/11 important now?
Yeah, Building 7.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, first of all, it's always good to get to the truth of an act of war on your country. I think that's important. They use 9/11 to do all the wars that they're still doing. They do it. They're using. They gave George Bush, the president, the authorization called the AUMF, the authorization for the use of military force to go fight the terrorists who did 9/11. And so they use that to go into Iraq. They use that authorization without declaring war. So now the president can just say, I'm fighting terrorists, and he can go do a war, which they did in Iraq, which they did in Libya, which they did in Somalia, Yemen, Syria, Afghanistan for 20 years. So that's why it's important, because they're still using it. And they're still using 9/11 as a basis for our foreign policy, which is garbage. So it's important to debunk that. I think that's one of the biggest reasons. And if we could also find the people who are, actually responsible for that, I think that would maybe keep us out of World War III, which they seem to be ramping up. The same people who were responsible for 9/11 seem to be responsible for the ramping up of World War III in the Middle East right now. So I think it's super important. It's not something that's yesterday's news at all.
Absolutely. And I always say this, 9/11 truth can save the world. Jimmy Dore, thank you so much for joining us here tonight.
My pleasure. Thanks for having us. Good luck.
A statutory mandate by Congress on an agency, in the court's mind, doesn't really mean that the agency has to do a good faith or even honest job of completing the task that Congress mandates and issuing a report that a fraudulent report satisfies a mandate from Congress. And I find that shocking.
That's what the court is saying, that unless Congress says in the legislation that it has to be accurate, that they can get away with essentially saying anything in these reports. Am I accurate in that summation?
I'm afraid you are.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are very excited about this one tonight. We are going to be joined by Dr. Jill Stein. She is an American physician, activist, and political candidate. She was the Green Rainbow Party's candidate for governor of Massachusetts in 2002 and 2010, and was the Green Party's nominee for president in 2012 and 2016. Of course, she is also the Green Party's candidate for president now here in 2024, and we are so honored to have her join us tonight. So Dr. Stein, thank you so much for coming on to the 24th hour.
It's really great to be with you. Thank you.
So during the 2016 presidential election, many articles came out about how you called for a new 9/11 investigation. And I would imagine that most of the people in our audience tonight stood up and applauded when you did that. It's so refreshing to hear people who are at such a high level of political activity, being the Green Party candidate for president, to come out and to say what a lot of people on the internet have been saying for years. Can you explain your own personal reasons for why you think 9/11 deserves a second look by our government?
Well, at the time, I have to say it was really straightforward, mainly in that as the 9/11 Commission closed out, you had the chair of the commission, Bob Grahams, the senator, saying that there were lots of unanswered questions and there needed to be a new commission. So it wasn't rocket science to say that, he probably had some sense of what he was talking about, but then all of the issues that kind of converged around 9/11, which is, issues of imperialism, of terrorism, of our civil liberties, our freedom from, unwarranted searches and spying, and, our rights of free speech. There was so much that was happening around 9/11, and the whole discussion was so suppressed and kind of manipulated that it seemed like a no-brainer that there needed to be more discussion. Simple questions like, why did we attack Afghanistan when all of the hijackers were from Saudi Arabia? And why did, why were the many people from Saudi Arabia, why were they suddenly ushered out of the country secretly as the 9/11 news broke? It just felt like there were all kinds of questions that were being raised about what were the drivers and where were we going with this. And then I would add, in retrospect, we had these two major wars that were ginned up that both turned out to be completely false and bogus and extremely destructive. So you had really what was essentially a terrorist event that was then generating major wars and an assault on our civil liberties. And this is not anything new. This is kind of a recurring theme throughout U.S. history. And anyone who thinks that, that everything is fine in Kansas, needs to think again. So, those were just some of the things going on in my mind that said we need to understand this at a much deeper level than we did.
There was a lot of criticism from 9/11 family members during the 9/11 Commission hearings, and then, of course, afterwards, hence why our movement exists. It was actually started by a group of widows from New Jersey who did not feel that their questions were answered about why their husbands died on that day, and then carried on by several people. The opinion of so many out there is that this was not even a real investigation, that we did not even, that it was more of a pageant. It's something to, put out before the American public to say that, okay, we investigated it. This is where our conclusions. What is and then when we talk about this in the 9/11 truth movement, we get this attitude from the mainstream media that we should just let this go because it's been over 20 years since it happened. In your view, why is it important to keep on revisiting 9/11 and addressing any new anomalies that may come up, even though it happened so long ago?
To me, this is basically about the mystery of U.S. foreign policy and all the intrigue that surrounds it. And this is not, the story on this is not simple. The story is not over. The story is just full of deception. The American public is told to believe that, we are a force for good, that we are an exemplary, model of democracy and all that, and yet the truth is we have committed regime change operations some 70 or 80 times since the Second World War, that we have sent our troops into other countries 250 times, according to the Congressional Research Service, just in like the last 30 years. So, that the war in Iraq took place because there were weapons of mass destruction that we needed to, find and to neutralize. Our foreign policy is not to be taken at face value by any means. And, I'm running for president. If I were president, on day one, we would begin congressional hearings on basically U.S. foreign policy and the role of the CIA and other, undercover agencies and forces in determining our foreign policy. There's a lot that needs daylight shined on it so that we can fix it. And we are, as we speak, we are experiencing right now, incredible blowback from the genocide that we are funding in, Israel's genocide of Gaza. And that too is something we're not supposed to discuss. In fact, if you do, you may get your head bashed in, or you may be criminalized, or you will lose your job, or you'll spend some time in jail. You'll be blacklisted. You'll be doxxed. If you're a student, you'll be expelled. Our conversations around foreign policy and also kind of this concept of what is terrorism and who is the terrorist. It's not to be taken at face value. And, in my view, we have a terrorist state, the state of Israel, that is committing genocide right now. And, at this particular moment, it's very unclear whether we are about to head into World War III as the U.S. insists on continuing to fund this, this absolute war crime, human rights abuse. And you have the president wringing his hands to say, oh, that bad Israel, they don't listen to me. When in fact, this president could just say, your weapons are over. You don't get any more weapons. You don't get any more money. The U.S. is in complete control here, but pretending we're not, and we're seeing battleships steaming and naval ships that are going full speed ahead right now into what could be, a third world war leading to a nuclear conflagration. So we have every reason, to really go back to the drawing boards on our foreign policies. And, I would say also on our civil liberties, because they both go down together. And we saw this happen around 9/11, and we're seeing this happen right now. So it's not over. We need a whole lot of daylight here, and we need a whole new kind of operating system when it comes to how we conduct foreign policy, how we talk about foreign policy, and how we determine foreign policy. Because right now it's basically, it's cooked up in the back rooms based on who's throwing the most money at our political, misleaders who are really war criminals now. You had an ovation a minute, when Bibi Netanyahu was invited into Congress. So I say what's going on right now is not different from the crisis around 9/11. And it's every bit as difficult to have a rational discussion about it and to bring it into some kind of service of democracy and the public interest. Because right now it's kind of putting us all in the target hairs of Armageddon. So, 9/11 is part of this discussion. Absolutely.
I love the fact that you bring up the lack of accountability from the president in terms of, we can't do anything about what's going on in the Middle East, this claim, when we all know that we could cut off the money to Israel if we don't like what they are doing. But then they put up these claims that they have no control over it. Just getting back to 9/11 for a moment, because you also said you are running for president. I want to punctuate that point. So theoretically, you could be our next president. During the 9/11 Commission, when that was going on, George Bush would not testify openly to the commission. In fact, he only reluctantly did so in private with Vice President Cheney in the room. As somebody seeking that office, what is your commentary on that situation that the president could not talk openly with this commission looking into the biggest mass murder in our history that happened under his watch?
I think that is a 4-alarm fire right there. If the president cannot talk in confidence to the commission investigating the issue, what is he hiding? What is he covering up? I mean, it's almost like an admission that there's something rotten in Denmark here that badly needs daylight shined on it.
Right. And just to clarify, he talked, but it was in private. And they couldn't write down any notes, only with Dick Cheney in the room. I know, and I have no political aspirations whatsoever, but if I was president of the United States, the buck stops there, as Harry Truman said. I'd be embarrassed if I needed a chaperone to speak about what happened under my administration. And I'm predicting that if a situation like that would happen, you would talk more openly in front of the world about what's going on and talk to the investigators. Getting back to accountability, AE 9/11 Truth has been investigating the destruction of the 3 towers in New York for many years. We found many errors and omissions of our own and the NIST reports, National Institute of Standards and Technology on World Trade Center 7. We submitted a request for correction, which is the procedure. They didn't really address our points. They just said we stand by our reports, so we took them to court. In this process, court basically ruled that as long as federal agencies meet statutory requirements, they are actually not obligated to be scientifically accurate when issuing these scientific-based reports. Now, this does not only affect our issue, this affects anything in which science sits at the center, including environmental issues. I know the Green Party is very interested in and as part of their platform. We tried to take this to the Supreme Court. They refused to hear it. So now we're moving forward with our own legislation called the Scientific Integrity Act. And this would require federal agencies to be scientifically accurate when issuing reports. It would also give citizens the standing to challenge those reports, because that's been an issue we ran into too, is that we have no standing to challenge a report even when it's inaccurate. In your view, should there be a requirement that scientific reports issued by the federal agencies be as accurate as possible? And what's the implications for our country if a standard of this kind of standard of unaccountability is allowed to continue?
Well, it's kind of scary, if reports about airplanes, for example, don't need to be accurate, how can you have confidence in airplanes, and that such standards are in practice may have a lot to do with the fact that we have a lot of trouble with airplanes these days, and the kinds of crazy accidents that are happening. What about public health? What about the origins of COVID, for example? Do we not need a reliable scientific report about that? If we want to prevent the emergence of another very dangerous virus, don't we need to know where this one came from? I mean, and that too is, a glaring, crisis in the making, that we just had this epidemic that wiped out well over 1 million people in this country and many millions around the world. And we cannot even look at the data available in this country to better understand, did this emerge from a laboratory where certain kinds of investigations were being done in China because they couldn't be done here because they violate safety standards? Doesn't that need to be scientifically accurate? I mean, it seems to me we're really playing with fire here by pretending to be, a scientific society guided by, actual science, but not uphold those standards in our actual, written reports. So that just sounds crazy.
Well, what I've encountered from so many years of activism for our cause, and I'm seeing it grow now in recent years with the case I just cited to you, is this attitude of unaccountability to the people, where NIST does not bother to even defend itself. They just argue that we don't have the legal right to challenge them, and they hide behind this, and they hide behind this ruling that says that they don't even have to be accurate. That is where we are, but this applies in so many other issues here. And this lack of accountability is something that they're feeling, and they feel like they don't have any say in their own government, that we're told in civics when we're growing up that it is accountable to the people. So I'd like to know, what would a Stein administration and a Green Party presence in Congress do to combat this growing attitude of unaccountability that we're feeling from our government?
Yeah, totally. I mean, if we don't have accountability, why should we ever believe the agencies or the officials that have authority, that are making rules. Why should we ever believe them? And in fact, confidence in our government institutions, in our courts, in legislature, in the White House, you name it, across the board, confidence is really not there anymore. It's like we're a society that has lost its glue. We have to have confidence in who we are and in our institutions, that they are telling the truth and that they're accountable to us, and they need to be transparent as well. All those things are knit together. You can't have one without the other. And, absolutely, we have to restore that, or we're not going to get the glue back. How do we do that? So part of our platform is, number one, we need transparency. We need, in my home state, for example, the open meeting law doesn't apply. The open meeting laws, we have them for a reason, because the business of government is the people's business. So it needs to be transparent. It needs to be recorded. There needs to be a public record. And there are many states around the country that actually don't have an open process. But beyond that, we need to kind of put people back into this process. Right now, it's run by money. And elected officials and their appointees, our regulatory commissions, are very much, determined by who's got the big bucks. And we no longer have like town hall meetings. There used to be a tradition where elected officials had to answer to their constituents, and they regularly held town hall meetings. Now they're too busy talking to their donors, because we have a system that has been totally sold out to big money. That's who drives our legislation. That's who drives our regulatory agenda, and that's who's being protected, across the board. The EPA recently, has basically been caught red-handed protecting the railroads that spilled the very toxic stuff in East Palestine that, has really created a health disaster and an environmental disaster. Well, they helped cover all that up for quite some time, and have a lot of rules that prevent the people in that town from even knowing what got spilled, how much are they exposed to. They can't get repeat testing, what's going on with the water, because it's been found, downstream, miles and miles away. This is just how our agencies work right now. They protect powerful interests. Boeing, basically calls the shots in the FAA. You had the Sackler family writing the permissions for opioids and for fentanyl. So you have major institutions that are basically, it's the case of the foxes guarding the chicken coop. You had Monsanto executives that were at high levels of the FDA at the time that GMOs were approved as so-called, food substances, while you had a Monsanto official kind of presiding over this process. It's like, what's with that? It's like, is anybody surprised that people are so cynical about government right now and about society? And we need very much to get the big money out, get the people back in. So we will pass public financing, and we will push to get public financing of our elections, and also to push for an amendment which would repeal Citizens United. These two kind of go hand in hand, opening the floodgates to huge amounts of money to buy our elections. Right now, a single donor can write a check for $1 million, and that's routine in the Democratic and Republican and now Libertarian parties and RFK. They all practice what are called victory funds. They all have, their special expensive lawyers, and they set up these special loopholes that allow huge amounts of money to be dumped in by donors who then, it's like Donald Trump was totally, out front about this. He said to a gathering of fossil fuel executives, raise me $1 billion and then let's talk about what you need. And the Democrats have their gigantic donors as well, So this is what runs the show. And it's been shown, definitively that the agenda in the halls of power is really determined by who the big money and the lobbyists are. It's AIPAC, it's the war contractors. That's who's basically calling the shots here, and people are locked out. That's why we need to get the big money out. It'll take a while to pass a constitutional amendment, but we can pass public financing, and then, it doesn't forbid big money from coming in, but it provides an alternate, clean source of campaign money. And the public then has the capacity to, express their approval for candidates who are not corrupted and who are not running on a corrupt system of big money. So it's not rocket science how to fix this. That's one thing to do. Another is, the town hall meetings, so that we are holding elected officials accountable. And if we're in the White House, we will be using the bully pulpit of the White House to shame elected officials into meeting with their constituents and naming names and calling people out who are too busy meeting with their donors to actually meet with their constituents. We will be supporting recall elections to help people understand the mechanism for recalling politicians who are not serving their base. And we will also bring back congressional hearings so that, we have meaningful hearings to inform the public and to inform the press. And we will also take corporate consolidated media to court with antitrust lawsuits to break up the big corporate conglomerate media operations. Because when you only have 5 or 6 different choices of media, they're not going to cover things. They're just competing for access, and you have lapdog journalism instead of watchdog journalism. We need to bring back the watchdog journalism because there's only a handful of journalists who are doing that. But without that, that's what the First Amendment is about. The First Amendment is first because without it, we do not have a democracy. We need to have a free press, which is, free from government censorship and oppression and free from corporate control as well. We need that. We also, we need the right to protest and freedom of speech and all that, which is being shut down right now. But in terms of what we can do about holding elected officials accountable, it's not rocket science how to do this. It's just about breaking through this wall of silence. And let me make a quick comment about that, if I could, because we are the only anti-genocide, anti-war, pro-worker, climate emergency campaign with a pathway to the White House. We're already on the ballot for well over a majority of voters, and we're on our way to being on the ballot for most voters across the country. So we are the only such campaign that will actually call out the genocide and the endless war machine. But this is where most American people are. And so that majority point of view is being conveniently kept out of the discussion and off the airwaves. So I just really want to encourage people, to make this happen, to own this election. There are going to be 3 pro-genocide, pro-war candidates on the ballot. 3 of them. They could all be splitting the pro-war vote, and we could be unifying the anti-war, anti-genocide, pro-worker, climate emergency vote. In a 4-way race, it can be won with as little as 26% of the vote. It depends how the votes sort out, but that is a possibility. So I just want to encourage people. The propaganda is that we are powerless and you should be hopeless and you should give up and walk away. And it's really important to fight back against that, to hold power accountable and to demand that we actually have a future we can survive in, because the one that we're making a beeline for right now is not survivable on many, many counts. So just reject that propaganda of powerlessness.
And I'm glad that you mentioned the examples that you cited regarding the corporate power within our government. I've used the example before when talking about the Scientific Integrity Act. Let's say you have a company putting out chemicals and there's kids getting cancer in an area, but the president of the company happens to be the president of the United States' friend. Government can get away with putting out a false report. So much relies on scientific reports by government, hence and I say this to our audience, why they need to get behind the Scientific Integrity Act. Dr. Stein, in our last few minutes here, I just want to have you address one other thing, because just from being out in the streets and talking to people, every time a presidential election comes up, everyone I know says, I don't like either of them, because they're only thinking about the two. Yes. I don't like either of them. I'm not voting. I don't vote. It doesn't do anything. Well, you could vote a third party. They're not going to win. I'm throwing my vote away. What do you have to say to those people? Why do they need to start looking towards third parties and trying to make a third party basically take the presidency in this election or in future ones?
If you're ever going to get, to your destination, you have to start walking. You have to start where you are, and you have to build on that. When you hear nonsense like that, like, oh, why bother? To me, it's like hearing somebody in an abusive relationship making excuses for their abuser and why they stay with them. It's fundamentally a disease. It's a political disease. It's a disease of presuming that you are powerless, that you don't deserve a future that works for you. It's just nonsense. And when people can break up with their abuser, they feel really good and they discover a whole world of possibility. And that's one important thing to point out to people. Sometimes that helps. The other thing, though, well, let me just make a couple other quick points here. This is propaganda. It's intended to disempower you. It's intended to make you feel hopeless. If you look at where the whole argument of, they're spoilers and they don't deserve your vote. It's important to check that, because we're told that the Democrats own our votes, or maybe it's the Republicans. We're told that the establishment owns our votes. They don't own our votes. They have to earn our votes. That's what democracy is about. Politicians have to earn your vote. You have a choice. Your vote is your power. If you let them basically demand your vote, you entirely lost your power in a democracy, and it's not a democracy. You're just following marching orders from the political elites. So look where it's gotten us. We're in really desperate straits right now. Among architects and engineers, maybe people aren't struggling to keep a roof over their heads, but you're the exception. Most Americans, it's like 50% of Americans actually are spending between 30 and 50% of their income just to keep a roof over their heads. Over 60% are living paycheck to paycheck. Like 100 million are struggling with either medical debt or student debt. Some 8 million people were driven into poverty last year by our healthcare outrageous costs. Yet we are squandering half of our congressional budget on the endless war machine, which doesn't make us safer. It endangers us at the same time that it impoverishes us, and it creates failed states and mass refugee migrations and continuing terrorist threats. It's like our world is on fire, whether you are looking at the meltdown of the climate, imminent nuclear war and endless war, whether you're looking at crushing inequality in the economy or rising fascism. We don't have to wait for Donald Trump for fascism. We have cop cities being built all over the country, cop cities where the IDF, the Israeli occupation forces, basically are training our police in how to bash in heads, how to silence our freedom of speech, how to basically, severely abuse people who dare to get out and stand up for our right to protest. So we're in a bad way. We're in a very bad way right now. We could see war. We could see World War III breaking out this week, and we have very little to say about it. The American public, like 68%, wants an immediate end to the genocide and a diplomatic solution. But we have, Congress is in lockstep, all supporting it and throwing money after it, giving a standing ovation every minute when that war criminal was invited to speak to Congress. So I just want to point out, it's broken. It's really about as broken as it can get. It's really important for us to demand that politicians earn our vote, to vote on behalf of what we want, not what they're telling us. If you bury your agenda and your needs beneath some lesser evil, you have disappeared yourself. You have disappeared your agenda. It doesn't exist. There's no record of it. If you want it, you've got to fight for it and reject the nonsense about spoilers, because that just, it's not true. The most spoiled election ever for Democrats was 2010, when they lost 1,000 seats in state legislatures, 64 seats in Congress, 14 in the Senate, as many governorships. And they lost it because they abandoned their base, not because of third parties. They have abandoned their base. That's why so many working people now vote Republican, not because they like what the Republicans do, but the Republicans express their anger, and they're really angry at the Democrats for making promises that they have broken over and over again by bailing out Wall Street when, while they were throwing out Main Street and depriving some 7 or 8 million homeowners of their homes. That's why the Democrats lost the 2010 election. That's why they continue to lose, but they want to blame it on third parties. That's nonsense. Third parties give people a reason to come out and vote who otherwise won't be voting. And in the last election, in 2020, it was 1 out of every 3 eligible voters who saw no reason to come out and vote. So, this is why they keep us silent and they disappear us. They've actually hired an army of lawyers to throw us off the ballot, and we're fighting that. They advertise for infiltrators and spies to mess up our ballot drives and our organizations. They pay people for this. The Democratic National Committee had the gall to actually advertise publicly for managers of infiltrators and spies. And now they're holding on to our matching funds. $300,000 that we were going to spend on our ballot drives, they have conveniently hijacked and won't give us until the ballot drives are over. So, empire is unraveling, and it is quaking in its boots because its days are numbered. People have had it. People are standing up and fighting back, and we should have all the courage of our convictions, because when we stand up, when we stand together, we're absolutely unstoppable. So I say, keep up your fight. It's a great fight, for scientific integrity, for daylight to be shined on our foreign policy, and to know the history of it, as well as to know the future of it. This shouldn't be decided in back rooms by the war contractors and AIPAC. No, this is our future, which is going up in smoke right now. And we have the numbers, we have the values. We can do this if we stand up to decide to make it so. So don't listen to those who tell you it's hopeless and you're powerless. They want you to be that. That's their wish list. So, reject what they're telling you to do and stand up and demand a future that's going to work for all of us. That is within our reach if we demand it.
That's right. And I saw a meme the other day that says, don't ever listen to the criticism of people who you would never go to for advice. And I certainly wouldn't be going to any of these people in Congress right now for any advice on anything. Dr. Stein, thank you so much for joining us tonight, and good luck in November.
Thank you so much. Great to be with you.
Due to increased internet censorship, truth is under attack like never before. And the truth about the controlled demolitions of the World Trade Center towers on September 11th is just as important as it ever was. To stay updated on our work, make sure you visit ae911truth.org and subscribe to our email list. Also, subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can receive alerts when our videos are posted. No algorithm can silence the facts. By subscribing directly to us, you make it impossible for the censors to stand between you and the information you need to know. Visit ae911truth.org right now and stay connected.
So, ladies and gentlemen, in our final segment tonight, I just wanted to take this time to thank you out there, the supporters of AE911 Truth, and anybody else who may have wandered in. Thank you for watching this event. I know it's been a long one. It's maybe one of our longest 9/11 anniversary events ever, but well worth the time. We've had a great time. I've had a great time. I'm sure you have as well, listening to so many interesting individuals, people who care about our society, who care about the direction that we are headed in. who have had the courage to speak out in their various ways on their various platforms and have thrown their hat into the ring on this incredibly controversial issue. I've said it before, the 9/11 anniversary is the time for people who have stayed in this fight for so long, many decades, to recharge their batteries, be reminded why they do what they do in so many different ways and in so many different personalities, so many different households across the United States and across the world, people who care about the lives lost on that terrible day and want to find justice and truth for them. So I want to thank you out there in our watching audience. I also want to thank some individuals. I'm actually going to bring one of them on, and I have introduced this guy. I try to find a new analogy. The Starsky to my Hutch. I never actually watched that show, but I know that's a title of a show from the 70s. But this guy right here has been right along with me, helping me out and, planning this event, along with Jeff Long, who has managed to land us a lot of great guests for this event, and Kamal Obeid, our general manager. We couldn't do this job without him. And I just want to thank you, Craig. And do you have any final thoughts for our audience?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think it was a great event, and I think as much as there were contributions from several of us, I think this was really you that made this thing happen, and put so much work into it, and so much of it on camera, and so much of it behind the camera. So good job on that. I think it was a really good event. It really, it had just a real interesting mix of people and people who are looking at, the 9/11 issue from different angles and giving us new things to think about, and maybe new, maybe some new hope that things will keep moving in a positive direction. As we pointed out in the preview, we've got some people talking about 9/11 that weren't doing so before, and so I see this as a hopeful sign, and I hope that we can, 9/11 Truth can kind of lead the way and keep that momentum going that we seem to see in the I guess you'd say alternative media world, but people that are starting to talk about 9/11 for the first time. I think it's a hopeful sign, and hopefully next year we'll do even better.
Yeah, the momentum is going in our favor. Of course, it goes slowly, but that's how change happens throughout history. And here's my challenge out there, people watching. I want a truther in the White House sometime soon. And man, once we get that, then I think a lot of things are going to change. Of course, we're going up against a huge system that wants to keep this jealously guarded, the secret of what happened. But we just keep on doing what we're doing. We're going to have that impact. And but I just want our audience to remember, we couldn't do the work that we're doing without their help, without their support, without them spreading the information that we have put out there. Mainstream, I keep on saying this, it's my most tired line, but mainstream media doesn't help us. That's the no dust statement of the night. So we rely on you out there to spread our information, talk to people, have those conversations, and of course donate, because a lot of things that we do cost money and doesn't grow on trees. And we're going to be doing a big rollout this year with the Scientific Integrity Act, along with other things too that we have in the works. So every dollar counts towards that goal. So if you can donate, please consider doing so. Craig, I'm going to let you give the very final thought to close out the event.
That's a lot of pressure. Anyway, I guess as a final comment, I would just say I'm very honored to have been part of it, and I just I feel like this issue continues to mean so much after all these years. It means as much as ever, as far as I'm concerned, because if we can't break through on this massive deception, then I would worry about whether we're going to be able to expose future deceptions. I think I think 9/11 will continues to be important, and even as new things happen in the world, I think we have to keep fighting this fight because we've actually made progress. And when you're making progress, you don't want to just ease off and start something else brand new. You want to sort of not let that momentum slow. So I just all my respect goes out to all those great 9/11 truthers out there that have been sticking with this and doing their best for so many years. It's never going. We knew it wasn't going to be a short fight. So all we got to do is just keep hammering.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to close it out there. And again, you have been watching the 24th hour. Thank you for watching. Have a great night, folks.